A transformation had taken place within the world. It wasn't an ordinary occurrence like shifts in tectonic plates or volcanic eruptions. Monsters, inexplicably, began to manifest across the globe, propelling the world to the brink of annihilation. And the entity enabling their appearance, the enigmatic realm that bestowed these creatures with power and dominion. It's referred to as the Devil's Tower, or God's Tower. The rationale behind this nomenclature is due to the deities that inhabit these towers, who conveyed a message to all humans urging them to ascend the tower. Inside awaits everything they could ever desire. Power, wealth, and prestige. Ascend the tower, and we shall gratify your wishes. Overcome the trials we've set before you. A colossal tower spanning 999 floors. The entities governing this domain are gods and demons. Governments worldwide endeavored to prevent people from approaching the tower, yet no one could impede individuals from challenging it. In accordance with the deity's decree, those who obstructed others from facing the tower faced retribution. It has been 5 years since billions began taking notice of the tower. A man with alabaster hair and violet eyes, adorned with a self-assured grin, eagerly readies himself to embark on humanity's inaugural endeavor to conquer the 600th floor. He stands resolute before countless entities. Amidst a grand explosion, the man dauntlessly questions how the 9-star dared to halt him. Amongst the myriad challengers, 9 individuals stood above the rest, wielding magic and divine energy they acquired within the tower, their might unrivaled. The star known as the Dark Star, or the Death Star. He wasn't a master of weaponry, nor a superhuman, yet he was the one who surpassed the 9-star, attaining the title of the mightiest. His name is Cha Jin-hyuk, the harbinger of death, the embodiment of death, the preeminent necromancer. As our main character Jin-hyuk calls forth his skeletal soldiers, he informs the 9-star that he had grown weary of peace and humanity, as all he yearns for is strength. He asserts that he shall employ them as summoned beasts to achieve greatness. A white-haired man clutching a tome asserts, "We of the 9-star have no recourse but to vanquish the traitor Cha Jin-hyuk." Although Cha Jin-hyuk defected and assaulted the 9-star after becoming consumed by power, he was incapable of single-handedly overcoming the entire group. Cha Jin-hyuk, the apostate who exchanged loyalty for might. However, this narrative is merely the one the world knows. The reality is that Cha Jin-hyuk didn't betray humanity. In truth, he was betrayed by 8 of the 9-star. This verity remains concealed from the world. A decade having transpired since then, a man awakens in an apartment. His fury manifests as he vociferates his intent to confront the 9-star and denounces them as scoundrels. He claims that his covert ability, soul transmission, had indeed functioned. At the precipice of death, this spell permits him to transfer his soul into a suitable vessel. Jin-hyuk observes that it seems to have located a body resembling his own, and he's still situated in South Korea. Enraged by the memory of how he could have conquered the 600th floor unaided, only for the 9-star to ostensibly support him and then betray him, Jin-hyuk flashes back to a moment when he inquired why they had turned against him. A paladin named Cain and a saintess named Carmen defiantly faced him. Carmen avowed that though Jin-hyuk might be dubbed a one-man army, he paled in comparison to them individually. Jin-hyuk responded that his intention was merely to assist, but Cain rebuffed him, asserting it wasn't a personal matter. They harbored no ill sentiment towards him. Cain, with a disdainful expression, menacingly suggested that Jin-hyuk was merely pulling weeds. Jin-hyuk inquired about Choi Kyung-hoon, wondering if he was aligned with them. Kyung-hoon was the combat star among the 9-star and Jin-hyuk's friend, who opted out of the 600th floor challenge. Jin-hyuk speculated whether they concealed the truth from Kyung-hoon, fearing he'd side with him. As his vision dimmed due to substantial blood loss, Jin-hyuk ruminated that it was his demise. He'd sacrifice himself for them all. However, he cautioned them against presuming this would signify the end, as he vowed to return stronger for vengeance. In the present, Jin-hyuk's fury endures, and he resolves that he won't merely subject them to servitude as his summoned beasts. He's determined to obstruct any potential for their rebirth. Suddenly his phone rings, and Jin-hyuk experiences a hint of delight, having not utilized one in some time. His expression swiftly morphs into one of shock and terror as he realizes it's the year 2023, signifying 10 years have elapsed. For him, it felt like a fleeting instant. He ponders whether he can wield magic in this body. Spotting a fly, he decides to eliminate it, endeavoring to resurrect it as an undead, but fumbling in his attempts. Despite multiple efforts, he remains unsuccessful. His countenance reflects disappointment, as he discerns not a trace of mana within this form. He contemplates whether this signifies he must ascend the tower devoid of any usable skills. Swiftly consulting his phone, curious whether they've reached the tower's apex in the past decade, he discovers they've only scaled 200 floors. He perceives this as an opportunity. While they leisurely progress, he intends to catch up and exact his revenge. External training proves futile, necessitating his immediate departure. Though his physique may resemble that of a novice, he possesses the wisdom of the Death Star Cha-Jin-hyuk. He's determined to leverage this knowledge to swiftly amass strength. Outside the Soul Tower entrance, a throng gathers, some aspiring to ascend and amass riches, while others dissuade them by predicting first-floor fatalities. This is the place where aspirations and narratives converge. The Tower. He's finally returned, he vows in the name of Cha-Jin-hyuk, resolute in making his presence known. As the tower's entrance swings open, a rush of entrants ensues. In the midst of this, our MC strides forward confidently, announcing the commencement of his retribution. Upon entering the tower, Jin-hyuk finds himself teleported to the tutorial stage. Reflecting on the time that has passed, he realizes it's been 15 years since his last visit. He notes that this place offers a level of difficulty unmatched anywhere else, an arduous path laden with traps that require days to traverse. Among 10 floors, this one is often considered the most formidable. A system materializes, presenting him with a challenge: navigate through traps to reach the destination. Damage sustained can be healed either upon reaching the destination or returning to the starting point. Curious about his new body's attributes, Jin-hyuk opens his status window, only to be met with disappointment due to the dismal stats. Observing that he now possesses gluttony and mana-related stats, he ponders whether traits and physical talents differ among souls. Grinning confidently, he resolves to maximize his gains from the tutorial. With determination, he races into the treacherous path ahead. However, as he leaves the starting point, a series of magical arrow traps activates. While he manages to evade some, multiple arrows appear behind him, and despite dodging several, he ends up getting hit multiple times. Despite the pain, Jin-hyuk perseveres, vowing to endure and continue forward. Returning to the starting point, all damage reverts. While it's excruciating, Jin-hyuk decides to gauge his endurance, but he understands he can't recklessly charge ahead. Upon touching his spilled blood, he discusses the 2 traits that made him Earth's strongest climber. The first is gluttony, enabling him to assimilate non-living objects and make them his own. As he absorbs the blood, he explains that the lifeless blood's experiences become his own. With this, he gains a reward of +1 stat point on his tolerance exp. Content with the increased tolerance, he's confident he can manage basic status anomalies even without dealing with equipment settings. He anticipates a week to complete the tutorial and become a skilled climber, but he persists in enduring the arrow barrage. Utilizing this technique, he plans to raise his stats through gluttony until his tolerance exp maxes out. A month later, he stands next to the final portal, surrounded by arrows. The system congratulates him for successfully finishing the tutorial, prompting a sigh of relief from Jin-hyuk. He acknowledges the prolonged duration due to frequent back-and-forth traversal. Suddenly, another system emerges, informing him that both gods and demons are intrigued by his approach. Incensed, Jin-hyuk curses them as sadistic individuals. He elaborates that they monitor players to find someone akin to them. Recognizing that none of them reveal their true names, Jin-hyuk suspects they employ tricks to gain disciples. The system relays that a demon appears to be smiling, and as the system shifts from blue to red, a message from Peak of All Evil greets Jin-hyuk, asking how he's been. Jin-hyuk, identifying the demon as Baal, calls him a persistent individual. He recounts that in his previous life, Baal relentlessly pursued him to become his disciple, and it was Baal who enabled him to obtain soul transmission. With both gods and demons interested in him, Jin-hyuk vents his anger at Baal for attracting their attention. As numerous entities express curiosity, Jin-hyuk demands they quiet down, labeling them all as vexing. He asserts that if they want to know whom he chooses, they should clandestinely observe and remain silent. He makes it clear that Baal isn't a candidate and instructs him to cease his aspirations. Jin-hyuk then examines his tutorial stage rewards, noting the acquisition of blood loss tolerance, pain tolerance, unconsciousness tolerance, penetration tolerance, and the ability to endure. His stats have also experienced a significant boost. Jin-hyuk gleefully explains that it's challenging to acquire mana at this stage, but his mana has increased due to his mana-type nature. The system reveals that due to his growth, a new trait, All-Rounder, has been unlocked. Perplexed, Jin-hyuk wonders how he's receiving another trait when he already possesses Gluttony. He concludes that the body's previous owner must have possessed this trait. The system elucidates that All-Rounder enables proficiency in various areas, providing adjustments during training and combat. This excites Jin-hyuk immensely, as it may facilitate his quest for the title of All-Master. Just as he revels in the potential, Baal's curiosity about Jin-hyuk's status window jolts him into shock. Jin-hyuk's emotions shift, and he firmly tells Baal to cease his interference and leave him alone. He instructs Baal to proceed to the next floor and follow him if desired. As Jin-hyuk enters the portal to the next room, he's transported to the room of choice and training. The system extends a welcome, prompting him to select a weapon and class that best suits him. Once his choice is made, he's to destroy the floor beneath him, which will transport him to the tower's first floor. Jin-hyuk explains that in his previous life, after discovering he was a mana type, he promptly chose to become a mage. Generating a practice target, he employs his new trait, All-Rounder, to gauge its effectiveness. As targets appear, Jin-hyuk expertly employs a bow, hitting the targets with precision. He asks the system to generate more targets, this time with the ability to attack him. The system cautions him about the danger since he hasn't selected a class yet. With a confident smile, Jin-hyuk dismisses the warning, stating he doesn't mind. As the targets assail him, he adeptly uses the bow and sword to eliminate them. Standing assertively with dual weapons, he urges the system to summon more targets. The difficulty escalates, producing larger targets. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk leaps onto a giant target, impaling it with a spear. Armed with 2 knives, he hurls them at targets behind him. Ranged targets emerge, but Jin-hyuk takes cover behind the giant target, avoiding their shots. The system alerts him that these are the most hazardous targets for this floor. Undaunted, Jin-hyuk dashes towards a staff and uses magical arrows to destroy the drone targets. Impressed with the prowess of the All-Rounder trait, he attests to feeling as though he's been wielding these weapons for years. The system announces that he's cleared a new achievement, the All-Master achievement, attained by utilizing at least 1 weapon from each category in the room of choice and training. He's rewarded with All-Master unlocked attack stat plus 5,000. The system inquires whether he'd like to select All-Master as his class, but it cautions that this choice can't be made once he exits the room of choice and training. Jin-hyuk contemplates his decision, realizing that even though the All-Master class is enticing, he can't abandon his primary advantage. Consequently, he decides to ask the system to designate All-Master as his subclass. Shock overtakes him as the system informs him it's impossible. He queries the system about the reason, and it responds that subclass slots can only be unlocked after the 100th floor. He regrets forgetting about this aspect during the early stages of the game. Although it might be wasteful, he considers utilizing his accomplishment points to unlock the subclass slot. He poses the question to the system, inquiring if he can use his accomplishment points for this purpose. The system expresses surprise at how a novice is aware of such a mechanism. It elucidates that accomplishment points are a currency earned through completing tasks, enabling users to make changes to the system. Jin-hyuk asserts that there's no need to question how he's privy to this knowledge. Speculating if he could utilize 5,000 points to unlock the subclass slot, he learns it's feasible, but he currently possesses only 5,000 points, while 5,050 are required. Annoyed, he states he'll employ Baal. Addressing the system, he calls out to peak of all evil, "Baal, revealing his identity and the previous conversation they had. He informs the system that there's an accomplishment for initiating dialogue with the gods for the first time. This act awards him 200 accomplishment points. Peak of all evil asks if he has done well, but Jin-hyuk pleads with Baal to never do something similar again. The system queries whether he'd like to use his accomplishment points to select All Master as his subclass. Jin-hyuk agrees, and the system extends congratulations, bestowing him with the All Master subclass. The system informs him that destroying the room of choice and training floor will transport him to the tower's first floor. With excitement, Jin-hyuk concentrates energy in his staff, ready to commence his quest for revenge. He destroys the floor beneath him, initiating his journey. Meanwhile, on the first floor, known as Coral Forest, two climbers struggle to progress, questioning how they can conquer the tower if the initial floor poses such difficulty. A creature called a kobold charges towards one of the climbers. Suddenly, a rift in the sky opens and Jin-hyuk emerges, identifying the kobold as his first prey. He lands on its head, swiftly slaying it. The witnessing kobold trembles in fear as Jin-hyuk eyes the climbers menacingly, sticking out his tongue, and suggesting he wonders what he'll gain by devouring them all. One of the adventurers is astounded by Jin-hyuk's remarkable feat in single-handedly vanquishing a kobold. Furthermore, the observer notices Jin-hyuk's mastery in the mage class. A climber approaches Jin-hyuk and suggests joining forces. Jin-hyuk responds with a menacing tone, instructing them to depart, which takes the climbers by surprise. Continuing his stance, Jin-hyuk warns them that any contact with the kobolds will lead to fatal consequences. Trembling in fear, the two climbers hastily flee for their lives. Subsequently, as two kobolds advance to attack Jin-hyuk, he employs his staff skillfully, delivering a lethal blow to one of them. With a menacing glare, he challenges the remaining kobold, questioning its intentions. The kobold, deciding to escape, is met with Jin-hyuk's relentless pursuit. A magical arrow unleashed by Jin-hyuk puts an end to the kobold's flight, extinguishing its life. The system materializes, extending a welcoming greeting to Jin-hyuk on the first floor. However, Jin-hyuk expresses his disappointment, informing the system that he is presently occupied with looting. The system then presents him with a quest involving the extermination of 10 kobolds, a task that Jin-hyuk finds undemanding. Jin-hyuk elucidates that by defeating a particular type of monster repeatedly, one attains the prestigious title of a slayer. He reveals that his past self had diligently pursued these slayer achievements. Addressing his hunger, Jin-hyuk employs gluttony, siphoning the essence of life from the kobold. This grants him access to the creature's memories and strengths, while also enabling him to comprehend the language of the kobolds. Upon scrutinizing his statistics, Jin-hyuk is impressed by their advancement, equating them to those of a climber on the 10th floor. Delving into the memories of the kobold, he discovers the existence of the Cobalt Lord. Filled with excitement, Jin-hyuk perceives the timing of this revelation as serendipitous. He explains that a Lord monster heralds an impending wave of monsters. Jin-hyuk realizes he can achieve his Slayer goal while simultaneously farming by defeating this Lord. Recognizing the necessity of an army to face the wave, he reanimates the fallen kobolds, transforming them into skeleton soldiers. The system commends his successful class change to a Necromancer, acknowledging his All-Master status and past life memories that make class changing effortless. Yet, Jin-hyuk remains unsatisfied, knowing there is a concealed class he must attain on the first floor. Observing the trembling kobolds, a skeleton informs Jin-hyuk of their fear upon witnessing their king's transformation. Jin-hyuk orders the skeletons to eliminate any kobold they encounter. Carrying a blue stone and accompanied by his skeletal battalion, he arrives at a secluded location he sought, a small house nestled within the forest. Upon entering, he expresses gratitude for its undisturbed state. Asking the soldiers to wait outside, Jin-hyuk ventures deeper into the house, uncovering a hidden staircase beneath the floor. As he descends, he elucidates the presence of a significant class on the first floor, a Necromancer, a high-ranking mage utilizing souls known as a Spirit Master. The first Spirit Master concealed within this place is Vulcan, a Necromancer, indicated by the class-changing coffin. Upon opening the coffin, a skeletal figure emerges, suspended in the air. The skeleton inquires of Jin-hyuk if he is his descendant. Vulcan is taken aback by Jin-hyuk's nonchalant demeanor and inquires if Jin-hyuk isn't surprised to see him, considering Vulcan's attempt to appear spectacular. Jin-hyuk retorts that a necromancer shouldn't be astonished by the sight of a skeleton. He clarifies that he arrived here after perusing Vulcan's journal and is past the point of surprise. This journal, a concealed item titled Journal of Spirit Master Vulcan, was not read in this lifetime, but during the period when he lost his worth upon changing his class to a mage. He explains he came back to the first floor after discovering the journal, and upon becoming a spirit master, struggled unsuccessfully to summon Vulcan. Vulcan expresses his fondness for Jin-hyuk, noting his superiority compared to a discourteous individual from a decade earlier. Irritated by Vulcan's criticism of his past life, Jin-hyuk contemplates whether he should eliminate him. However, he decides to overlook it and focuses on completing his class change. Jin-hyuk informs Vulcan of his desire to change his class swiftly. Vulcan apologizes and explains that Jin-hyuk must first reach the 10th floor, as Spirit Master is a higher-ranking class than even Necromancer. He reveals that Jin-hyuk needs to undergo a second class change in the class-changing tower on the 10th floor before he can proceed. Jin-hyuk interjects, revealing his status as a necromancer through his stats. Vulcan is astounded by Jin-hyuk's self-driven class change without ascending to the 10th floor. He acknowledges Jin-hyuk's prominence and skill, comparing him favorably to the punk from Jin-hyuk's past life. Annoyed, Jin-hyuk urges Vulcan to facilitate his class change. Vulcan chuckles and generates a surge of energy around them. Jin-hyuk then recounts the backstory of Vulcan, a climber of immense power who sought to surpass his abilities. Vulcan, dissatisfied with conventional summons, aspired to summon a soul, leading him to create the Spirit Master class. Unfortunately, his physical body and the Spirit Master class neared extinction, leading Vulcan to employ necromancy on himself with the hope that his descendant would restore his honor. Thus, Vulcan transformed into a half-NPC figure, serving as a guide for future climbers. Vulcan, impressed by Jin-hyuk's aura, provides instructions on using the Soul Crucible to capture souls and consequently summon entities. Jin-hyuk contemplates capturing Vulcan with the Soul Crucible, his preparations already complete. Vulcan commends Jin-hyuk as his descendant and urges him to ascend the tower and spread his name. With a sly smile, Jin-hyuk points to Vulcan, telling him to undertake this task personally. Confused and disappointed, Vulcan questions Jin-hyuk's assertion. In an outburst, Vulcan refers to him as a bastard and inquiries about the promise written in the journal. Standing resolutely, Jin-hyuk asserts that shirking responsibilities onto others is a negative trait. He promises to resolve the matter for free, unsettling Vulcan. In a menacing manner, Jin-hyuk activates Soul Collection, causing Vulcan's soul to be drawn from his skeletal form. Vulcan struggles and defiantly gestures, refusing to be captured. Jin-hyuk's satisfaction grows as a magic barrier encloses Vulcan, creating a personal prison. Jin-hyuk asks if Vulcan is comfortable and explains that this magic wall is a basic spell, a customized prison for Vulcan. As Vulcan protests, Jin-hyuk interrupts, revealing that he had previously scattered Cobalt mana stones on his journey here. He cast magic to activate them, just as he has done now. While Vulcan can easily break the low-level magic, he questions whether he can do so before Jin-hyuk captures him. Vulcan ponders who this man is, trapped in his grasp, marveling at the skill and tactics of a first-floor climber. Removing his hood, Jin-hyuk discloses his identity and asserts that although he failed in his past life, he can now capture Vulcan. With confidence, Jin-hyuk declares himself the second Spirit Master, perhaps even the third. Vulcan comprehends the dire situation. Recognizing Jin-hyuk and shouting his name, without hesitation, Jin-hyuk activates his skill Soul Collection, absorbing Vulcan's soul thoroughly. Left with an empty skeleton, Jin-hyuk assures Vulcan that everything he yearned for will come to fruition now that he is with him. Returning to the exterior of the house, Jin-hyuk gazes upon his skeletal warriors and declares his newfound redundancy for such companions. He proceeds to shatter the skeletal entities, awakening the ethereal essences of the kobolds he had vanquished. Despite a mild sense of disappointment stemming from their inability to communicate, his attention abruptly shifts to Vulcan, who now stands in his human guise. Incredulously, Vulcan questions Jin Hyuk's audacity in utilizing him as a spirit soldier. With an insidious grin, Jin Hyuk remarks that this marks his first encounter with Vulcan in this form, further noting Vulcan's probable handsomeness during his youth. Consumed by fury at Jin Hyuk's disrespect, Vulcan bellows vehemently, vowing not to let such affronts pass unchallenged. After all, he is the original spirit master. However, Vulcan's ire quickly subsides as an enigmatic force constricts his throat, compelling him to bow before Jin Hyuk. In a commanding tone, Jin Hyuk cautions Vulcan against excessive resistance, elucidating that his very existence is sustained by Jin Hyuk's mana. Severing this connection would precipitate Vulcan's immediate dissolution. With his head still bowed, Vulcan retorts, questioning Jin Hyuk's presumption that he will be so easily dominated. Yet, Jin Hyuk's voice drips with menace as he reminds Vulcan of the dire consequences of defiance, namely, being transmuted into soul orbs and subsequently absorbed. He prompts Vulcan to recollect the trait that defines him, which Vulcan acknowledges as gluttony. This recollection evokes the memory of Jin Hyuk's insatiable skill, stoking Vulcan's realization that resistance would merely result in being devoured whole by Jin Hyuk's overwhelming power. Following a period of contemplation, Vulcan capitulates, conceding that he possesses no alternative but to acquiesce to Jin Hyuk's commands. With a sense of resignation, Vulcan inquires about Jin Hyuk's intended course of action. Jin Hyuk's outstretched finger points towards a distant castle, signaling their joint mission to topple the Cobalt Lord. At the castle's entrance, two kobolds strive to impede Jin Hyuk's advance. However, Jin Hyuk responds with a sinister smile, summoning his spiritual entities, which promptly dispatch the kobold sentinels. Inwardly, Jin Hyuk acknowledges his augmentation, a retinue of 30 kobold spirit soldiers now under his command. He notes with confidence that kobolds are no longer worthy adversaries. Determined not to remain passive in this existence, Jin Hyuk stands resolute, ordering the kobolds to present their master. Within the castle's confines, the Cobalt Lord directs one of his kobold guards to prepare an offering. Simultaneously, beyond the castle walls, Jin Hyuk engages in a relentless campaign, utterly annihilating every kobold he encounters. Empowered by his spirits, he stands virtually impervious to harm. As a smile graces Jin Hyuk's lips, he reminisces about his surroundings, realizing that he's drawing closer to the inner chamber of the Cobalt Lord. Abruptly, a message from Baal appears, informing Jin Hyuk of the deity's support, symbolized by the display of luminous batons. Emitting an exasperated sigh, Jin Hyuk dismisses the encouragement, rejecting the notion of cheering from an elderly figure with hirsute legs. He confidently asserts his impending victory regardless. Shifting back to the Cobalt Lord's realm, a harrowing scene unfolds as the Lord repeatedly impales a hapless victim, demanding more with fervor. He vocalizes his dissatisfaction, insisting that the sacrifices must continue until the entity known as the death-observing demon is appeased. In a sudden shift, two goblins materialize, restraining a young woman adorned with horns. The Goblin Lord identifies her as a dokebi, invoking the significance of these legendary beings from Korean mythology and folklore. The Cobalt Lord seizes the dokebi, asserting that she will serve as a far superior offering compared to mere humans. However, a luminous burst of light erupts, sundering the connection between the Cobalt Lord and the dokebi. This unexpected turn draws the Cobalt Lord's attention, causing his gaze to lock onto Jin Hyuk, whom he labels an intruder. Unfazed, Jin Hyuk's smile takes on an ominous quality as he jests. What do we have here? A human sacrifice, a summoning. Yet Jin Hyuk quickly dismisses the significance of these events in relation to his central goal, recognizing that all those present are destined to meet their demise. Jin Hyuk gazes upon the Cobalt Lord and remarks that it bears an uncanny resemblance to the wretched scum leader he truly is. Enraged by Jin Hyuk's comment, the Cobalt Lord demands that Jin Hyuk display some respect. However, Jin Hyuk sharply counters that the Lord's arrogance far outweighs its status as a mere first-floor monster. The dokebi, though unsure of the situation, recognizes that the Cobalt Lord is preoccupied by Jin Hyuk's presence, granting her the opportunity to flee. Spotting her escape, the Cobalt Lord bellows in anger, questioning how she dares to run. Seeking strength from the death-observing demon, The Cobalt Lord captures Jin-hyuk's attention. The kobold then unleashes a devastating attack known as the Corpse Spear, aimed directly at the dokebi. As she stumbles and falls, her inner thoughts echo her reluctance to meet her end here. In an unexpected turn, Jin-hyuk materializes to shield her from the assault, effortlessly thwarting the strike. The Cobalt Lord is left utterly stunned, bewildered by Jin-hyuk's ability to effortlessly deflect the onslaught. Grateful, the dokebi expresses her thanks, but Jin-hyuk sternly instructs her to vacate the area. A closer inspection reveals her to be a dokebi, a powerful species residing on the 100th floor, and Jin-hyuk asserts that they shouldn't concern themselves with matters beneath that level, particularly an individual who has yet to reach adulthood. Curious about the girl's situation, Jin-hyuk decides to save her, anticipating the acquisition of valuable information. The Cobalt Lord protests Jin-hyuk's interference with its offering, prompting Jin-hyuk to warn her to find a hiding spot, as he won't rescue her a second time. Undeterred, the Cobalt Lord readies a menacing attack, preparing to unleash 2 explosive kobolds. However, Jin-hyuk remains unfazed, taunting that it's too slow before delivering a forceful blow that propels the Cobalt Lord into the air. The kobold's astonishment deepens, grappling with the incongruity of a first-floor climber possessing such formidable strength. As Jin-hyuk springs into the air, poised to deliver a powerful punch to the Cobalt Lord, the latter beseeches the death-observing demon for salvation. In response, the blood amassed by the Cobalt Lord over decades coalesces into a blood golem, which seizes Jin-hyuk. Perplexed, Jin-hyuk ponders how the Cobalt Lord managed to summon such a potent familiar. The golem hurls Jin-hyuk to the ground with considerable force, evoking triumphant laughter from the Cobalt Lord, who dubs this formidable spectacle his séance. Jin-hyuk, in a menacing tone, repeats the term séance, before demanding whether the Cobalt Lord comprehends the individual he's addressing. With determination, Jin-hyuk summons his spirits, vowing to obliterate the blood golem and demonstrate the true power of a séance. The Cobalt Lord is left dumbfounded by the swiftness with which Jin-hyuk dismantles the golem. Fixing the Cobalt Lord with an intense gaze, Jin-hyuk highlights that blood golems are not within a kobold's purview to create, even if it's a lord monster. He inquires whether the death-observing demon Bune played a part in this, to which the demon confirms. Jin-hyuk recalls that Bune, intrigued by his abilities as a spirit master, summoned the blood golem upon witnessing his confrontation with one of its followers. Jin-hyuk dismisses the golem as a mere plaything, noting that Bune forcibly depleted the Cobalt Lord's mana through its summoning. Fearing retribution even in death, the Cobalt Lord wails that Bune will avenge him. Jin-hyuk dryly retorts that the kobold should ensure that Bune follows through, given the weight of his actions. As the spirit kobold sees the Cobalt Lord, it defiantly proclaims its kingship, imploring them to remember. Jin-hyuk icily informs Bune that this marks the end of its little experiment, emphasizing that it's at fault for testing him. With a gaze oozing menace, Jin-hyuk declares that in addition, Bune will pay for attempting to challenge him. Death-observing demon Bune responds with hearty laughter, expressing its admiration. As Jin-hyuk clenches his fist, a splatter of blood paints the scene, and a demonic incarnation of Jin-hyuk emerges within the pool of kobold blood on the floor. As the essence of the Cobalt Lord tries to escape, Jin-hyuk seizes it and transforms it into a soul orb. This act, soul orb production, is a fundamental skill of a necromancer, enabling the user to gather valuable components. Jin-hyuk opens his mouth and consumes the substantial spirit ball, pausing briefly. He contemplates that it didn't live up to his expectations, though it won't matter once he reaches the 50th floor. His thoughts are interrupted by a young woman who expresses gratitude for her rescue. Identifying herself as Haryu, she extends her thanks, and Jin-hyuk reassures her, explaining his presence was due to dealing with the Cobalt Lord. However, Haryu remains insistent on thanking him for saving her life. Out of the blue, Jin-hyuk questions what she would have done if he were a malevolent individual, capable of harming her and exploiting her like a dokebi. Haryu's tone takes on a menacing edge as she asserts that she would handle such a situation. Jin-hyuk ponders that when it comes to repaying favors and seeking revenge, they are vigilant about settling their debts. With a chuckle, Jin-hyuk likens her response to that of a dokebi. He inquires about her presence on a lower floor, despite seemingly belonging on the 100th floor. Haryu discloses that a group attacked the dokebi village on the 100th floor, leaving Jin-hyuk taken aback. Jin-hyuk reflects that dokebis are a robust species within the tower, posing a challenge even for climbers. He wonders if the assailants were part of the 4 great species, the Colossus of Strength giants, the essence of magic, dragons, the masters of demonic energy, demons, and the wings of retribution, angels. These 4 dominate the tower's hierarchy. Jin-hyuk speculates that the attackers would have had to possess some connection to these species or their guilds. Deciding to depart, Jin-hyuk asks Haryu if she intends to remain amid pools of blood. She expresses her desire to accompany him, and he contemplates that despite her youth, she could be a valuable addition to his group. He informs her of his impending busy schedule and inability to provide constant protection. She asserts her ability to fend for herself. Jin-hyuk remarks that she narrowly escaped death from the Cobalt Lord, but she playfully retorts that her lapse in vigilance caused that. Surveying his blood-stained attire, Jin-hyuk privately acknowledges the need for new clothing. His gaze shifts to the Cobalt Lord, catching sight of an equipment item. Stepping out of the castle in his fresh new drip, a portal emerges, heralding Vulcan's arrival to confirm the extermination of all living kobolds within the castle. Haryu inquires about the identity of the old man, prompting Vulcan's astonishment at her ability to see him. Haryu explains that a select few dokebi possess a strong affinity with souls. With a knowing smile, Jin-hyuk concludes that Haryu is a unique dokebi. He briefly entertains the thought of using gluttony to absorb her ability but decides against it, choosing instead to keep her close and train her. Bro is investing, respectable. A system notification materializes, presenting Jin-hyuk with the Monster Wave quest, an invitation to defeat a Lord monster that could trigger a Monster Wave. Both Vulcan and Haryu advise him against accepting it, yet Jin-hyuk reasons that he wouldn't have embarked on this journey if he didn't intend to accept challenges. Despite criticism from others, Jin-hyuk's decision prompts concern from a deity called Peak of All Evil, and a death-observing demon offers a reward for ranking first in contribution. With a confident grin, Jin-hyuk resolves to decide after seeing the reward. Vulcan expresses disbelief, questioning if Jin-hyuk truly wishes to tempt fate. Jin-hyuk acknowledges that Vulcan might wish for his death for the sake of freedom, but he changes his stance, asserting that Vulcan will remain his servant even beyond death. Confirming his choice with a press of a button, the system broadcasts a notice of a looming monster wave. In Coral Village's first-floor safety zone, villagers ponder the identity of the person who accepted the perilous quest. A climber advises those who completed the quest to hasten to the second floor before the wave's onslaught, emphasizing that once it begins, escape becomes impossible. A brilliant light bathes the forest, releasing countless kobolds, evoking screams of terror from the assembled climbers who fear their impending demise. Yet a sudden burst of light reveals only Jin-hyuk and his companions emerging unscathed. Jin-hyuk asserts that if anyone dares to touch even a single kobold, he will swiftly unleash a wave of destruction upon all of them. The climbers find themselves pondering over the identities of the main character and his companions, who caution them about the perilous situation. However, Jin-hyuk astonishes everyone by summoning his spirit soldiers, leaving them in awe as they wonder how he acquired such a class on the first floor. Amidst the chaos, Haryu asks Jin-hyuk if she too can attempt to achieve the Slayer title. Jin-hyuk advises her to act swiftly, as he doubts the spirit soldiers will leave her any opportunity. Calming her concerns, Haryu shares her plan, invoking a skill called a pocket plane. To Jin-hyuk's surprise, she extracts a sword from this plane and deftly eliminates a kobold. Jin-hyuk privately acknowledges the extraordinary nature of the sword and its wielder, a young dokebi who wields it with mastery. A realization dawns on Jin-hyuk, causing him to speculate whether the invader's target is Haryu. Amidst this turmoil, a climber named Kim Seung-tae confronts Jin-hyuk, questioning his authority over the wave. In response, Jin-hyuk calmly inquires about Kim's identity, prompting Kim to proudly introduce himself as a member of the White Swallow Guild, a subsidiary of the renowned nine-star Pelon siblings Holy Land Guild. Tension rises as Jin-hyuk's anger surfaces upon mention of the Pelon siblings. Kim further boasts that he and his brother plan to join the guild upon reaching the 10th floor. Kim's observation of Jin-hyuk's remarkable skills leads to an offer to help him join the guild through his brother. In a timely manner, a spirit seizes Kim, providing Jin-hyuk with a moment to extract information from him. Jin-hyuk issues a veiled threat, implying that they'll meet again after the wave, for Jin-hyuk has questions demanding answers. However, other climbers chastise Jin-hyuk, disapproving of his intimidation tactics. Jin-hyuk dismissively explains that within the tower, strength prevails, unlike on Earth where societal norms restrain certain actions. As Jin-hyuk releases Kim, he cautions him to heed his words, using his need for information as his sole reason for sparing him. He urges the climbers to distance themselves from him, rather than provoke him further. The climbers, concerned about their friend, discuss their course of action. In a surprising twist, Kim advises them to flee, fearing the consequences of encountering Jin-hyuk once more. On the battlefield, Jin-hyuk and Vulcan adopt a menacing demeanor as they execute a powerful attack from the sky, overwhelming the kobolds. As they land, they summon their soldiers, further turning the tide against the kobold forces. Jin-hyuk instructs Vulcan to transform the fallen into skeletons, a request Vulcan dismisses, stating it's unnecessary to remind him. With a resolute stride, Jin-hyuk engages the kobolds in combat, dispatching them swiftly and gracefully. Meanwhile, Haryu, fatigued, falls victim to a kobold ambush, resulting in a severe injury. With unwavering determination, Haryu reflects on her current wound, comparing it to the anguish she endured when her village was engulfed in flames. In her eyes, this injury pales in comparison. She engages in battle with an unwavering resolve, pressing on until she reaches her physical limits. Amidst the combat, her attention shifts towards Jin-hyuk, prompting her to wonder how a mere first-floor climber, a human, could possess such extraordinary strength. She resolves to follow in Jin-hyuk's footsteps and ascend the tower, envisioning her vengeance upon those responsible for her village's destruction. As a kobold nears her, Vulcan intervenes, preventing the attack and inquiring about her well-being. Struggling to rise, Haryu's determination leaves an impression on Vulcan, who ponders the hardships she must have faced. Haryu questions why he aided her, perplexing Vulcan. She recounts that when she fled from the 100th floor, no one offered assistance. She expresses gratitude for encountering kindness rather than hostility. With a pointed look, she probes Vulcan about their motives for helping her. Vulcan responds that spirit soldiers must obey their spirit master's commands, and that Jin-hyuk instructed him to ensure Haryu's survival and the completion of her objective. He informs her of his departure, motivated by the desire to evade Jin-hyuk's potential reprimands for not working diligently enough. Haryu reflects inwardly, recognizing Jin-hyuk as the sole individual who offered her assistance within the tower. She's determined to repay his kindness. Masked, she transforms into an entirely different persona, swiftly dispatching numerous kobolds with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk's intuition proves correct. The assailants who targeted Haryu's village were after her and the distinctive sword she wields. Jin-hyuk deems it prudent to keep this knowledge hidden, understanding the potential impact on Haryu if she were to discover her connection to the tragedy. As the final minute of the wave ticks away, the trio of heroes valiantly battles the remaining kobolds. Realizing the last enemy standing, Jin-hyuk expertly throws his knife, ending the threat and concluding the wave. The system extends congratulations for Jin-hyuk's effective wave-stopping efforts. With the ordeal finally concluded, Haryu succumbs to exhaustion, but Jin-hyuk's swift intervention prevents her fall. He inquires about her well-being and cautions against using her skill when fatigued. Haryu blushes and expresses her gratitude towards Jin-hyuk. In a system interface that materializes before them, it's announced that rewards will be distributed for contributions in the first, second, and third positions. Jin-hyuk's excitement mounts as he anticipates receiving his well-deserved compensation. Our protagonist attained an achievement that granted a +5 bonus to all attributes, along with 500 achievement points. Gazing upon the augmentation, he comprehended that while it represented a minor advancement, the achievement points carried a more profound significance for him. Through these points, he could access a diverse array of abilities and potentially perpetually enhance his attributes. The initial recipient of the achievement was Jin-hyuk, followed by Haryu, and then Vulcan. Vulcan found himself puzzled by receiving an award, but Jin-hyuk conjectured that Vulcan's expertise warranted it. Despite this, our hero held the belief that Vulcan ought to grant him the award. Similarly, Haryu wished to bestow her reward upon our hero, symbolizing hope for their shared future. Following contemplation, our hero hesitated, his past betrayals prompting distrust. He was wary of being manipulated by the girl, and reluctant to accept what appeared to be a substantial inducement for second place. He desired the girl to earn his trust, or else he would reconsider her companionship. In that very moment, the girl conjured a portal, extracting her mask and donning it along with her received rewards. Vulcan was taken aback, as the girl intended to relinquish the mask. Our hero understood the mask as a representation of their life essence, not something to be given to strangers. Puzzled by the girl's gesture, he learned it was a token of gratitude for saving her life twice, evidence of her trust. He sensed a deeper meaning behind the mask. Suddenly, the girl faded away, revealing her underlying motive: revenge. She recounted the destruction of her village, her status as the sole survivor fueling her quest for vengeance. Overwhelmed by emotion, she extended her reward to our hero, entreating him to join her in the tower. Touched by her plea, our hero accepted the reward, yet cautioned her against dire consequences should she betray him. Tears of joy streamed down the girl's face as she eagerly anticipated their continued journey together. Our hero dismissed his rewards, understanding that names held little significance. As he did so, a mana ring, necklace, and earrings manifested. Vulcan approved of the items, deeming them perfect for a necromancer reliant on mana to support their forces. These items would augment our hero's creatures by 45%. They unanimously agreed to set course for Bune, prompting our hero to question the promise made to him upon arrival. Discovering the city empty, Jin-hyuk speculated that its inhabitants likely sought refuge on the second floor or within the woods to evade the approaching wave. Our hero pursued the conversation, inquiring about the demon's commitment and the quality of the anticipated item. The demon requested patience, yet at that moment, a ring materialized on the table, emitting a palpable demonic energy. Our hero was incredulous, for this energy's presence implied attraction to demons. Although the ring granted access to demonic energy, its possession of the highest quality mana seemed unbelievable. Such power usually demanded submission to demons, rendering this revelation extraordinary. Prepared to extend a handshake, the demon's offer was accepted by our hero, recognizing the value of the item. Vulcan advocated focusing on ascending the tower, while Baal seethed with jealousy, also requesting a handshake. Jin-hyuk declined unless a gift was proffered, and Vulcan sought items from the demon as well. Hence, Baal formulated a quest or task for Jin-hyuk. Realizing the opportunity, Jin-hyuk understood the mutual benefit of their arrangement. Our protagonist agreed to undertake the task bestowed upon them by Baal, though Baal started to show signs of uncertainty. Our hero proposed that if Baal was unwilling to act, then they should abstain from action. However, it was clear to all that this decision came too late, due to the already established agreement. At that instance, a notification materialized before our hero, outlining the conditions of the pact. The mission designated by Baal was for our hero to establish a reputation before reaching the 100th floor. Failing to do so would entail our hero becoming Baal's apostle, effectively his disciple. In the event of success, Baal pledged to provide a blueprint for any creation. The sole stipulation of the contract was a handshake with Baal. Our hero found it difficult to believe their ears. The prospect of gaining a blueprint for anything left them exhilarated. Nevertheless, becoming Baal's apprentice was something they ardently wished to avoid. In spite of this, they resolved to seize the opportunity and shook hands with Baal. Exiting the establishment, they pondered their next steps. Their objective was to locate Kim and extract pertinent information from him. Jin-hyuk instructed Vulcan to track him down. Vulcan inquired whether Jin-hyuk had Kim's whereabouts, to which Jin-hyuk disclosed that he had stationed a spiritual soldier on Kim. Despite Kim being distant, he remained on the first floor. Just before entering the portal, Vulcan reproached Jin-hyuk for not informing him earlier, prompting Vulcan to respond that he would make his way there. Jin-hyuk suggested to Haryu that they converse while walking, revealing a mask and urging Haryu to provide further insights about it. Strolling through the forest, Haryu succinctly explained that the mask granted its wearer the ability to employ their dokebi capabilities. Jin-hyuk inquired about the connection of dokebi abilities to charms and supernatural powers, an assertion Haryu affirmed. Haryu articulated that she could use her supernatural abilities and employ the foresight skill to glimpse into the future. Jin-hyuk contemplated the concept of foresight, finding it somewhat regrettable as he would have preferred an ability useful in combat. Abruptly, Haryu fixed her gaze on him, leading Jin-hyuk to question the reason. Haryu brushed it off as nothing and remarked that she found Jin-hyuk to be rather peculiar. She recounted how outsiders would travel for days to consult the village elders, who possessed the ability to glimpse into the future. Most sought these seers out of concern for their impending fate, striving to avert it through any means possible. Jin-hyuk questioned the necessity of avoiding it, suggesting that if there was a source of apprehension, he could simply overcome it. Haryu responded, expressing her relief and stating that her abilities would be well suited to Jin-hyuk, despite his ongoing confusion. Haryu elaborated that her ability was battle foresight, tailored for combat. She asked if her skill was beneficial, and unexpectedly, Jin-hyuk embraced her, praising her ability's excellence. Blushing profusely, Haryu found herself caught off guard. While still holding her, Jin-hyuk conveyed his satisfaction that she possessed this ability, deeming her the best. He privately mused about the various combat-specialized 9-stars, speculating his chances in a confrontation. Meanwhile, Haryu struggled to catch her breath and maintain her composure. The divine and demonic entities observed the unfolding situation with great intrigue. Our hero chided Baal for their persistent presence, yet Baal expressed delight in assisting and pledged aid in Haryu's quest for vengeance. Jin-hyuk extended his apologies to Haryu for the spontaneous hug, with Haryu assuring him it was inconsequential and she was content to offer assistance. Jin-hyuk pledged to make the most of the mask's potential and support her in her quest for revenge. Grateful, Haryu wished them both a promising future. Vulcan, in the meantime, had apprehended Kim and recommended awaiting his master's arrival. He inquired about our hero's whereabouts and the challenges of detaining someone without causing harm. Our hero requested Vulcan's clearance to approach Kim, driving his sword into a nearby tree. Jin-hyuk informed Kim that he intended to return his sword, considering where to strike next depending on Kim's response and his own inclination. Kim consented to divulge all he knew, including insights into the guilds. After amassing the necessary information, our hero allowed Kim to depart. Thoughts arose about forming an alliance with the Sacred State and guilds from the 10th to the 200th levels, recognizing the advantages of cooperation in their effort to overcome them. Haryu broached the topic of Baal's task, and our hero concurred, suggesting that dismantling the guilds under the twins' influence would provide an opportunity to fulfill the demon's directive. They resolved to proceed to the 10th floor. The setting shifted to the safe zone on the 2nd floor, where discussions swirled about our protagonist's triumph over the wave. As they traversed a portal, the sight of Jin-hyuk's ghost mask prompted unease and recognition among the bystanders. Following his triumph over the wave, individuals inquired about his guild and identity. Recalling Baal's instructions, Jin-hyuk decided it wasn't the right moment to unveil his true name. Thus, he introduced himself with an air of menace as Ghostface. People assumed that Joseph had a shady past before he arrived at the tower, given the common practice of people seeking refuge inside its walls. Joseph felt relieved that things were unfolding as he'd planned, because concealing one's identity within the tower was par for the course. He was confident that his news about the wave and the mysterious mask had piqued people's curiosity. Without revealing more, Joseph and his team teleported away. In a lush forest, they were greeted by the system, ushering them to the tower's 2nd floor. The quest was straightforward. Defeat 10 kobolds and 10 kobold warriors each to proceed. Joseph, being the laid-back person he was, promptly assigned the task to Vulcan. Vulcan, struggling to contain his irritation, asked, "Do you want me to bring them back alive to you?" Joseph, unfazed, replied affirmatively, adding, "And you can bring Haru with you if you want. I'm going to experiment with demonic energy. Return quickly if you want to witness it." Vulcan soared into the sky, advising Joseph not to deplete all the demonic energy before his return. Innocently, Haru questioned the ethics of completing the quest this way, to which Joseph retorted, "If you don't like it, feel free to do it yourself. I'm not forcing anyone." Summoning his demonic energy with a twist of his rings, Joseph declared, "Let's see how this works." He gathered a fiery swirl of demonic energy. Suddenly, Haru alerted Joseph to a lurking kobold. Joseph attempted to strike the monster with a skill called demonic exposure, but the creature narrowly evaded the attack, sustaining only a minor graze. Haru pointed out the monster's evasion, but Joseph explained, "It's an attack that doesn't need to hit." Strangely, the kobold began to crumble as if made of stone. Surprised, Haru asked what happened, and Joseph explained that demonic energy was a brutal force, unfit for the uninitiated. Joseph then captured the spirit of Kabul to commence his experiment. He hoped that infusing demonic energy into a spirit soldier would create a stronger one, but the soul started to disintegrate under the strain. Joseph quickly reduced the demonic energy to a manageable level, successfully creating a new spirit soldier with a touch of demonic energy. Haru praised his accomplishment, but Joseph expressed his surprise at how easy it was for him, given that not many could handle pure demonic energy like demons. Vulcan returned with the captured monsters and marveled at the newly created spirit. He called it a demon soul soldier. Vulcan inspected it closely, stating, "This soldier is perfectly fused," and Vulcan commended his student. Contemplating the difficulty of infusing souls with demonic energy on the field, Joseph decided to entrust summoning to Vulcan, acknowledging his proficiency in the task. Vulcan blushed at the praise, remarking that Joseph finally respected him. Jin-hyuk suddenly imbued demonic energy all over Vulcan, causing him intense pain. Vulcan questioned Joseph's intentions, and Joseph revealed his plan. "If I infuse demonic energy into Vulcan's soul, the spirit soldiers he summons will become demon soldiers automatically." He proceeded to use all his demonic energy, enveloping Vulcan in a massive amount. Haru worriedly asked about Vulcan's safety, but Joseph assured her, "The first Spirit Master won't die from something like this." Vulcan, now transformed into a demon soul soldier, warned Joseph, "You made a mistake, Joseph. Creating a summon stronger than yourself is your biggest blunder as a necromancer." Joseph donned the mask and confidently replied, "I needed a worthy opponent with the mask on anyway." Vulcan conjures a multitude of new demon soul warriors. Jin-hyuk triggers the mask's power, sensing a deceleration in the soldiers. However, he soon realizes the alteration in his perception of time, reminiscent of Haru's everyday experience. Swiftly, Jin-hyuk eradicates the monsters, dealing a forceful blow to Vulcan's visage. Vulcan crumples, producing a resounding impact. Concern gnaws at Haru, yet Jin-hyuk consoles her, stating, "Fear not, physical assaults won't extinguish souls like that." Haru then inquires whether Jin-hyuk harnessed the mask's power. Confirming, he relates, "It felt as if everything moved at a pace slower than mine. It was like I became briefly the supreme martial artist." Haru attributes this occurrence as an unintended consequence of the skill's malfunction. Jin-hyuk's confusion prompts him to query, if this was an unintended effect, what's the actual purpose of the mask? Haru clarifies, "I mentioned it grants battle foresight, correct? Not only should the foe's movements decelerate, but you should also anticipate their forthcoming actions." Jin-hyuk seizes her shoulders, inquiring, "How can I attain such mastery?" She humbly confesses, "It emerged instinctively for me." Jin-hyuk ponders her prodigious ability, even among the Dokaibis. Haru assesses his well-being, wondering if he experiences dizziness, to which Jin-hyuk responds that he is fine. She mentions that untrained individuals often undergo symptoms like headaches and vertigo when attempting special abilities. Haryu admits this pertains to her as well, stating, "Foresight eludes my control. I fretted since you initially couldn't activate the skill." Jin-hyuk jests, "You possess a knack for pinpointing vulnerabilities." Haryu playfully retorts, "Not quite my intention. I'm sure you'll soon master it." Following this setback, Jin-hyuk acknowledges his excessive excitement about being unbelievably strong on the second floor. Conversely, Vulcan wallows in despondency due to his failure, ruminating, "I am the paramount spirit master. How have I plummeted thus?" Haryu approaches Vulcan, and misunderstanding her intent, he embraces her, shedding tears, asserting that she arrived to lift his spirits, unlike Jin-hyuk. Haryu clarifies her intention. They need him to summon spirit soldiers from the Cobalt creatures for a quest completion. Thus, they rapidly conquer both the third and fourth floors. Yet on the fifth floor, rumors swirl regarding a person self-dubbed Ghostface, who supposedly cleared the fourth floor and ventured into the fifth floor's forest within a mere 3 days. One individual remarks, "Don't fret, he can only handle Cobalt creatures." From the fifth floor onward, venomous goblins armed with potent poison needles emerge. Now Jin-hyuk is occupied with an activity involving his mama on the ground. Unbeknownst, a goblin hides on a tree, launching a poison needle at Jin-hyuk. Haryu intervenes, severing the needle before impact. A wicked grin plays upon her lips as she jeers, "You dare assault Jin-hyuk?" In response, Vulcan dispatches a spirit soldier to vanquish the goblin. Vulcan commends Haru's swift action in neutralizing the poison needle, yet his astonishment surges upon observing her sinister expression, wielding her sword. Vulcan subsequently inquires about her well-being, and she regains her composure. She herself is taken aback by her own amusement while clutching her sword. Following this, Jin-hyuk rises and declares, "My preparations are complete, and tonight a formidable wave of monsters shall descend." It's worth noting that previously, just before entering the fifth floor, Jin-hyuk informed his team that the upcoming floor would be populated by goblins instead of kobolds, and their aim was to earn the title of Goblin Slayer. Haryu raises a question regarding the necessity of hunting the Lord Monster once again. Vulcan informs him that such a hunt cannot be undertaken at will. The appearance of the monster is unpredictable, and its location on the tower remains uncertain. Jin-hyuk clarifies that he has no intention of pursuing the Goblin Lord, since he possesses the knowledge to manually initiate a wave. Both of them are taken aback upon learning that Joseph has the ability to manually trigger a wave. Vulcan points out that if such a method existed, rumors would surely have circulated throughout the tower. Jin-hyuk explains that he stumbled upon this information purely by chance. Recounting the event, he says, "During one of my hunts near the periphery of the 400th floor, a crevice materialized as I scaled the tower. It was then that I made the discovery." He further elaborates that each floor houses a central zone that spawns monsters. By directing one's mana into this area, it engenders creatures akin to those in a monster wave. Vulcan acknowledges, "You must have reaped significant benefits from this revelation." Jin-hyuk admits that he has only utilized this technique once, as the monsters encountered on the 300th floor and above differ significantly from goblins in scale. He even states, even facing the 4 great species head-on during a wave would prove insurmountable. Vulcan remarks, "When this exploit was viable, you were unaware of its existence and couldn't capitalize on it." Jin-hyuk concurs, saying, "The circumstances have changed. Now we intend to provoke numerous waves to expedite our growth." Returning to the present, players on the 5th floor perceive seismic tremors. A massive portal materializes, akin to events on the 2nd floor, and a horde of goblins pours forth. Unable to contend with their overwhelming numbers, the players flee, grappling with their helplessness. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk emerges, advising, "The uninjured individual should escort the wounded to safety." The sight of the ghost-faced visage elicits joy, as he has triumphed over a wave before. Jin-hyuk engineered this dramatic entrance to propagate rumors about his prowess. He then summons his new demon spirit soldiers to assail the enemy. Mid-battle, Jin-hyuk discerns that his demon soul soldiers are ablaze, their tormentors being the psychic goblins. To Vulcan, Jin-hyuk emphasizes the need to eliminate these psychic goblins before the raid can be successful. Haryu intervenes, decimating the monsters on the opposite side. Jin Hyuk employs his Glutani skill to absorb the remains of a deceased psychic goblin, absorbing its fiery ability that influences even souls. With his soul fire skill, he swiftly eradicates the goblins in his vicinity. Suddenly, Haryu's sword radiates immense energy, conjuring a set of equipment upon her person. Without warning, she launches an attack on Jin Hyuk with her blade. With a single swift stroke of her sword, Haryu cleaved through nearly half the city, leaving goblins who witnessed it utterly astounded by such immense power. Meanwhile, Jin Hyuk stood there in sheer amazement as Haryu obliterated the entire village in an instant. Upon closer inspection, he seemed to recognize the sword in her hands. A malevolent chuckle escaped her lips as she swung her blade toward Jin Hyuk, who narrowly dodged, the sheer force obliterating the building behind him. Removing his mask, Jin Hyuk revealed himself and asked her if she recognized him, though she continued her relentless assault. Jin Hyuk managed to block her strikes, but couldn't help but acknowledge her overwhelming strength. With a mighty blow, Haryu sent Jin Hyuk hurtling through the ruins, causing Vulcan to worry and call out their names telepathically. Vulcan inquired about their well-being, and Jin Hyuk reassured him, explaining that it felt like they were facing the Dokibis' final vanguard. With the monsters already dealt with, Jin Hyuk instructed Vulcan to handle the rest. Readjusting his mask, he knew his priority was dealing with Haryu. In a daring leap towards Haryu, Jin Hyuk employed his battle foresight skill, sensing the impending danger from her sword. He understood that failing to act would mean being cut to pieces. As he prepared to swing his axe at her, he reminded himself that there were no allies or enemies within the tower, despite her tragic story. This was the end. However, a moment of hesitation washed over him as he recalled her joyful demeanor. That momentary pause allowed Haryu to seize his axe and use her own battle foresight, her grin and menacing stare promising destruction. She slashed Jin Hyuk, sending him reeling and injuring him. In a desperate move, Jin Hyuk summoned his skeletons, reanimating the goblins who had perished. He directed them to confront Haryu. Astonishingly, she effortlessly sliced the skeleton soldiers into pieces. Jin Hyuk, bewildered by her speed, wondered if she had used her battle foresight. He couldn't help but acknowledge that she was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving him questioning how he could possibly defeat her. Then, a massive explosion occurred, propelling Jin Hyuk backward. As he distanced himself from her, he sensed that something was amiss. He wondered if she was exhausted or experiencing some kind of side effect. Noticing her bleeding eyes, he realized something was wrong. He considered whether this was the rebound Haryu had mentioned. If that were the case, he saw a glimmer of hope, but he needed to ensure she couldn't use her battle foresight anymore. Jin Hyuk sprinted, and she pursued him. He leapt into a house through a window, causing Haryu to momentarily pause. Jin Hyuk taunted her, asking if she was coming for him. She menacingly leaped inside the window, preparing to attack. However, Jin Hyuk suddenly reanimated two goblin zombies armed with paralytic poison darts, confidently stating that even a Dokaibi would be affected by the dart with a direct hit. As the darts closed in, Jin Hyuk doubted that Haryu could evade them without her battle foresight. So she made the choice to employ her unique ability and skillfully deflected the incoming darts and the zombie soldiers, much to Jin Hyuk's dismay. Subsequently, she lunged at Jin Hyuk, attempting a decisive slash, but Jin Hyuk narrowly evaded her relentless attacks. Undeterred, she fixed her intense gaze on Jin Hyuk and let out an eerie laugh, poised to impale him with her sword. However, in a surprising turn of events, a dart found its mark in Jin Hyuk, piercing through him and striking Haryu. Jin Hyuk admitted that without the rebound effect from using battle foresight, his seemingly implausible plan would have surely failed. His ingenious scheme involved shooting her with a poisoned dart from her blind spot, and it proved successful. Despite her fury, she collapsed, and Jin Hyuk just managed to catch her before she hit the ground. However, an unusual sensation lingered in his hands, making him wonder if it was a result of the paralytic poison from the dart. Jin-hyuk decided to instruct one of his goblin zombies to fetch him a dart, which he promptly absorbed. In that moment, Jin-hyuk gained newfound resistance to the effects of the dart, developing a paralytic ability. Observing Haryu, Jin-hyuk remarked that she possessed quite the vexing power. Meanwhile, Haryu found herself in a serene, ethereal realm, floating amidst a beautiful pink landscape, with her sword before her. Confused and disoriented, she couldn't place her whereabouts. Suddenly a man approached and inquired if she was the new wielder of the Dragon Slayer sword. He scrutinized her and noticed her youth, prompting Haryu to inquire if he was a dokaebi. The man responded cryptically that she was both right and wrong. Perplexed, Haryu pressed him for an explanation, but he swiftly held his sword to her throat as a warning. He cautioned her that next time, if she drew the sword without proper preparation, it would consume her. In an instant she awoke, her senses returning, finding herself being carried by Jin-hyuk. Baffled by their location, she questioned Jin-hyuk's actions, blushing slightly. He reassured her that he would explain everything later. As she rested on the bed, Jin-hyuk outlined their plan to replenish their resources and proceed to the 10th floor. He explained that every 10th floor within the tower held a significant city and a boss monster they needed to defeat to progress. Haryu mentioned her knowledge of the formidable orc warrior Vulcan, which Jin-hyuk affirmed was akin to a lord-level monster. However, when Haryu suggested they would all go once they were healed, Jin-hyuk abruptly halted her with a firm no. He clarified that from now on, she would operate independently from the group. Shocked, Haryu questioned his intentions, fearing abandonment. Jin-hyuk reassured her that he wasn't abandoning her, and reminded her of the events on the 5th floor. Her memories ceased at a certain point, and Jin-hyuk informed her that her sword was a demon blade, possessing a skill comparable to an ego sword. It granted incredible power, but eroded one's sanity in return. Seated on the bed, he emphasized that relying on such an unstable power would lead to her breakdown before reaching the 100th floor. He assigned her a task, encouraging her to develop her own strength independently of the sword and ascend to the 10th floor on her own. It was her homework. She understood Jin-hyuk's intentions to help her grow stronger. With a cheerful expression, she accepted the challenge, promising to become a worthy ally for Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk smirked and said, "All right." The next morning, Jin-hyuk, Vulcan, and Haryu stood on the street. Haryu expressed her gratitude for the rope and her intention to catch up with Jin-hyuk as soon as possible. Jin-hyuk assured her that he would be waiting. With that, they parted ways, each embarking on their separate journeys. A few days later, up on the 9th floor, Jin-hyuk continued to put his new mask from Haryu to the test. In front of him were creatures unlike the goblins he'd faced earlier, but they didn't pose any real danger. Vulcan observed Jin-hyuk and asked for his thoughts, but Jin-hyuk was more interested in discussing Vulcan's role in extracting orc souls for creating orc soul soldiers. Vulcan remarked that creating waves seemed to be their new routine, to which Jin-hyuk suggested he not complain, although Vulcan assured him he was enjoying it. Vulcan couldn't help but notice Jin-hyuk's indifference, as he'd never once mentioned Haryu during their floor clearing. Jin-hyuk asked Vulcan what he meant, then revealed he wouldn't have accepted her as an ally if he knew she would fail. He recognized her strength and her unwavering desire for revenge. Jin-hyuk then urged Vulcan to focus on bringing more orcs to complete their task, since the manual wave seemed insufficient. Vulcan, visibly angered, expressed disbelief at Jin-hyuk's apparent lack of respect for his elders and inquired about Jin-hyuk's parents. Jin-hyuk calmly stated he didn't have parents and questioned what was wrong with that. Vulcan was taken aback by this revelation. Jin-hyuk went on to explain that he was raised in an orphanage, shedding light on why he acted the way he did. In a moment of understanding, Vulcan placed a comforting hand on Jin-hyuk's shoulder and even asked for a hug. However, Jin-hyuk quickly recoiled, telling Vulcan to stay away because he despised pity. Despite this brief tension, Jin-hyuk soon achieved the Orc Slayer title. Now on the 10th floor, the room of trials, a notification appeared stating they needed to defeat the boss to proceed. Failure meant going back to the 9th floor. A scoreboard displayed records of previous clears, all completed within a minute. Jin-hyuk noticed Vulcan's name was absent, and Vulcan pointed out that Jin-hyuk's name wasn't there either. Vulcan explained that most of the records belonged to members of the 4 great species due to their innate skills. Jin-hyuk suggested they attempt to break the record today, and Vulcan laughed in agreement. The system informed them of a 1-minute preparation time before the boss battle. Jin-hyuk found the preparation time useful, especially for planning. Jin-hyuk instructed Vulcan to utilize his demon soul soldiers to immobilize the boss upon its spawn, to which Vulcan promptly summoned his soul soldiers, acknowledging his understanding. Jin-hyuk, with determination, placed his hand on the floor, activating a magic circle that materialized a magic spear. With a vow to demonstrate the prowess of a true master, he cast enchantments like piercing, dexterity, resilience, lethal and demonic energy on the spear, turning it a foreboding dark purple. Now Jin-hyuk, Vulcan and the soul soldier stood poised with the spear, eagerly awaiting the boss's arrival. As the preparation time elapsed, the moment of truth arrived. The countdown initiated with 3, 2, 1, summoning the formidable Great Orc warrior. With resolute eyes, the massive orc boss materialized before them. Acting swiftly, Vulcan commanded his soul soldiers to immobilize the orc, and they executed the order without delay. Jin-hyuk took aim and hurled the spear toward the orc. With incredible speed, the boss's head was severed, shattering the record in less than a second. The system offered Jin-hyuk the chance to immortalize his name, and he opted for Ghostface. The news rapidly spread as a notification was sent to everyone, confirming that the record-breaking feat was accomplished by Ghostface. It came as no surprise since our boy was the one who achieved this remarkable feat. In the 8th floor, the astonishment rippled through the crowd, including Haruyu, who realized she needed to intensify her training efforts. Vulcan couldn't contain his excitement, struggling to believe that they had triumphed so effortlessly. Shattering the records of the 4 great species was an inconceivable achievement, one that only our heroes had managed to accomplish. Now it was time for them to progress to the 10th floor, and Vulcan concurred, urging them to proceed and await Haruyu. Upon entering, Jin-hyuk received a notification indicating his arrival on the 10th floor, accompanied by a boost of all his stats by +5 and the unlocking of the auction. The scene transitioned to a man tossing a gold coin into the air, observing the new record with satisfaction and musing, "Ghostface, huh?" A few days later, our heroes ascended to the 10th floor. The initial metropolis climbers would reach, home to the portal leading back to Earth. Consequently, those who gave up on climbing gained commercial rights and shaped the tower's largest city among the first 100 floors. Jin-hyuk decided to liquidate the remainder of his spoils, intending to purchase potions and other consumables. As our hero continued to evaluate his new mask, Vulcan mentioned that the city had lifted its auction restrictions, yet the marketplace remained vibrant. Jin-hyuk agreed, noting that there were individuals here leading ordinary lives, making it possible to acquire all necessities through auctions. While strolling through the city, persistent merchants pitched their services, persistently mentioning the Gold Lich Inn. Vulcan's frustration mounted, prompting him to inquire about the term Gold Lich. Realizing Vulcan's unfamiliarity, Jin-hyuk elucidated that Gold Lich Company was the premier enterprise that emerged years ago. However, Gold Lich referred to an individual, the wealthiest figure in the tower. His true name eluded the public, but rumor had it that an unimaginable amount of gold flowed through his hands. Vulcan, taken aback, questioned Jin-hyuk's business agenda, prompting Jin-hyuk to point at the Gold Lich Company logo and reveal that he was considering them for sponsorship. Vulcan was astounded, learning that Jin-hyuk intended to secure sponsorship from the Gold Lich. The scene shifted to a girl welcoming our heroes to the Gold Lich Company, where she explained that anything of value, be it weapons, loot, potions, or information, could be bought and sold. She handed Jin-hyuk a waiting ticket, and Vulcan couldn't help but chuckle when he saw it was number 18, associated with the word fuck in Korean due to its similar pronunciation. After some time, number 18 was called, and a man named Halcyon, in charge of the third counter, introduced himself and asked how he could assist them. Jin-hyuk, revealing his mask, asked if it would suffice as identification. The man was left flabbergasted as he recognized the ghostly visage before him as Ghostface. Just as Halcyon was about to announce his name, Jin-hyuk silenced him, reminding him of the reason he concealed his identity with the mask. Halcyon nodded in understanding, prompting Jin-hyuk to request an assessment of his finances. He displayed 3,000 gold, the earnings he'd garnered from battling the waves. Halcyon inquired about Jin-hyuk's intentions for such a substantial sum, to which Jin-hyuk disclosed his desire for a meeting with the Gold Lich. Halcyon was taken aback, inwardly questioning Jin-hyuk's sanity. Jin-hyuk pressed for an explanation, reminding him that Halcyon had previously stated that anything could be bought and sold in this place. Halcyon regretfully explained that 2 reasons stood in the way. The Gold Lich was exceptionally occupied, and Jin-hyuk's offer of 3,000 gold fell far short of the value the Gold Lich placed on his time. Jin-hyuk inquired about the required amount for a meeting with the manager here. After some contemplation, Vulcan couldn't help but label Jin-hyuk as an asshole, and enlisted a random employee to arrange a meeting with the company's head. Vulcan questioned what Halcyon had done to provoke Jin-hyuk's actions. In response, Jin-hyuk challenged Vulcan to suggest an alternative method to meet the Gold Lich, if he had one in mind. Facing a door, Jin-hyuk wondered if this was the end. He knocked and introduced himself as Ghostface. The voice inside invited him in, revealing a man seated in a chair who introduced himself as Puppet, the 10th floor branch manager of the Gold Lich Company. Puppet greeted the super rookie and inquired about Jin-hyuk's desire to meet the Gold Lich. Jin-hyuk affirmed his interest, but expressed doubt about the Gold Lich being present. Puppet apologized, citing the insufficiency of Jin-hyuk's offered funds. Jin-hyuk proposed an alternative: have Puppet summon the Gold Lich first, confident that a meeting would secure his sponsorship. Puppet, while acknowledging his knowledge of Ghostface, expressed discomfort at Jin-hyuk's casual discussion of the Gold Lich. Secretly, Puppet enacted his skill trait, Marionette, encircling Jin-hyuk with a marionette, its strings tightening around Jin-hyuk's neck. Inwardly, Puppet was confident in his ability to manipulate anyone ensnared by his strings, and he regretfully informed Jin-hyuk that he would have to depart. However, to Puppet's astonishment, Jin-hyuk swiftly seized the strings and declared a wager on Puppet's arrogance, shattering the marionette. Puppet was left in disbelief, pondering how Jin-hyuk had managed to nullify a skill effective even against climbers on the 180th floor. Abruptly, Puppet brought his hands together, and both he and Jin-hyuk appeared to have shifted locations. Puppet remarked that this was likely Jin-hyuk's first encounter with this realm. As Puppet attempted to explain their whereabouts, Jin-hyuk interjected, identifying the place as the Mind Realm, a boundless dimension formed by separating the soul and mind from the body. Inwardly, Puppet questioned how a 10th floor climber like Jin-hyuk could possess knowledge of this esoteric realm. Puppet proceeded to emphasize that, within this realm, the laws of reality held no sway. It was a dimension where one had to rely on their life experiences and the strength of their soul to engage in combat. Adopting a menacing demeanor, Puppet proposed that if Jin-hyuk wished to emerge victorious in this confrontation, he would endeavor to arrange a meeting with the Gold Lich. Puppet once again ensnared Jin-hyuk with his strings, but this time Jin-hyuk responded with a smirk, confidently stating, "The power of one's experience and soul? You're no match for me then." Puppet, on the contrary, couldn't fathom how a newcomer on the 10th floor possessed such profound knowledge. Our hero appeared to have the mental acumen of at least a 100th floor climber, if not higher. Recognizing Jin-hyuk as his equal, Puppet knew he had to come up with a more dependable strategy. In that critical moment, he summoned his puppets an army of controlled dolls surrounding Jin-hyuk. Puppet explained that in the realm of the mind, experience equated to strength, and these were puppets he'd acquired through his experiences. He disclosed that to ascend beyond the 100th floor, he had enhanced these puppets to be as formidable as a 50th floor climber when infused with mana. Brimming with confidence, Puppet asserted that the winner had already been decided the moment Jin-hyuk entered the mind realm. He then commanded his puppets to assail Jin-hyuk from all sides, engulfing him. Thinking it was over, Puppet reassured Jin-hyuk that injuries in the mind realm didn't carry over to the real world. Suddenly, a colossal explosion erupted behind Puppet, and he turned around in a panic, realizing magic was in play. Emerging from the dark smoke was a menacing purple shadow, transforming into a skeletal mage. Puppet identified it as the Lich Mage and panicked, wondering why the 100th floor boss monster was here. Jin-hyuk countered that it wasn't as simple as he thought, while Puppet was left wondering why his puppets were faltering. In a menacing tone, Jin-hyuk, now in his past life form, explained that materializing a deceased person in the mind realm took time. He assured Puppet that it wasn't as straightforward as he believed. Jin-hyuk found Puppet's puppet army laughable compared to his undead forces, a true embodiment of a formidable army. Jin-hyuk confidently declared that the victor had been decided the moment they entered the mind realm, emphasizing that mere puppets were Puppet's downfall. Bewildered and unable to fathom the arrival of bosses above the 100th floor, Puppet screamed in terror, asking who Ghostface was. Jin-hyuk unleashed his army upon Puppet, who let out a terrified scream. Abruptly, they were thrust back into reality. Puppet, sweating profusely, found himself disoriented, wondering when they had returned to the real world, since he hadn't even disbanded his own mental realm. He couldn't fathom how Jin-hyuk had taken control of the mind world. With Jin-hyuk firmly in control of the situation, he looked down at the overwhelmed Puppet and admonished him to stop acting like a crybaby and to stand on his own 2 feet. He reminded Puppet of their bet, which was for Puppet to arrange a meeting between Jin-hyuk and Goldlich. Jin-hyuk then handed Puppet a letter. Puppet inquired if the letter was all there was, to which Jin-hyuk confirmed and instructed him to send it to Goldlich. While Puppet had lost, he couldn't guarantee a response to the letter, but Jin-hyuk exuded confidence that he would indeed receive a reply from Goldlich. With that, Jin-hyuk left. Once outside, Puppet assured Jin-hyuk that he would contact his lodging once he received a response. Jin-hyuk simply replied with an "okay." As Jin-hyuk was departing, Puppet and Halcyon bowed, urging Jin-hyuk to return safely. As the sky began to cast its evening hues, Vulcan suggested they return to their lodging and rest. Jin-hyuk, however, questioned this and asked if there wasn't somewhere else they needed to go. Vulcan, perplexed, inquired if there was another destination. Jin-hyuk, sporting a mischievous grin, pointed out the inefficiency of waiting around for Goldlich's arrival. Since they had time to kill, he emphasized the need to fulfill their responsibilities as guild members. The scene shifts to the White Swallow Guild house, 1 St. Floor lobby. A blonde girl turned to her friend and asked how far she'd climbed in the tower. Her friend replied, 57th floor. The blonde girl couldn't fathom why they were stuck in the 10th floor lobby, questioning who would dare to enter the main door of the Holy Kingdom's affiliated guild. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk swung the door open, leaving the girls utterly shocked. Swiftly regaining their composure, they maintained their professionalism and warmly welcomed Jin-hyuk to the White Swallow, inquiring about the purpose of his visit. Jin-hyuk, employing his acting skills, broke into a broad smile and replied, "Raiding the tower alone has proven too challenging, so I'd like to join the guild." The girls were relieved to discover that an individual sought to join their guild, yet they suddenly paused, sharing a common concern: the potential for significant empowerment if they recommended a newcomer to the guild. After careful consideration, they enthusiastically welcomed Jin-hyuk, inquiring if he had a referrer or received a direct invitation. Jin-hyuk, still playing his part, feigned ignorance and mentioned that he came due to the guild's substantial affiliation. The two young women exchanged triumphant glances, convinced that Jin-hyuk was a novice unaware of their guild's intricacies. The blonde girl then requested Jin-hyuk to demonstrate his abilities. In response, Jin-hyuk asked them for a coin and effortlessly bent it using his fingers, astonishing the girls. He then claimed proficiency in basic magic and ignited a fire on his hand as if to demonstrate, leaving the two girls bewildered. They were astounded by Jin-hyuk's array of talents and began whispering to each other, recognizing that his current skills were not the crux of the matter. They believed that by guiding him, Jin-hyuk had the potential to become a tycoon. The blonde girl, adding a touch of jest, remarked on Jin-hyuk's good looks, prompting her friend to question if he was truly her type. With a sly grin, Jin-hyuk thought that he had bought enough time, anticipating something to unfold soon. However, a sudden noise interrupted their conversation, and the girls wondered about its origin. Without delay, a man rushed into the guild house, expressing urgent concern about a rampaging spirit monster wreaking havoc in the village. He urged everyone who had reached the 50th floor to assemble immediately. Amidst this critical moment, the two girls requested Jin-hyuk to wait in the guild as they resolved this emergency. As they exited and shut the door behind them, Jin-hyuk donned his mask once more, declaring that it was time to revert to his menacing alter ego, Ghostface, standing there with his new drip. Back outside, chaos reigned as people fled for their lives. Climbers attempted to confront the supposed crazy spirit, only to discover that their attacks were utterly ineffectual. Unbeknownst to them, this so-called crazy spirit was, in fact, Vulcan, consumed by resentment over the mockery of his awkward appearance. Blushing with shame, Vulcan inwardly cursed Jin-hyuk for subjecting the first spirit master to such humiliation, vowing never to forgive him. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk was engaged in physical altercations with individuals, seemingly searching for something. Another person emerged from a nearby room, bewildered by the commotion, and inquired about the situation. Jin-hyuk's response was swift, as he grasped the man by the neck, hoisting him into the air. He noticed a plethora of books inside the room the man had come from and demanded information. Jin-hyuk explained that given their guild's affiliation with the Holy Kingdom, he required a list of other guilds and their precise locations. The gasping man questioned Jin-hyuk's wisdom in making enemies of two members of the Nine Star. Jin-hyuk expressed gratitude for the man's concern, but warned that now was not the time to worry about others. Terrified, the man reluctantly pointed toward a desk inside the room he'd exited. Jin-hyuk thanked him for not wasting his time, releasing his grip. As Jin-hyuk perused the papers on the table, he discovered information about the Pelon siblings, realizing that the individuals before him were their pawns. He silently vowed to bring them all under his control, burning the papers as a symbolic gesture of his intent to dismantle them slowly. The scene shifted to Gold Lich, who was reviewing reports when an envelope slipped from the stack, catching his attention. Intrigued, he opened the letter, wondering why Puppet had sent a separate message alongside the reports. As he read the contents, a moment of eerie silence enveloped him, followed by a nervous, sweat-inducing realization. Gold Lich exclaimed, "Ghostface, how in the world do you know about this?" Due to Jin-hyuk's involvement in igniting the building, a massive fire, suspected to be an act of arson, engulfed the village. Unfortunately, all witnesses on the scene perished. Beck Hallio, the guild master of the White Swallow, expressed suspicion about a prospective recruit. Beck inquired about the individual's appearance and attire from two young women. Strikingly, their descriptions of Jin-hyuk differed. The blonde girl depicted him as a handsome man with a prominent nose bridge, while her friend described him as unattractive with a short, stubby nose. They exchanged shocked glances, realizing Jin-hyuk might have employed hallucination magic. The narrative shifts to Jin-hyuk in a room, where Vulcan emerged from a portal and Jin-hyuk praised his performance. With an arrogant grin, Jin-hyuk mentioned rumors about a fearsome ghost. Vulcan, frustrated, questioned if he was mocking him. He also inquired if Jin-hyuk had completed his mission without detection. Jin-hyuk confidently admitted to using effective hallucination magic, causing everyone to remember him differently. When Vulcan asked about the gathered information on other guilds, Jin-hyuk stated that having it in his mind sufficed. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted them. Vulcan asked if Jin-hyuk had requested room service, but Jin-hyuk denied it. He donned his mask and devised a plan. He'd open the door on the count of 3, and Vulcan would apprehend the visitor. Jin-hyuk counted 1, 2, 3, and Vulcan swiftly summoned chains to capture the knocker, revealing it was Halcyon. Halcyon informed Jin-hyuk that Puppet had sent him to convey that the Gold Lich had arrived at the 10th floor branch. Upon reaching the 10th floor, they encountered numerous knights. Jin-hyuk inquired about the Gold Lich's whereabouts, and the Gold Lich himself acknowledged Jin-hyuk's audacity and commended his courage for showing up. With a menacing demeanor, the Gold Lich warned Jin-hyuk of a steep price to pay, declaring that individuals who possessed knowledge of certain matters couldn't exist within the tower. As the Gold Lich departed, he ordered the knights to escort Jin-hyuk, barely clinging to life, to his room. Jin-hyuk's demeanor turned menacing as he challenged the knight leader, asking if he desired a fight. In response, the knight leader ordered his comrades to prepare for battle, but before they could react, Jin-hyuk delivered a powerful punch to the leader while chastising him for foolishly revealing their strategy. The other knights watched in shock as their captain lay defeated. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk swiftly incapacitated all the standing knights and then advanced towards Gold Lich, wielding the knight's equipment. Gold Lich, in a dramatic turn, caused the gold coins around him to levitate, almost resembling liquid. The coins transformed into projectiles and barraged Jin-hyuk relentlessly. Internally, Jin-hyuk recognized this power as golden power, where Gold Lich converted gold into mana for his attacks. Jin-hyuk skillfully deflected the onslaught of coins and questioned if that was all Gold Lich had to offer. However, Gold Lich wasn't finished. He morphed the gold into sharp, pointed blades, warning Jin-hyuk that the majority of the gold in the branch could unleash a devastating wave. Even if it's the so-called ghost face, he will be critically injured. Just as an explosion occurred around Jin-hyuk, seemingly ending the confrontation, Jin-hyuk surprised Gold Lich by revealing he wasn't defeated. He held a spear to Gold Lich's neck, claiming victory in their verbal battle. Pushing away the spear, Gold Lich arrogantly remarked that he could easily eliminate someone like Jin-hyuk if he wished. To Gold Lich's shock, Jin-hyuk countered, stating that he couldn't be killed. Jin-hyuk emphasized that Gold Lich hadn't inquired about his information source and that they intended to capture him alive. Jin-hyuk offered to reveal his source, leading Gold Lich to request his presence in a grand room. Jin-hyuk marveled at the opulence of the room, acknowledging the power of money. Gold Lich then activated his power, creating sharp blades that sealed them off from the outside world. He demanded to know the person who had informed Jin-hyuk about his ownership of the auction. The auction serves as an expansive system enabling the trading of items within the tower. However, this intricate system wasn't a natural occurrence within the tower. It was crafted by a singular individual, Gold Lich. Internally, Gold Lich harbors concerns that the exposure of this truth could undermine the very foundation of his Gold Lich enterprise. With a fiery glare, Gold Lich interrogates Jin-hyuk, inquiring about the source of the information that implicated him as the auction's owner. Jin-hyuk, donning a smirk, playfully reveals that it was merely a ruse, devoid of any concrete origin. Unsatisfied with Jin-hyuk's response, Gold Lich forges a substantial golden labrise, brandishing it menacingly while questioning if the loss of an arm and leg wouldn't severely hinder Jin-hyuk. As Gold Lich launches his assault, Vulcan materializes and delivers a powerful punch, shattering the formidable labrise into fragments. Gold Lich's eyes widen in astonishment as he comprehends that Jin-hyuk has employed a soul soldier. Maintaining some distance from Jin-hyuk, Gold Lich astutely observes that only a spirit master possesses the capability to wield soul soldiers, prompting him to inquire how Jin-hyuk has acquired this skill, prompting Jin-hyuk to remove his mask, revealing a wide grin as he addresses Gold Lich by his true name, Creditor William. Acknowledging Jin-hyuk, Goldlich queries how is he still alive. Jin-hyuk proceeds to recount the events of the raid on the 600th floor, the betrayal by the 9-star, Bale's bestowed gift, and his subsequent resurrection. Goldlich is left deep in thought, hearing this narrative for the first time, while Vulcan regards Jin-hyuk with newfound interest. Goldlich then conveys his disbelief in standing before the person he thought was Cha Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk counters by affirming that his identity remains unchanged, albeit with a dash of surprise. Goldlich subsequently inquires about Jin-hyuk's motives, to which Jin-hyuk responds by expressing his need for financial assistance from the Goldlich Company. He proposes a sponsorship-type contract. Goldlich, however, asserts that Jin-hyuk shouldn't speak of the company as if it were his own. Jin-hyuk rebuts this by emphasizing his significant contributions, highlighting his role as a founding contributor and the largest shareholder of the Goldlich Company. Noting Jin-hyuk's assertiveness, Goldlich remarks that he finally perceives the true Jin-hyuk in their conversation. Jin-hyuk humorously quips that he is indeed the genuine Cha Jin-hyuk. Goldlich then underscores the necessity for reciprocity, even if Jin-hyuk is, without a doubt, the authentic Jin-hyuk, emphasizing that a contract requires both parties to contribute. Jin-hyuk proceeds to offer valuable insights he's deduced from the wealth of information he's collected and synthesized over time. Goldlich, intrigued, agrees, but mentions that the price will be determined after hearing Jin-hyuk's revelations. With a focused demeanor, Jin-hyuk begins by revealing the 9-star's sinister plan to undermine him. He posits that this implies the existence of a mastermind orchestrating the scheme, given the strong-willed nature of the siblings, making them unlikely to cooperate unless commanded by a power higher than them. That higher authority, he asserts, can only be the Tower's 4 monarchs. Goldlich is visibly astounded and asks Jin-hyuk to pause, inquiring if he is referring to the Tower's 4 royalties. Jin-hyuk confirms this and explains that the 4 royalties are driven by the desire to preserve the dominance of their respective species. With other species ascending the Tower, which has emerged as a realm from another world, their influence diminishes. As a result, they aim to reach the Tower's summit or eliminate potential threats that could challenge their supremacy. Those who partake in this struggle stand to become rulers of their respective floors. Goldlich queries if this is the extent of Jin-hyuk's deductions, especially since Jin-hyuk was the primary victim in this situation. Guys, they changed Dokebi to Oni. Jin-hyuk reveals that the Oni village on the 100th floor possesses this knowledge. He further adds that he is aware of the sole survivor of that catastrophic event, a young Oni girl named Haryu. The scene transitions to Haryu decapitating an orc, and she inwardly laments that it's still insufficient. To defeat the orc boss, she must significantly augment her strength. Her struggles with the 10th floor boss challenge weigh heavily on her mind. Inwardly, she resolves that to reunite with Jin-hyuk, she must undergo a substantial transformation. Suddenly, her sword queries why she's groaning when she simply needs to utilize its power. The sword suggests that dispatching the orc boss would be effortless with its assistance. However, Haryu declines, citing her promise to Jin-hyuk not to wield the Dragon Slayer sword's might. She firmly asserts her commitment to growing stronger on her own and requests the sword not to engage her in conversation. Goldlich then voices his puzzlement. During that fierce conflict, the Onis dispatched only a young child and a sword. Jin-hyuk confirms that Haryu and the sword are indeed the targets. He elaborates that to eliminate a single young Oni, they decimated the entire species. In essence, they're handicapping themselves. Inwardly, Goldlich acknowledges the implausibility, but recognizes that it would explain everything. Jin-hyuk rises and declares his motive as revenge. He vows to obliterate everyone, including the 9-star, the supporters of the 4 royalties, and the 4 royalties who murdered Goldlich's family. With his newfound trust in Jin-hyuk, Goldlich channels power from the outside world. Just then, Baal arrives, inquiring about Jin-hyuk and Goldlich's discussion. The 9-tailed fox chimes in with an unrelated remark, irritating Jin-hyuk, who snaps at them to be quiet and not disrupt the atmosphere. Gold Lich, finally accepting Jin Hyuk's offer, expresses his willingness to provide Jin Hyuk with his insights. Still somewhat skeptical, he challenges Jin Hyuk to prove that he is truly Cha Jin Hyuk at this moment. Jin Hyuk lets out a weary sigh and questions whether he truly lacked trust to this extent. He inquires of Gold Lich whether such an extreme measure is necessary. The Gold Lich responds by emphasizing his role as a merchant, where trust holds immense value and is not something he can afford to take lightly. Jin Hyuk finds this rather irksome, prompting him to reach out to Baal for a character reference. Jin Hyuk proposes a handshake, but Baal, still hesitant, requests not one but 3 handshakes as a condition for vouching for him. Jin Hyuk agrees and completes the handshakes. With his title Peak of All Evil on the line, Baal vouches for Jin Hyuk. Gold Lich, compelled by this display of trust, offers his hand for a handshake and expresses his willingness to believe Jin Hyuk. As their hands meet, Jin Hyuk wastes no time in presenting his initial request to his sponsor. Gold Lich accepts and assures him that if it's something purchasable, he'll acquire it promptly. Jin Hyuk, resolute in his purpose, reveals his need for an extensive array of weapons suitable for use within the tower, along with plenty of spares. Gold Lich, puzzled, questions Jin Hyuk's motives, reminding him that he's a spirit master and asking if he's going to start a war on the 10th floor. Jin Hyuk grins and inquires whether Gold Lich is familiar with the term All-Master, showcasing his status window as evidence. Upon seeing the All-Master class designation, Gold Lich is left dumbfounded, realizing the significance of Jin Hyuk's newfound strength. Jin Hyuk proceeds to explain that the All-Master class, as the name implies, enhances all of his stats, even for weapons he's never wielded before. It imparts a profound sense of familiarity, as if he has years of experience with each weapon. Inwardly, Gold Lich acknowledges that while Jin Hyuk may be currently weaker due to reincarnation, his potential has skyrocketed. Gold Lich decides that his priority should be to exponentially increase Jin Hyuk's potential and promptly summons Puppet. Puppet enters, inquiring if their conversation has concluded. Gold Lich then tasks Puppet with procuring and gathering all the weapons available on the 10th floor, discreetly using various company names to avoid suspicion. Presenting his golden card, Gold Lich instructs Puppet to label the weapons as VVIP. After some time, Puppet returns, holding a single piece of clothing. This leaves Jin Hyuk perplexed, as he had expected a much larger assortment of weaponry. Puppet informs Jin Hyuk that all the weapons he requested are actually stored inside the coat. Initially perplexed, Jin Hyuk's confusion dissipates as Gold Lich grins and reveals the coat's true nature, a subspace coat. This remarkable coat possesses a lining that connects to a subspace, capable of storing as many inanimate objects as a large storage room could. Furthermore, its temperature, size and color are adjustable at the user's will, and it's enchanted with protective magic. Gold Lich emphasizes that this item is exceptionally rare within the tower and advises Jin Hyuk to use it with care. With his newfound drip, Jin Hyuk playfully suggests that Gold Lich should also exercise caution, given Jin Hyuk's ambitious spending habits. The scene transitions to a portal opening, and Kim, along with his 2 companions, emerges from it, barely clinging to life. One of them in blue notes that since they challenged the boss as a party, they didn't earn any achievements, but they survived thanks to Kim's support item. The one in orange laments that they've exhausted all their resources before reaching the 10th floor, and questions how they'll continue their climb. Kim, wearing a joyful expression, reassures them by mentioning the White Swallow Guild's presence on the 10th floor, suggesting they'll find support there. However, his thoughts secretly turn to Jin Hyuk, now identified as Ghostface. He clenches his teeth in anger and vows to make Jin Hyuk pay for the humiliation and threats. Returning to a cheerful demeanor, Kim informs his companions that they're about to enter the bloody revenge battle. Upon arrival, they are shocked to discover the building in ruins. Night falls, and they learn that other guild members have evacuated to the 30th floor. With limited skills and resources, they ask Kim for guidance, realizing the challenge of reaching the 30th floor under these circumstances. As Kim remains silent, the man in blue prompts him to say something while the man in orange expresses their trust in Kim, highlighting that aside from his guild affiliation, he's nothing special. Internally, Kim seethes with frustration, considering his companions useless. He contemplates using this opportunity to rid himself of them, believing they wouldn't have passed the 10th floor without his help. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to a trembling and whimpering baby fox on the street. Kim, irritated by their lack of food to offer, scolds the fox when it dares to lick his foot. Frustration boils over, and Kim cruelly kicks the defenseless creature, causing it to cry out in pain. In a moment of cruelty, Kim vents his own stress by relentlessly kicking the fox while cursing his misfortune and lamenting that everything in his life seems to go wrong. Then, a glimmer of light appears in a dark alley, and in a flash, Kim's foot is severed by a swift knife strike, leaving him bewildered. Menacingly, Jin-hyuk commands him to cease his brutality, warning that it will take time to tend to the injured fox. Kim, racked with pain, pleads for the stranger's identity, but Jin-hyuk ominously proclaims that he's about to become the owner of the very fox Kim callously mistreated. A few moments earlier, Jin-hyuk strolled through the streets alongside Vulcan. Jin-hyuk mentioned they had one final destination in mind, the Tower of Class Advancement to harness spirit power. Vulcan, inquisitive, inquired about the purpose, as Jin-hyuk was already a spirit master. Jin-hyuk explained that his class advancement was akin to becoming an all-master and regaining memories from his previous life. Although he had yet to acquire spirit power through cultivation, Vulcan pondered the idea. Jin-hyuk suggested they take a break from spending the Golden Lich's wealth tonight. Suddenly, a notification alerted them that the nine-tailed fox had detected something. Bale pointed in a specific direction, prompting Jin-hyuk to look. As they gazed in that direction, the nine-tailed fox fell silent, leaving Jin-hyuk curious. She eventually requested his assistance, revealing that her baby was in peril, bringing us to the present moment. Jin-hyuk was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with the offspring of the mystical nine-tailed fox in such an unlikely place. The nine-tailed fox also presented him with a quest to rescue the baby fox, a disciple of the neutral god, and herself. After the rescue, she asked Jin-hyuk to care for the fox, promising a reward, an item that would increase his rapport with her. The first reward would be granted upon the rescue, and the second after the fox's recovery. Internally, Jin-hyuk considered this an unforeseen stroke of luck. Kim, recognizing the distinctive mark on Jin-hyuk's attire, identified the one who had severed his leg as Ghostface. Jin-hyuk, casting a critical gaze upon Kim, questioned where he had encountered Kim before. Enraged, Kim accused Jin-hyuk of provoking him in this manner and ordered his two companions to attack. As they lunged at Jin-hyuk, he vanished from his position, leaving them bewildered. They frantically inquired about his whereabouts until they spotted Jin-hyuk sprinting while cradling the baby fox. Jin-hyuk then confronted Kim, asking if he had intentionally harmed the fox, emphasizing its significance as his last ounce of good fortune. Struggling to rise, Kim asked why it mattered, threatening to sever Jin-hyuk's leg in the same manner. Jin-hyuk turned to the nine-tailed fox for guidance on how to deal with Kim and his companions. Without hesitation, the nine-tailed fox urged Jin-hyuk to eliminate them. Kim swiftly instructed his companions to encircle Jin-hyuk, preventing any escape. Unperturbed, Jin-hyuk casually tossed Kim's severed leg back to him, baffling Kim. In that very moment, Jin-hyuk unleashed the skill Corpse Explosion, detonating the leg and swiftly ending the trio's lives. Back at their dwelling, Jin-hyuk contemplated giving the fox a name, as continually referring to it as the baby fox was impractical. He considered abbreviating its name but realized that box didn't sit well with the fox. Vulcan and the nine-tailed fox concurred, foreseeing potential consequences when the fox grew up. Jin-hyuk sought Vulcan's suggestion for a better name. With enthusiasm, Vulcan proposed Horang, combining Ho, meaning fox, and Rang, meaning bright. However, Jin-hyuk and the two foxes didn't seem pleased with the choice. Given that it was a two-tailed fox, Jin-hyuk decided to name it Miho. Its full name, Lee Miho, signified two-tailed fox in Korean. Vulcan playfully questioned if Miho, being a picky fox, was content with the name. Miho's expression indicated its acceptance. A system notification then declared that the partial quest had been fulfilled, and Jin-hyuk had saved the nine-tailed fox's offspring, Miho, bestowing a reward. An energy ball manifested above Miho's head, forming a fox mask. This mask granted the user access to the fox's abilities, its strength increasing in tandem with the owner's power. Holding it, Jin-hyuk compared it to his Oni mask, internally recognizing the allure of the charm skill for detaining opponents. However, the nine-tailed fox reminded him that the quest was ongoing and emphasized the need to restore Miho's vitality. A second quest materialized, requiring Jin-hyuk to feed Miho 999 fresh raw livers to aid in its recovery. The reward for this endeavor would be an increase in friendship with the nine-tailed fox. Jin-hyuk realized that obtaining 999 fresh livers personally would be quite a task. But he accepted it, acknowledging the value of the mask and understanding that there was no other choice. Wearing a sly grin and aware of the benefits of gaining favor, Jin-hyuk expressed his anticipation for what lay ahead. With everything in order, Vulcan mentioned his intention to go for a leisurely walk. As Vulcan made his exit, Jin-hyuk instructed him that when dawn broke, they would head to the Tower of Class Advancement. He emphasized that if Vulcan believed he might be running late, he should proceed directly to the tower. Vulcan soared above the city, noting the stark contrast it presented compared to his earlier ascent of the tower. However, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Recognizing the sensation, Vulcan sought refuge behind a building, observing the people passing by. It wasn't long before he spotted a dragon, unmistakable due to its horns and the savage mana emanating from the creature. The dragon let out a sigh and, wearing a menacing expression, declared its intent to exterminate all dragons. Vulcan was left in shock, acknowledging that dragons were known for their narcissism and the way they often portrayed familial love. They were the proudest among the four royalties. The notion of a dragon vowing to eradicate its own kin was utterly unbelievable. With a deep sense of concern, Vulcan expressed his worry that the dragons would soon come to the 10th floor. One girl whispers to her friend, "Look, that dragon is perched in that spot again." Her friend acknowledges, noting that the dragon has maintained its position for several days. The other girl adds, "And it's muttering gibberish that makes no sense." "For a few days," Vulcan mutters, perplexed. Internally, he questions why the dragons have taken no action. Suddenly, the dragon's gaze locks onto Vulcan, sparking nervousness as he wonders whether the dragon has sensed his mana. The dragon identifies Vulcan as the insignificant ghost, play-acting awkwardly. Vulcan takes offense at this description and jumps to confront the dragon menacingly. He declares that the dragon, unaware of his true strength, should grasp the extent of his power. Vulcan even taunts the dragon as a young dragon. This enrages the dragon, who clenches his teeth in anger, demanding to know how Vulcan dares to call him a dragon and if he wishes to face death. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the 10th floor, Jin-hyuk approaches the Tower of Class Change. He mutters his frustration, cursing Vulcan for not returning and wondering why Vulcan hasn't responded to his telepathic messages. Jin-hyuk opens the door to the tower, only to find it deserted. His attention shifts to a voice introducing itself. The man with disheveled hair and a mark on his forehead warmly welcomes Jin-hyuk and introduces himself as Ken, the climber responsible for the Tower of Class Change. Jin-hyuk remarks on the desolation, and Ken explains that few people on the 10th floor awaken their mana. "It's practically a ghost town," Jin-hyuk comments. Jin-hyuk expresses his desire to use the Necromancer's room and asks Ken if it's possible. Ken agrees but requests proof of Jin-hyuk's awakened mana by having him infuse a crystal orb with mana. Jin-hyuk inquires if he needs to channel the mana into it, and Ken confirms. Jin-hyuk places his hand on the orb and begins to infuse it with his dark and mesmerizing purple mana. The power is so overwhelming that Ken can't believe it. He wonders how a 10th-floor climber possesses such potent mana. The orb becomes so saturated that it starts to crack and eventually shatters into numerous pieces. Ken's astonishment at the shattered crystal orb was so profound that he tumbled to the floor, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Unperturbed, Jin-hyuk casually inquired about the location of the Necromancer's room. Meanwhile, Vulcan engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon, his struggle evident. Internally, he fretted about not being with Jin-hyuk, limiting his mana and soul resources. Sporting a sinister grin, the dragon taunted Vulcan, questioning how long he intended to hide behind souls, and urging him to face the fight head-on. A bystander recognized the dragon's distinctive horns, confirming that he was indeed a dragon, a statement that infuriated the dragon. He turned towards the bystanders, angrily demanding they be quiet and questioning who they were calling a dragon. The bystanders fled in fear. Observing this, Vulcan concluded that the man was unquestionably a dragon, but reacted sensitively to the term. It was as if his body and soul had been separated, prompting Vulcan to wonder if such a phenomenon was possible. Suddenly, Vulcan recalled that a similar occurrence had befallen Jin-hyuk. His fascination brimming, he summoned a soul soldier and transformed it into a weapon, leaving the dragon astounded. Vulcan declared his intention to investigate the substance within the dragon's body and unleashed a soul laser, narrowly missing the dragon, whose coat bore the brunt of the attack. The dragon acknowledged Vulcan's strength, acknowledging that he was no mere ghost. Vulcan then employed spirit power, a magical technique that consumed souls as if they were mana, a skill even Jin-hyuk couldn't wield yet. Vulcan confidently asserted that he was Vulcan, the first spirit master, and would make sure the dragon regretted picking a fight, all while launching an assault. As the dragon dodged, he sarcastically asked if they were introducing themselves now, appearing beside Vulcan to clash weapons. The dragon identified himself as Hendrik, the dragon slayer, declaring that he was the human who would send Vulcan to Nirvana. A dragon slayer? Vulcan repeated, pondering how a potent soul like that ended up within a dragon's body. Hendrik unleashed his attack, the flowing dragon ride, forcing both combatants to create some distance. Vulcan realized his earlier carelessness, having underestimated Hendrik as a young dragon. If indeed there was a dragon slayer's soul within the dragon's body, and they were a climber of the 7,800th floor, Vulcan understood that even with Jin-hyuk's arrival, victory against Hendrik was far from guaranteed. With agility, Vulcan evaded Hendrik's attack and launched a counter-offensive. But Hendrik scoffed, questioning whether Vulcan truly believed he would fall for the same trick again. Just as Hendrik was about to evade, Vulcan utilized Soul Bind to seize Hendrik, rendering him immobile. Vulcan then unleashed a massive attack, directing it at Hendrik. However, Hendrik countered with his own technique, 10,000 slashes, slicing through the spirit arms that held him. Suddenly, Hendrik's attention shifted to a colossal spirit hand hurtling towards him. This attack, Soulbind Giant, was executed by Vulcan and was of colossal proportions. It struck right where Hendrik stood, causing significant damage to the surroundings and the village. After that intense battle, Vulcan breathed a sigh of relief. It had been a close fight, and he'd exhausted all the mana and souls Jin-hyuk had temporarily provided. Surveying the damage, Vulcan observed that the dragon wouldn't be able to move for some time, giving him the chance to escape. However, a few seconds later, a crack appeared on the giant shadow hand, and the dragon broke free from its grasp. He breathed heavily, called Vulcan's name, and then burst into boisterous laughter. He vowed to personally slice Vulcan into pieces the next time they met, raising his sword as a solemn oath. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk conversed with the yellow-haired man about the numerous rooms in the area. The man noted the diversity of magic paths and couldn't help but wonder about Jin-hyuk, a 10th-floor climber who even a 35th-floor climber couldn't contend with. Recalling the man's name, Ken, Jin Hyuk admitted that he was an all-right mage and a useful guide. As they reached their destination, Ken introduced it as the Necromancer room. Jin Hyuk observed the reagents, corpses and books, noting that it was a room that necromancers dream of. Ken assured Jin Hyuk that if he needed anything, he should let him know, to which Jin Hyuk replied, "Sure." As Jin Hyuk began to prepare, Vulcan suddenly appeared, startling the small fox. Jin Hyuk inquired about Vulcan's whereabouts, and Vulcan reassured him, explaining that he had been a bit rough during his morning exercise. Vulcan noted that it seemed Jin Hyuk was about to get started. Jin Hyuk confirmed, and with a snap of his fingers, he commanded his spirit soldiers to get to work. They engaged in various tasks, some taking books, others drawing magic circles, and a few lighting candles. After all the preparations, Jin Hyuk settled in the middle of the circle, surrounded by books and candles in a meditation pose. Miho, the small fox, noticed Jin Hyuk closing his eyes and wondered what was happening, but Vulcan picked her up and suggested they stand back for now. Jin Hyuk addressed Vulcan, saying that this might be his last command, and asked Vulcan to protect his body until he woke up. With a wicked grin, Vulcan warned Jin Hyuk to be careful, because if he died, he'd take over his body. Suddenly, as Jin Hyuk initiated the ritual, a ghost appeared and gazed at him before entering inside his chest, startling Miho. Vulcan assured Miho that everything was going well, and explained that spirit power was a unique quality of a necromancer mage, allowing them to use souls as if they were mana. The quickest way to awaken one's spirit power was to be in a soul state, meaning they needed to die once. Vulcan keenly observed the change and realized that Jin Hyuk had entered the soul world. A voice rang out proclaiming ownership of Jin Hyuk's body. Countless green souls materialized, all vying to seize Jin Hyuk's body to gain a chance at life once more. Witnessing the chaos, Vulcan rallied his soul soldiers and instructed them to defend their master from the deceased souls. He summoned additional spirit soldiers to confront the green souls. Suddenly Ken entered the necromancer room, bewildered by the commotion. He couldn't help but clutch his head and exclaim in frustration at the pandemonium. Vulcan, trying to regain control, asked Ken if he was a manager there and requested his assistance. Meanwhile, Miho trembled in terror, hiding behind some books. However, she noticed a green soul about to attack Jin Hyuk. Just as the green soul lunged, Ken noticed the impending danger and alerted Vulcan. In a state of panic, Vulcan urgently implored Jin Hyuk to regain control because his body was on the verge of being stolen. Suddenly, Miho leapt between Jin Hyuk and the green ghost. She unleashed an attack, her body emitting a pink and black glow, appearing as if she was struggling but determined to save her savior, Jin Hyuk. The whole crowd was left in awe by Miho's actions, leaving the green ghosts bewildered and questioning the source of the dazzling light. Upon closer inspection, their eyes formed heart shapes as they found Miho irresistibly charming, and they fell to the floor, overwhelmed by her cuteness. Even Vulcan, his spirit soldiers, and Ken weren't immune to Miho's enchanting skill. Back to his senses, Vulcan quickly snapped Ken out of his daze. Inwardly, Vulcan speculated that this skill might be a form of charm, one that not only controlled desires, but also ensnared souls. He considered that Miho's divine heritage might make her different. Suddenly, a towering green spirit appeared, clearly agitated by the commotion. Spotting Jin Hyuk, he remarked on the chaos. Vulcan nervously identified this giant spirit as a named, signifying he was a strong climber when he was alive. Vulcan understood the danger if he possessed Jin Hyuk's body, as the spirit eyed it hungrily. The giant spirit's interest in Jin Hyuk's body was unsettling. Vulcan realized he needed to intervene, but was still under the influence of Miho's charm. He urgently implored her to stop the giant green spirit. In response, the spirit told Miho to move aside, showing no interest in her. Undeterred, Miho leapt at the spirit, preparing to use her powers. However, as she unleashed her abilities, she felt drained, leaving Vulcan to question if that was her limit. The massive spirit raised his sword, prepared to strike Miho. She braced herself for the impact. Unexpectedly, Jin-hyuk raised his finger and unleashed a dark aura beam at the spirit, astonishing Vulcan. Jin-hyuk thanked Miho and pointed at the spirit, calling him a bastard. The spirit screamed in terror as Jin-hyuk's attack damaged his spirit form. Jin-hyuk declared that even as a ghost, the giant spirit would serve as a powerful bullet, absorbing the smaller green ghost that was unconscious on the floor. The giant spirit confronted Jin-hyuk, but he responded with a menacing glare and unleashed a barrage of dark purple energy bullets using his skill, 10-fingered soul bullet, obliterating the spirit and the wall behind the spirit. Vulcan marveled at Jin-hyuk's ability to gather spirit power on his fingertips and deliver such a devastating attack. Observing the aftermath and the destroyed wall, Jin-hyuk removed his mask and casually responded to Vulcan, acknowledging that the attack wasn't too shabby. Sometime later, Puppet arrived at the scene and was taken aback by the chaos. He asked what it took to turn the tower into such a mess. Jin-hyuk briefly explained that it was a long story, and then inquired about the purpose of Puppet's visit. Puppet explained that he came to deliver items to Jin-hyuk. Among the requested items were deadly poisons of varying potencies, a fire stone filled with fire energy, and a frost stone containing ice energy. Vulcan remarked that Puppet was faster than expected. Jin-hyuk questioned why Puppet was giving him these items when they were meant for raids on floors above the 100th. Puppet replied with a smile, mentioning that this was his final task as the branch manager of the 10th floor. He expressed his intention to return as a climber, to become stronger, setting the tower's pinnacle as his goal. Puppet believed Jin-hyuk would bring significant changes to the tower, and with his skills from the 100th floor, he could become the best merchant. Jin-hyuk admired Puppet's determination, noting that he was somewhat like Gold Lich in the past. Holding the case, Jin-hyuk assured Puppet that once he obtained the necessary skills, he would share his and Gold Lich's plans. Puppet thanked Jin-hyuk and left in a carriage. Jin-hyuk and Vulcan watched Puppet's departure from the damaged wall. Vulcan commented on Puppet's departure, and Jin-hyuk decided it was time to indulge. He sat down and expressed his intention to consume the crystals. Vulcan questioned if there was another reason, to which Jin-hyuk explained that his gluttony trait would absorb the power of the things he ate. As he prepared to ingest the crystals, he asked Vulcan if he wasn't curious about the powers he would gain from consuming them. After that, Ken awakens, and he suddenly starts screaming while anxiously warning Jin-hyuk that it's dangerous, likely from a nightmare. Vulcan notices that Ken seems disoriented, so he inquires if he's okay. Ken then asks about Jin-hyuk and the fox. Vulcan reassures him that both are fine, but his tone shifts as he glimpses something concerning. Ken queries him about this, just as a piercing scream echoes through the room. The scream emanates from Jin-hyuk, who writhes in agony while devouring the firestone. Miho trembles and watches him with concern. The nine-tailed fox becomes furious, warning Jin-hyuk not to display such behaviors in front of her offspring. Jin-hyuk employs his skill Gluttony, kneeling amidst the flames, and after a few moments successfully consumes the stone. The system then notifies him that he has gained burn resistance. Holding a vial of poison, Jin-hyuk declares that it's now time to acquire poison resistance. Moments later, the spirit soldiers are observed gathering the lifeless orcs into a substantial pile. Jin-hyuk then complains that his stomach hurts, prompting Vulcan to question why he's subjecting himself to such pain. Jin-hyuk asks him to clarify torturing, stating that he needs all of it. Frustrated, Vulcan remarks that Jin-hyuk's resilience in drinking all that poison makes him quite tenacious. Jin-hyuk explains that he had previously informed Vulcan about the combat techniques of the 9-star, necessitating his preparation by acquiring resistance to various elements. Meanwhile, numerous notifications appear behind Jin-hyuk, revealing his newfound resistances to all poisons, burn resistance and freeze resistance. Jin-hyuk emphasizes the importance of poison resistance, as one of the 9-star members specializes in poisons. And had he been aware of their tricks, he wouldn't have met such a gruesome fate. Suddenly, a spirit soldier arrives, and Vulcan asks if these are all the orcs in the vicinity. The spirit soldier nods in agreement. Gazing at Miho, Jin-hyuk mentions that she has waited long enough and it's her turn to eat. Vulcan suggests removing the liver and feeding it to her, to which Jin-hyuk agrees, noting that Miho is still a baby when considering her as a human. However, Miho takes everyone by surprise when she suddenly reveals menacing, razor-sharp carnivorous teeth and begins devouring the deceased orcs. Jin-hyuk and Vulcan are left in shock. Once Miho finishes her gruesome feast, a notification indicates her progress in Part 2 of the quest, showing that she's consumed 127 raw livers out of 999. Jin-hyuk expresses a desire to create a wave, but he hesitates due to the city's size, not wanting to draw too much attention. He then inquires about who Vulcan was fighting the previous night. Vulcan, somewhat surprised, asks if Jin-hyuk is aware of it. Jin-hyuk explains that he sensed fluctuations in Vulcan's mana, leading him to ask about the encounter. He wonders if Vulcan had met one of the 4 royalties. Vulcan admits that he encountered a powerful dragon and used his spirit power to immobilize it. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk begins to emanate a menacing dark purple aura and exclaims, "One of the 4 royalties is here." Nervous, Vulcan urges him to calm down, cautioning against emitting such demonic energy in the middle of the street. Jin-hyuk notices a drop of blood and wonders if it's a side effect of his gluttony skill. Vulcan reiterates the need to calm down and informs Jin-hyuk that the dragon he encountered was no ordinary one. Jin-hyuk queries what Vulcan means by that, and Vulcan proceeds to recount the entire story. Jin-hyuk, deep in thought, puts his finger to his chin and mentions, "The Dragon Slayer, Hendrik, huh?" Vulcan adds that what the dragon told him does make sense. Jin-hyuk ponders the idea of one's body and soul acting independently. Vulcan points out that he initially had doubts but witnessed an example in Jin-hyuk himself. Jin-hyuk exclaims, "Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer," and notes that even he knows that name. He explains that Hendrik began his journey by slaying young dragons, and eventually took on other dragons that came after him, earning him the title of Dragon Slayer. Jin-hyuk had heard that Hendrik met his end on the 700th or 800th floor. Vulcan suggests that Jin-hyuk might be walking into a trap set by the 4 royalties. With a smirk, Jin-hyuk expresses his intention to meet Hendrik, but he suddenly starts coughing. Vulcan reprimands him for going overboard, explaining that his gluttony trait is broken, and there's a penalty for consuming things. After ingesting the poison, fire, and frost stones, it's imperative for Jin-hyuk to swiftly seek treatment for the internal injuries they've inflicted. Jin-hyuk questions, "Treatment? By a priest? Are you out of your mind?" He inquires of Vulcan if he's willing to undergo purification via divine power, along with the aid of spirit soldiers. Vulcan, in response, queries what Jin-hyuk intends to do, and insinuates that continuing without treatment might result in dire consequences, even jesting about the possibility of Jin-hyuk bleeding uncontrollably. Jin-hyuk realizes that obtaining divine power might be the most prudent course of action. Vulcan dismisses this idea as ludicrous. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk notices Miho growling at someone nearby and asks her what's causing the sudden agitation. He wonders why she's behaving in such an unusual manner, then attempts to silence her when he experiences discomfort in his ear. Abruptly, Vulcan addresses Jin-hyuk, expressing concern about the peculiar behavior of the people around them, who seem to be moving mindlessly, unresponsive to Miho's howls. Jin-hyuk admits he's uncertain about the reason, but observes the people walking in an eerie synchrony. Unexpectedly, a golden circle materializes above Jin-hyuk and Vulcan, causing their eyes to widen. They turn around to find a woman with a halo above her head approaching them. She greets them with, "Nice to meet you, Ghostface." Jin-hyuk is taken aback and inwardly exclaims, "An angel!" Without wasting a moment, Jin-hyuk returns the greeting while preparing to strike. But in the blink of an eye, the angel stands in front of him, sword in hand, warning him not to take actions he'll regret. Shocked, Jin-hyuk acknowledges her swiftness. With a smirk, the angel offers her greetings once more, saying, "Nice to meet you, Ghostface." As Jin-hyuk attempts to move his sword, he can't help but acknowledge the angel's incredible strength. She firmly holds his sword, and his efforts to wrest it from her grasp prove futile. The angel proceeds to inform him that his mouth is in a terrible state, and his throat, stomach, and intestines are all seriously damaged. Feeling her touch, he questions her actions. Suddenly, the angel begins to emit a radiant glow. As she steps back, Vulcan inquires about Jin-hyuk's well-being. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk notes that his previously damaged body now feels completely healed. He gazes at the angel and recognizes this extraordinary power as divine power. The angel then inquires if Jin-hyuk can accept that she's not his enemy after what she has done. Introducing herself as Uriel, she reveals her affiliation with Wingless. A few moments later, a commotion is heard, and the NPCs regain consciousness, bewildered about their recent actions. The scene transitions to the Gold-Rich Hotel. Guys, the translators decided to change Gold-Lich to Gold-Rich, so we calling it that from now. Within the hotel, the maids found themselves in a dazed state, contemplating whether they'd overexerted themselves lately. Unbeknownst to them, Jin-hyuk watched from the shadows. In the hotel room, Jin-hyuk confronted the angel, questioning her intentions. She openly admitted to having subtly adjusted the memories of the NPCs, a precaution taken to protect the local citizens. Rushing rumors of her presence and causing an influx of angels heading to the 10th floor would have been detrimental. Jin-hyuk privately mused that her methods might be excessive, but not entirely reckless. Memory alteration, huh? Not a bad idea, he remarked. Concerned that she might use this on him, Jin-hyuk sought reassurance. She explained that it was impossible to manipulate the memories of individuals with a strong sense of self, like himself. Uriel then brought up Miho and Vulcan, prompting Vulcan to acknowledge her ability to perceive him. Jin-hyuk questioned why she had sought him out, and she enigmatically spoke of the one who wears the mask, condensing grotesqueness and defying the heavens. She prophesied that despite their weaknesses, Jin-hyuk and his followers would ultimately succeed. Speculating that her visit was related to a prophecy within Wingless, Jin-hyuk inquired if it was a divine revelation. Her response was, "It's similar." Inwardly, Jin-hyuk surmised that the one who wears the mask condenses grotesqueness was likely referring to him. He then asked about the group Wingless, since it was his first encounter with them. Suddenly, Uriel removed her coat, revealing her back and the absence of wings, a shocking sight. She explained the dire state of the angels, driven to madness by greed. Those who defied them were branded as sinners and cast out, subjected to the punishment of having their wings, a symbol of angels, torn away. In short, they were angels no more. Uriel revealed that Wingless was a collective of angels like herself, all once part of Utopia, the city of angels. According to the prophecy, Jin-hyuk would disrupt the reign of the four royalties, and Wingless sought to join forces in this endeavor. Jin-hyuk let out a sigh and began telepathically conversing with Vulcan, seeking his guidance. Vulcan inquired what he meant, because he didn't believe Uriel was lying, advising Jin-hyuk to simply say yes. So Jin-hyuk asked Uriel about the assistance the Wingless could provide. To his astonishment, she responded with nothing, leaving him taken aback. She explained that although the power of the Wingless was immense, it had marked them as enemies in Utopia's eyes, resulting in close surveillance and support coupled with angelic hostility. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk mused, a stalemate, huh? He recognized the dilemma of declining an army of former angels as a waste, while accepting it posed a significant risk. Nonetheless, he conveyed his willingness to bear that risk, and asked if Uriel would assist if he needed to employ the Wingless's power. With a resolute expression, she replied, gladly. Jin-hyuk expressed his satisfaction, stating that their alliance was now confirmed. Uriel, still addressing him as Ghostface, bowed in gratitude. Jin-hyuk considered introducing himself and inquired if she could momentarily blind both God and the devil. She confirmed she could, and used a feather from her wings to seal the room, isolating them from the outside world. Jin Hyuk recognized that her power shared a principle with Gold Rich's abilities and questioned whether those bastards could hear them. She assured him they couldn't, even if he cursed at them. Jin Hyuk removed his mask and hurled curses at Baal, referring to him as a voyeuristic sick bastard and demanding if he was listening. Uriel was visibly shocked by his words. When Baal didn't respond, Jin Hyuk acknowledged the legitimacy of Uriel's power. He explained that he needed this private space due to their shared predicament and asked if using a false name and a mask was unnecessary. He introduced himself as Cha Jin Hyuk, the same Death Star from 10 years ago. Uriel was flabbergasted and repeated his name, falling to her knees in worry. She apologized for her incompetence, and Jin Hyuk inquired if she knew the chaotic Jin Hyuk who had died a decade ago. Uriel revealed that she had been present when Jin Hyuk's death was discussed 10 years ago. This revelation caused Jin Hyuk's mood to shift to one of anger. Jin Hyuk loomed menacingly, casting a baleful gaze upon Uriel. With a resounding stomp that sent tremors through the floor and a foreboding aura enveloping him, Jin Hyuk warned her to choose her words wisely. Uriel then inquired if he knows about the consequences of reaching the 999th floor of the tower. Still wearing an enraged expression, Jin Hyuk responded, suggesting that one might become a voyeuristic transcendent, akin to a deity or demon, overseeing the tower's affairs. Uriel referred to these beings as the angels, but she paused and amended her statement, noting that the four royalties had been consumed by their arrogance, attempting to monopolize their positions and eliminating those who sought to conquer the tower, except themselves. In bewilderment, Jin Hyuk mumbled, "Select and kill." Uriel asked if he knew about it. Jin Hyuk, now convinced that the mastermind was before him, furiously threatened to deliver her head to where his wings resided. He seized her by the neck with shadowy hands, prompting her to explain that she became wingless a decade ago for opposing the select and kill order on a particular climber, whose name was Death Star Cha Jin Hyuk. Upon hearing this revelation, Jin Hyuk released his grip, awkwardly acknowledging his improper behavior and offering an apology. Uriel assured him that it was all right and accepted the burden of her actions. Jin Hyuk, understanding the distinction between the wingless and the angels, refrained from venting his anger on her. Uriel expressed her gratitude for his understanding and suggested that, like them, there might be other victims of the four royalties, encouraging Jin Hyuk to welcome them if they approached. Jin Hyuk agreed, realizing their potential allies in the war against the four royalties. He then inquired about where to meet her again, and she directed him to the wingless hideout on the 190th floor of Dream City. Jin Hyuk remarked that the 190th floor seemed significantly lower than he had expected. Uriel explained that the higher the floor, the more influence the four royalties held, and the floors from 200 to 300 were under his territory. Jin Hyuk realized that he had almost forgotten that this territory was under the reign of the martial Emperor Tess, who ruled over the floors from 200 to 300. Setting up their base within his territory meant a higher chance of the four royalties meeting their destruction. When Uriel asked if she could get dressed, Jin Hyuk agreed, saying, "Of course." As she prepared to put on her coat, he couldn't help but notice her feathers. He inquired if there would be a trace if she gave him something, and she explained that due to the pursuit of the angels, she could only bring herself. With a creepy grin, Jin Hyuk assured her that it was enough. Uriel, however, looked at him with disdain, asking, "You were that type of person?" Panicking, Jin Hyuk clarified that he didn't mean that and only wanted some of her feathers. Uriel sighed with relief and mentioned that if it's that, she can give him some, because her feathers grow back, as she removed some for him. Jin Hyuk inwardly acknowledged his relief, thinking he'd asked carefully because he believed they didn't grow back. After giving him some of her feathers, she cautioned him not to show the feathers outside, as angels had a skill for locating the feather's owner. Jin Hyuk assured her he planned to consume them. Her mood shifted, and she teased, "So you were that type of person?" Jin Hyuk insisted he wasn't that type, and she trusted him, telling him to get going and that she'd see him next time in Dream City. Jin-hyuk agreed, promising to meet her expectations. She said she'd look forward to it, and then disappeared. Jin-hyuk sat down, and Vulcan asked if he was going to eat the wing now. Jin-hyuk, filled with excitement, confirmed this, and wondered if he could endure the angel's divine power and what abilities he might gain. Vulcan, resigned since the third poison, told him to do as he pleased. He then told Miho to not eat anything she found, much like Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk proceeded to eat the wing, but something unexpected happened. His entire body began to emanate a golden aura as he screamed in pain. Vulcan, accustomed to these bizarre situations, simply shrugged and went on to give Miho an airplane ride while Jin-hyuk struggled to breathe. Jin-hyuk's screams of pain echoed in the background, but Vulcan paid little attention. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk found himself waking up in the mind realm. Confused, he asked himself if he had fainted, realizing that he was now in this unusual place. He contemplated whether his body had decided that consuming divine power was too much, meaning he had to win here. As he got to his feet, Jin-hyuk turned around and was met with the sight of an enormous glistening golden waterfall. That waterfall embodied the divine power surging within him, resembling a colossal mountain. Jin-hyuk silently expressed relief that he didn't have to engage in a battle with Uriel. Even if he had emerged victorious and devoured her essence, the thought was too unsettling to dwell upon. Suddenly the water began to surge, and it dawned on him that the waterfall was more than just a mere illusion. He needed to break through this cascade of divine power before it seized control of his mental realm. He pondered his options, and with a sly grin he mused, "Well, there's only one way, isn't there?" Back in the tangible world, Vulcan's attention shifted to Jin-hyuk, observing that he was employing spirit power, but there was something distinct this time. Jin-hyuk was utilizing his own soul as the substance for this spirit power. Miho appeared concerned, yet Vulcan reassured her, expressing faith in Jin-hyuk because his actions indicated he had a plan. Vulcan eagerly anticipated what surprises Jin-hyuk had in store. Returning to Jin-hyuk's struggle, he was witnessed sucking the divine power through a conduit. After a few moments he admitted, "This isn't it either." To encapsulate his spirit power imbued with divine essence, he reasoned that crafting an image of himself consuming it, given that he had acquired the power through gluttony, would be the right approach. However, he felt that failure was looming if he continued down this path. If the divine power overwhelmed him, he'd either lose consciousness permanently or have to relinquish this newfound power. Nonetheless, with unwavering determination, he questioned himself, calming his nerves by acknowledging that it was a creation of his own soul. Suddenly, a shadowy figure began to materialize, and a massive shadowy monster materialized beside Jin-hyuk. Sporting a devious grin, Jin-hyuk declared, "Now this is the real deal." He proceeded to manipulate the monstrous entity, which began to consume the golden divine power bit by bit. Jin-hyuk maintained his menacing smirk, repeatedly chanting, "More, more, more," as his shadowy creation voraciously devoured the divine power. Back in the real world, Jin-hyuk was seen smirking, and near him Baal wore a satisfied smile. Baal began to clap with excitement, noting that Jin-hyuk's actions seemed to mirror his own. He welcomed the emergence of the demon king of gluttony. In a brief flashback, Jin-hyuk had mentioned the greedy dragon, and the gold-rich had identified this entity as Baal. To them, Baal was a neutral deity with a penchant for scheming. True to his name, he possessed an insatiable greed, indulging in various species and desiring even more. He's an insatiable dragon with an appetite for everything in this world, aptly named the Greedy Dragon. Gold-Rich had just started explaining the enigmatic history of this greedy dragon when the flashback abruptly ceased, bringing us back to the present, where Jin-hyuk harnessed his greed and completely consumed the divine power. In the tangible world, Vulcan roused Jin-hyuk from his trance, and Miho, elated to see him awake, eagerly embraced him with a hug. Jin-hyuk assured her he was back. Vulcan couldn't resist asking if Jin-hyuk had succeeded or failed, ready to poke fun if it were the latter. With a smirk, Jin-hyuk dismissed Vulcan's hopes of mockery, affirming his success as he exhibited his newfound divine energy merged with the dark power. Jin-hyuk explained that despite its current small size, he had developed an organ capable of generating divine power. He turned to Vulcan for his opinion, asking if he was content with this result. Vulcan privately marveled at the extraordinary outcome, but also recognized the lurking danger. Jin-hyuk, not yet strong enough to withstand a coordinated assault from the four royalties, was vulnerable. In his current incomplete state, facing off against the four royalties could prove fatal. A few days later, on the 10th floor hunting ground, Jin-hyuk's spirit soldiers were busy dispatching numerous orcs. Suddenly, they encountered an unusual-looking orc that managed to take down one of the spirits. Jin-hyuk and Vulcan watched from above, and Jin-hyuk uttered, "It has begun," with a growing pile of orc corpses behind him. The orc skillfully cleaved through the spirit soldiers, leaving them bisected on the ground. A sudden radiant glow emanated from the wounds, leaving the orc in awe. The source of the golden light was a celestial spirit soldier. Jin-hyuk turned to Vulcan and inquired about his experience with the new Holy Spirit soldier. Vulcan shared that it performed as expected, serving as the exclusive healer for both the undead and spirit soldiers. It completely nullified the typical necromancer's drawback of resource wastage due to weak endurance during summoning. Nevertheless, given its divine nature, it had a propensity for seeking enlightenment. Jin-hyuk commented on the situation, noting that they could only be cautious in dealing with it. Meanwhile, Miho indulged in consuming the orcs. Vulcan remarked that it seemed like she had finished her meal. Jin-hyuk inquired whether it was enjoyable. Observing the quest notification displaying that Miho had devoured 892 raw livers out of 999, Jin-hyuk contemplated how he had unexpectedly earned the Orc Slayer title for the second time. He then opened his status window, revealing his traits, stats, name, skills, subclass, class, and physical condition. Inwardly, he acknowledged that his divine power had grown over the past few days, increasing by 2, although with a base value of 3, it might not be exceptionally helpful. However, he could resort to it in emergencies. Vulcan asked Jin-hyuk what they should do next. Jin-hyuk responded that they should proceed to meet Hendrik. Upon returning to the city, Jin-hyuk inquired with Vulcan about the accuracy of the information. Vulcan affirmed that Hendrik was indeed not ascending the tower, seemingly waiting for someone. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk deduced that Hendrik, a dragon slayer inhabiting a dragon's body, piqued his interest. If Hendrik remained stuck on the 10th floor, there had to be a significant reason. Just like Uriel, Hendrik might be anticipating something after listening a revelation from the gods and demons. Vulcan informed Jin-hyuk that they had arrived, and once they left the alley they would encounter Hendrik. Jin-hyuk stepped out of the alley and found himself surrounded by a multitude of people. Upon closer inspection, he spotted a man with horns and red eyes, enveloped in a crimson aura. Considering their approach, Jin-hyuk asked Vulcan if they should approach Hendrik directly. Vulcan, cautious of the situation, inquired whether Jin-hyuk was willing to engage with Hendrik, as he might not be the person Hendrik was expecting, potentially leading to a deadly confrontation. Jin-hyuk, sporting a mischievous grin, proposed settling the matter through combat. Vulcan responded, dubbing Jin-hyuk insane and suggesting that he go on ahead without him. Jin-hyuk taunted Vulcan, stating that he knew Vulcan was fearful due to a past encounter where he got quite battered in a fight with Hendrik. Vulcan retorted, "Scared? Who got battered?" Defending his pride as the first spirit master, Vulcan asserted he'd never run away. Jin-hyuk, however, urged him not to lie, mentioning how he had fled, looking worse for wear. Hendrik suddenly closed his eyes, and they were transported into a flashback, where he was told that the one who could fulfill his wish would appear on the 10th floor and asked to wait. Returning to the present, Vulcan and Jin-hyuk faced Hendrik. Jin-hyuk asked if he was Hendrik, to which Hendrik replied in the affirmative, adding that he had been wondering when Jin-hyuk would approach him. Hendrik then recognized Vulcan as a familiar face, causing Vulcan to tremble. Hendrik abruptly declared that Jin-hyuk had passed, prompting Jin-hyuk to express his displeasure with Hendrik's initial judgment, though he chose to let it slide, since Hendrik said that he passed. Hendrik noted the prying eyes around them and requested that Jin-hyuk follow him. They reached what seemed like a dead-end alley, leaving Jin-hyuk puzzled about why they had ventured so far. Jin-hyuk pointed out the many alleys in the square. Suddenly, Hendrik placed his hand on the wall and a portal materialized. He entered it, and Jin-hyuk informed Vulcan that they would follow Hendrik, stepping through the portal. Inside, Jin-hyuk questioned Hendrik about their location, to which Hendrik explained it was a subspace, a hidden space on the 10th floor where the eyes of the gods and demons held no power. Jin-hyuk contemplated that he could unmistakably sense that something had weakened. Hendrik posed a question, expressing his intention to exterminate all the dragons who had slain him within the tower. He asked Jin-hyuk if he was prepared to join him in achieving this goal. Jin-hyuk responded with a smirk, remarking that Hendrik's ambition seemed rather petty for a man of his stature. Incensed, Hendrik demanded clarification about what Jin-hyuk meant by petty. Vulcan intervened, privately informing Jin-hyuk that Hendrik was a formidable monster on a different level, and questioned why he was provoking him. Jin-hyuk telepathically labeled Vulcan a loser and assured him that he had a plan in mind. Addressing Hendrik, Jin-hyuk acknowledged that he might not fully understand Hendrik's situation, but he could grasp how Hendrik had become the way he was. Jin-hyuk expressed his certainty that Hendrik was aware that the culprits who had wronged them weren't limited to the 4 royalties. Jin-hyuk stated that he didn't care why Hendrik had become fixated on dragons, but declared it insufficient for him to form an alliance. He proclaimed his intention to exact vengeance on all those who had wronged him, irrespective of whether they were the 4 royalties or anyone else. In essence, Hendrik's goals was too little for Jin-hyuk to ally with him. Hendrik, in response, inquired if Jin-hyuk genuinely planned to confront the 4 royalties. Congratulations on reaching this point. If you've managed to make it this far, please leave a comment saying Necromancer to confuse those who skipped this section or failed to watch the entire video. Jin-hyuk asserts that they both embody a state of death yet alive, attributing those malevolent individuals as the culprits responsible for his demise. Abruptly, Hendrik begins to chuckle, eventually erupting into laughter, leaving Jin-hyuk and Vulcan to observe him in silence. Subsequently, Hendrik extends his apologies, affirming Jin-hyuk's correctness. A sudden transformation in Hendrik's demeanor transpires, marked by an earnest expression as he proclaims Jin-hyuk as the prophesied individual spoken of by Uriel. This declaration leaves Jin-hyuk startled, concealing his internal wonderment concerning whether wingless beings have already approached Hendrik. Hendrik proceeds to unsheath his sword while expressing his anticipation for an impending confrontation. He articulates his intent to personally assess and scrutinize Jin-hyuk's commitment, questioning whether it is genuine or a mere charade, dubbing Jin-hyuk as the one who conspires against the divine will. Subsequently, Hendrik inquires about Jin-hyuk's identity. In response, Jin-hyuk unveils his countenance by removing his mask, introducing himself as Cha Jin-hyuk, bearing the epithet, the Death Star. Suddenly, an elderly gentleman exclaims, labeling Hendrik as a troublesome figure for revisiting this place. He questions whether Hendrik has yet to accomplish his initial purpose. Jin-hyuk, perplexed, inquires about the identity of the elderly man. Hendrik reveals him as the local blacksmith and the creator of his sword. The blacksmith confirms his role and chastises Hendrik for his return, given that he has already acquired the sword. He inquires about the reason for Hendrik's reappearance. Upon a closer examination, Jin-hyuk discerns the old men as an Oni. The Oni observes the peculiar amalgamation of a spirit and a mythical being following under a human, and inquires about Jin-hyuk's identity. Jin-hyuk inquired of the elderly gentleman how he had managed to survive, to which the old man, somewhat displeased, branded Jin-hyuk as a disrespectful scoundrel lacking reverence for his elders. He brusquely challenged Jin-hyuk to air any grievances he might have. Jin-hyuk clarified his intent, seeking to know how the old man had endured that calamity. Suddenly the Oni's countenance shifted to one of gravity, and he poised himself to strike Jin-hyuk with his mallet, convinced that Jin-hyuk was the arsonist responsible for his village's devastation. However, Hendrik intervened, restraining the Oni's hand. The Oni, tears glistening in his eyes, implored Hendrik to release him, asserting that Jin-hyuk had set his village ablaze. Hendrik reassured him, urging him to calm down and explaining that Jin-hyuk shared a similar background. Vulcan, curious, inquired if the Oni was acquainted with an Oni named Haryu. The Oni, taken aback, questioned how Vulcan knew Haryu. Back at the elderly man's location, Jin-hyuk quietly recounted his encounter with Haryu, prompting a sense of relief in the Oni upon hearing that Haryu was alive. Hendrik, standing nearby, pondered internally how surprising it was that such a fortuitous coincidence had unfolded. The Oni recounted that that day marked the commencement of their village's traditional festival. Every Oni had ascended to the 100th floor, but due to his advanced age and illness, he had stayed behind. Tragically, that very night, his village was reduced to ashes. Anxiously, the Oni inquired about Haryu's safety. Jin-hyuk reassured him, disclosing that Haryu was currently on the 9th floor, and they would soon reunite with her. The Oni then noticed the mask in Jin-hyuk's possession and inquired if it belonged to Haryu. Jin-hyuk confirmed it, explaining that Haryu had regarded it as her way of repaying him for saving her. Hendrik, curious about Haryu's strength, asked Jin-hyuk, who affirmed her prowess, and added that she was still growing, likely surpassing them in one-on-one battles. Hendrik inquired about Haryu's status in Jin-hyuk's party, wondering if she was a temporary or permanent member. Jin-hyuk explained that he had embraced Haryu's mask and committed to seeking vengeance alongside her. Geno, the Oni blacksmith, gratefully grasped Jin-hyuk's hand and introduced himself. He pledged to do everything within his power to support Jin-hyuk and implored them to rebuild the village with Haryu. Jin-hyuk, slightly taken aback, responded, "Pardon? Well, we should." Observing the scene, Vulcan mused internally about whether Jin-hyuk comprehended that accepting the mask was equivalent to accepting Haryu's proposal. Geno generously offered all the weapons in his workshop. After inspecting the swords, Jin-hyuk noted their exceptional quality, surpassing those received from Gold Rich. Hendrik clarified that Geno was the finest Oni blacksmith, explaining the exceptional craftsmanship. Following this exchange, they decided to depart, but found Geno peacefully asleep. Hendrik remarked that Geno appeared to have finally relaxed upon learning of a survivor from his village, a rarity in his experience. Jin-hyuk suggested they leave Geno to rest, and expressed his intention to bring Haryu to meet him. As he observed the elderly man, Jin-hyuk inwardly anticipated that Haryu would gain strength from this meeting, and felt pleased. Suddenly, Vulcan urgently called Jin-hyuk and warned him to be cautious. With swift reflexes, Jin-hyuk evaded an attack from Hendrik. In response, he questioned Hendrik's motives. Hendrik reminded him about their previous discussion, emphasizing that he had mentioned testing Jin-hyuk. Grinning, he warned that if Jin-hyuk wasn't skilled enough to survive, he should abandon any notion of challenging the will of the gods. Jin-hyuk retorted, insisting that he would test Hendrik as well. Just as their conversation unfolded, nearby buildings began to crumble, marking the onset of a fierce battle between Jin-hyuk and Hendrik. As Jin-hyuk dispatched his spectral warriors toward Hendrik, the latter swiftly drew his blade and cleaved those ethereal entities into countless fragments. Out of thin air, floating blades converged around Hendrik, poised to pierce him. But he thwarted their attempt by swinging his sword, recognizing it as shallow tricks. Unexpectedly, Jin-hyuk materialized above Hendrik and launched an offensive with his blade, yet Hendrik adeptly evaded the strike. With a deft maneuver, Hendrik gripped Jin-hyuk's hand and flung him onto a nearby house, leaving Miho anxious. Hendrik acknowledged Jin-hyuk's title as a mage and necromancer, acknowledging his remarkable dexterity, but cautioned that this trait could lead to a problem. Suddenly, Vulcan materialized behind Hendrik and ensnared him with his chains, questioning him about what he thinks about the first spirit master. Jin-hyuk then unleashed a potent magic technique called Gungnir, astonishing Hendrik as he claimed it to be his mightiest. Grinning, Jin-hyuk exclaimed, "Chaya!" and launched arrows toward Hendrik. In response, Hendrik's sword reacted, forming intricate patterns which Vulcan recognized. Hendrik employed a skill known as Enchant Dispel Magic, severing the chains that bound him. Seeing this, Vulcan urgently instructed Jin-hyuk to dodge. Hendrik unleashed another skill, Shattering Dragon Slash, intercepting and obliterating the arrow before advancing toward Jin-hyuk. The ensuing impact caused a massive explosion. Vulcan, with concern in his voice, called out to Jin-hyuk. Hendrik struck Vulcan with his sword, noting that Vulcan was Jin-hyuk's most potent soldier, leaving him with nothing more to say as he closed in on Jin-hyuk, proclaiming his impending defeat. Jin-hyuk then appeared on the side of the house, calmly stating, "Nope." Holding a bow, he declared himself as the strongest one remaining. Jin-hyuk aimed and shot a volley of small arrows toward Hendrik, but he completely missed him, prompting a retort from Hendrik about the stark contrast between Jin-hyuk's swordsmanship and his archery skills, describing the latter as atrocious. However, the arrows took an unexpected turn, glowing with magic, and returned to pierce Hendrik, causing him to descend. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk celebrated a critical hit and resolved to go all out to finish Hendrik, donning his Oni mask. He mentioned that he had only previously brought out the side effects when using the mask with Haryu, but now he intended to succeed. As he put on the mask, he harnessed his battle foresight. Falling, Hendrik's anger intensified, conjuring a colossal fire tornado at his location. Jin-hyuk regretfully noted that he had missed his chance, and that Hendrik was not an easy foe to vanquish. Hendrik, now with a transformed countenance, laughed and acknowledged Jin-hyuk's strength, asserting that he had lost in terms of numbers. He declared that the fight wasn't over, craving more. Hendrik unleashed his skill, charging Dragon Spark, urging Jin-hyuk to continue the battle. Jin-hyuk was left in disbelief, internally grappling with the realization that there seemed to be no way out. He could track Hendrik's attacks with his battle foresight, but he lacked the speed to evade them, and getting hit would prove fatal. With no alternative, Jin-hyuk retrieved his fox mask, donning it and expressing his trust in it. He looked rather impressive with his new mask. The elderly man's eyes snapped open, his shock palpable as he beheld the havoc wrought by Jin-hyuk and Hendrik. He bellowed, demanding to know what was happening, suspecting Hendrik's hand in it. In an instant, Miho sprang from her slumber and fled the house, leaving Garon in pursuit, shouting to her about the danger. As Miho gazed at a colossal beam of light, her apprehension was etched across her face. The source of the radiance was none other than Hendrik, as he readied an attack known as the Charging Dragon Spark. He abruptly vanished, leaving Jin-hyuk bewildered by his sudden disappearance. Out of nowhere, Hendrik reappeared before Jin-hyuk, his sword perilously close to his face. A colossal explosion ensued, and when the dust cleared, it was evident that Jin-hyuk had evaded Hendrik's assault. After the debris cleared, Hendrik was astounded to realize that Jin-hyuk had miraculously evaded his devastating attack, causing him to secretly concede that this wasn't an assault that Jin-hyuk's agility alone could evade. With a serene poise, Jin-hyuk materialized behind Hendrik, untouched by the confrontation. This left Hendrik pondering whether the enigmatic mask adorning Jin-hyuk belonged to that mystical fox. Hendrik couldn't help but chuckle, questioning Jin-hyuk's motives as he prepared to retaliate. Jin-hyuk, however, equipped weapons similar to Wolverine's and lunged at Hendrik, their blades clashing in a tense showdown. Countless clashes ensued between them, their weapons clashing and sparking in a flurry of combat. Abruptly, Hendrik burst into laughter, complimenting Jin-hyuk's enhanced mobility and newfound strength. pondering aloud whether the mystical fox mask was the source of this transformation. In response, Jin-hyuk maintained an unwavering silence, his eyes carefully scanning for an opportunity. Seizing a perceived weakness, he lunged forward to strike, but soon realized that Hendrik had deliberately created this opening to deploy his magic. Hendrik's sorcery triggered a powerful explosion where Jin-hyuk had stood moments ago. Astonishingly, Jin-hyuk emerged from the settling dust unscathed, poised in a defensive stance. With an intense gaze, he attempted to employ the charm skill on Hendrik. However, Hendrik swiftly shattered the charm and quipped, "I don't swing that way." A chuckle followed, with Hendrik explaining that such spells could be easily broken with a bit of focus. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk materialized in front of Hendrik, retorting, "But you'd have to stop moving for a moment." Internally, Jin-hyuk resolved not to employ a weak weapon and decided to conclude the confrontation with a decisive attack. He announced his intention to employ the Gung-hoon skill, combining it with all master martial combat, Fox's mobility, and various enchantments, such as enhanced physical strength, spirit power, demonic energy, and divine power. As he readied a punch, he informed Hendrik that this would be the end, concluding with a taunting remark and unleashing the Choi Gung-hoon technique, the straight jab. With a mighty shove, Jin-hyuk propelled Hendrik, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that laid waste to numerous buildings. Amid the debris, Vulcan struggled to regain his footing, questioning whether he had lost consciousness, and pondering the outcome of the battle between Jin-hyuk and Hendrik. His attention was abruptly drawn to Cha Jin-hyuk, standing as if he had emerged victorious. Blood trickled from Jin-hyuk's eyes and mouth as he began to stagger, prompting Vulcan to call out his name with deep concern. Internally, Jin-hyuk acknowledged that he had expended all his strength, rendering his body immobile. He regretted not finishing Hendrik with his last attack, especially since Hendrik remained standing before him far from defeated. Hendrik, visibly battered and fatigued, informed Jin-hyuk that he had passed. However, Jin-hyuk's irritation flared, and he rebuked Hendrik, asserting that he had failed. He emphasized that deploying a final move should render one incapacitated, all while dubbing Hendrik a monster. Hendrik, seemingly perturbed, raised a contemplative finger to his chin, expressing annoyance while saying, "To think that Jin-hyuk would fail him while looking like that." Abruptly, Hendrik relented with a begrudging fine, announcing his intent to determine Jin-hyuk's fate after unleashing his ultimate assault. He reasoned that he had taken a liking to Jin-hyuk, so he needed to pass no matter what. Jin-hyuk, however, implored him to hold off, as his body refused to respond, yet Hendrik remained undeterred, preparing to execute his flower dragon attack. As the formidable assault closed in on Jin-hyuk, he acquiesced with a resigned "Fine, you pass," and in his last breath he hurled an expletive at Hendrik, branding him a fucking bastard, just as the attack made its devastating impact. The scene shifts to a comical exchange between Jin-hyuk and Vulcan inside the elderly gentleman's abode. Vulcan teased Jin-hyuk for his loss, but Jin-hyuk retorted, claiming that Vulcan had lost as well. Vulcan reminded Jin-hyuk of the promise he made to Hendrik about testing him. Jin-hyuk, wrapped in bandages, grew increasingly irritated with Vulcan and threatened to turn him into a spirit orb. However, his attempt was met with excruciating pain, causing him to halt, and Vulcan couldn't help but giggle, remarking, "Serves you right." Sporting a broad grin, Vulcan pointed out that he had cautioned Jin-hyuk not to go overboard, emphasizing that Jin-hyuk owed his continued existence to meeting Uriel and attaining divine power. Jin-hyuk playfully referred to Vulcan as an old man, further infuriating him. Jin-hyuk, clearly irked, challenged Vulcan to wait and see what would happen once he recovered, all while Vulcan continues to chuckle and dismiss Jin-hyuk's frustration as the cries of a loser. Suddenly Hendrik swung open the door and entered the room, inquiring about Jin-hyuk's well-being. Vulcan began to sweat profusely, recalling Hendrik's previous threat to slice him to pieces. Awkwardly, Vulcan offered an apology for his earlier actions. Hendrik responded with a smirk, reassuring Vulcan that it was all right since they were all in the same boat now. Vulcan, visibly relieved, stammered out his gratitude and inwardly noted the stark contrast between Hendrik's demeanour in a fight against Jinhyuk and his normal, composed self. Vulcan then expressed remorse for the trouble Hendrik had gone through to check on Jinhyuk. Hendrik inquired if he had gone a little overboard. Jinhyuk, still reeling from being Lil Broed, exploded, challenging both of them to face him in a fight, convinced he'd win next time. Inwardly, Hendrik acknowledged that Jinhyuk would indeed be capable of defeating him one day. After taking a deep breath, Jinhyuk calmed down and revealed the reason he had summoned Hendrik. He wanted to hear Hendrik's story, particularly about his past life and death. Hendrik began by recounting how his family and hometown had vanished mysteriously, courtesy of the dragons. His miraculous survival was attributed to his burning hatred for dragons. He proceeded to climb the tower just like other climbers, but he was fortunate to possess exceptional talent. Jinhyuk noted the similarity between Hendrik's history and that of someone else he knew. Hendrik divulged that he had slain his first dragon on the 600th floor and subsequently embarked on a journey of revenge. Jinhyuk remarked on the quick progress to the 600th floor, wondering if Hendrik then went on to confront the 4 royalties. Hendrik confirmed this, but mentioned that it also marked the commencement of a pursuit by a team dispatched by the 4 royalties. This pursuit became his daily routine, and as he grew stronger, the penalty lessened. He revealed that their branch on the 800th floor had essentially been wiped out. Inwardly, Jinhyuk explained that the penalty system was designed to prevent high-level climbers from monopolizing the tower, imposing restrictions on their abilities on lower floors, rather than the higher ones they'd reached. This was why he'd survived Goldrich's attack. If there wasn't a penalty, he would have died from one attack. He asked Hendrik about the highest floor he had reached, and Hendrik replied, 900th floor. It was on that floor that his plan ultimately met its demise. Jinhyuk realized that Hendrik could have become a transcendent. Hendrik continued his tale, explaining that a more formidable pursuit team under the 4 royalties had been dispatched to capture him, and he eventually succumbed to their numbers. He became like this, he said. Hendrik found it ironic that among the myriad species he had reincarnated into the body of a dragon. He desired death but couldn't easily achieve it in such a powerful form, so he accepted it, vowing to use this body as a tool for his revenge. Jinhyuk replied with a smirk, "Yeah, that sounds like you." Hendrik, eager to get started, asked when they should begin climbing. However, he suddenly recalled that Jinhyuk had mentioned waiting for Haru. Jinhyuk, looking puzzled, inquired whether Hendrik intended to join them in climbing the tower. With a playful grin, Hendrik quipped, "Where would I go after leaving you, weakling?" Making Jinhyuk more pissed off. Hendrik then asserted that he and Jinhyuk were remarkably similar because they both had faced their last moments alone in their previous lives, marred by failure. They needed to learn from these experiences, and it would be foolish to believe they could face their challenges alone. Jinhyuk nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for a friend and ally, someone from their bloodline to stand by their side. Hendrik then made a surprising proposition, suggesting that Jinhyuk should create a guild. Jinhyuk, taken aback, stammered, Guild?" Meanwhile, in the guild house on the 600th floor's Holy Kingdom, a woman expressed her frustration and inquired about the commotion. She opened the door and turned to Kane, asking him what was happening. Kane gazed at the flames that Jinhyuk had ignited on the 10th floor and casually diverted her attention, mentioning an intriguing report from the White Swallow branch on the 10th floor. He explained that the branch had been reduced to rubble by a single individual, leaving her in shock. Kane elaborated, noting that according to Beck Hallio's report, it didn't appear to be the work of an ordinary organization or guild. Her surprise deepened, and she asserted, "Impossible." She pointed out that even on a lower-level floor like the 10th, the penalty placed restrictions on one's strength, making it seemingly implausible for someone to accomplish such a feat. Ken snapped his fingers in agreement. adding that even 9 starts like them found it impossible to conquer a guild house after receiving the 10th floor penalty. This indicated that the person responsible had already acquired immense power, much like them when they first entered the tower. The girl fell silent for a moment, and Kane suggested that it was still a possibility. She inquired about their course of action, if such an individual truly existed. With a sly grin, Kane proposed employing the same method they had used 10 years ago, eliminating them all. Kane's plan involved hiring a skilled bounty hunter for the task. In another scene, a blonde girl was depicted defeating a massive snake, casually remarking that she'd completed another task for the day. The scene shifts to a comical exchange between Jin-hyuk and Vulcan inside the elderly gentleman's abode. Vulcan teased Jin-hyuk for his loss, but Jin-hyuk retorted, claiming that Vulcan had lost as well. Vulcan reminded Jin-hyuk of the promise he made to Hendrik about testing him. Jin-hyuk, wrapped in bandages, grew increasingly irritated with Vulcan and threatened to turn him into a spirit orb. However, his attempt was met with excruciating pain, causing him to halt, and Vulcan couldn't help but giggle, remarking, "Serves you right." Sporting a broad grin, Vulcan pointed out that he had cautioned Jin-hyuk not to go overboard, emphasizing that Jin-hyuk owed his continued existence to meeting Uriel and attaining divine power. Jin-hyuk playfully referred to Vulcan as an old man, further infuriating him. Jin-hyuk, clearly irked, challenged Vulcan to wait and see what would happen once he recovered, all while Vulcan continues to chuckle and dismiss Jin-hyuk's frustration as the cries of a loser. Suddenly Hendrik swung open the door and entered the room, inquiring about Jin-hyuk's well-being. Vulcan began to sweat profusely, recalling Hendrik's previous threat to slice him to pieces. Awkwardly, Vulcan offered an apology for his earlier actions. Hendrik responded with a smirk, reassuring Vulcan that it was all right since they were all in the same boat now. Vulcan, visibly relieved, stammered out his gratitude and inwardly noted the stark contrast between Hendrik's demeanour in a fight against Jin-hyuk and his normal, composed self. Vulcan then expressed remorse for the trouble Hendrik had gone through to check on Jin-hyuk. Hendrik inquired if he had gone a little overboard. Jin-hyuk, still reeling from being Lil Broed, exploded, challenging both of them to face him in a fight, convinced he'd win next time. Inwardly, Hendrik acknowledged that Jin-hyuk would indeed be capable of defeating him one day. After taking a deep breath, Jin-hyuk calmed down and revealed the reason he had summoned Hendrik. He wanted to hear Hendrik's story, particularly about his past life and death. Hendrik began by recounting how his family and hometown had vanished mysteriously, courtesy of the dragons. His miraculous survival was attributed to his burning hatred for dragons. He proceeded to climb the tower just like other climbers, but he was fortunate to possess exceptional talent. Jin-hyuk noted the similarity between Hendrik's history and that of someone else he knew. Hendrik divulged that he had slain his first dragon on the 600th floor, and subsequently embarked on a journey of revenge. Jin-hyuk remarked on the quick progress to the 600th floor, wondering if Hendrik then went on to confront the 4 royalties. Hendrik confirmed this, but mentioned that it also marked the commencement of a pursuit by a team dispatched by the 4 royalties. This pursuit became his daily routine, and as he grew stronger, the penalty lessened. He revealed that their branch on the 800th floor had essentially been wiped out. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk explained that the penalty system was designed to prevent high-level climbers from monopolizing the tower, imposing restrictions on their abilities on lower floors, rather than the higher ones they'd reached. This was why he'd survived Goldrich's attack. If there wasn't a penalty, he would have died from one attack. He asked Hendrik about the highest floor he had reached, and Hendrik replied, 900th floor. It was on that floor that his plan ultimately met its demise. Jin-hyuk realized that Hendrik could have become a transcendent. Hendrik continued his tale, explaining that a more formidable pursuit team under the 4 royalties had been dispatched to capture him, and he eventually succumbed to their numbers. He became like this, he said. Hendrik found it ironic that among the myriad species, he had reincarnated into the body of a dragon. He desired death but couldn't easily achieve it in such a powerful form, so he accepted it, vowing to use this body as a tool for his revenge. Jin-hyuk replied with a smirk, "Yeah, that sounds like you." Hendrik, eager to get started, asked when they should begin climbing. However, he suddenly recalled that Jin-hyuk had mentioned waiting for Haru. Jin-hyuk, looking puzzled, inquired whether Hendrik intended to join them in climbing the tower. With a playful grin, Hendrik quipped, "Where would I go after leaving you, weakling?" Making Jin-hyuk more pissed off. Hendrik then asserted that he and Jin-hyuk were remarkably similar because they both had faced their last moments alone in their previous lives, marred by failure. They needed to learn from these experiences, and it would be foolish to believe they could face their challenges alone. Jin-hyuk nodded in agreement, recognizing the need for a friend and ally, someone from their bloodline to stand by their side. Hendrik then made a surprising proposition, suggesting that Jin-hyuk should create a guild. Jin-hyuk, taken aback, stammered, Guild?" Meanwhile, in the guild house on the 600th floor's Holy Kingdom, a woman expressed her frustration and inquired about the commotion. She opened the door and turned to Kane, asking him what was happening. Kane gazed at the flames that Jin-hyuk had ignited on the 10th floor and casually diverted her attention, mentioning an intriguing report from the White Swallow branch on the 10th floor. He explained that the branch had been reduced to rubble by a single individual, leaving her in shock. Kane elaborated, noting that according to Beck Hallio's report, it didn't appear to be the work of an ordinary organization or guild. Her surprise deepened, and she asserted, "Impossible." She pointed out that even on a lower-level floor like the 10th, the penalty placed restrictions on one's strength, making it seemingly implausible for someone to accomplish such a feat. Ken snapped his fingers in agreement, adding that even 9-starts like them found it impossible to conquer a guild house after receiving the 10th floor penalty. This indicated that the person responsible had already acquired immense power, much like them when they first entered the tower. The girl fell silent for a moment, and Kane suggested that it was still a possibility. She inquired about their course of action if such an individual truly existed. With a sly grin, Kane proposed employing the same method they had used 10 years ago, eliminating them all. Kane's plan involved hiring a skilled bounty hunter for the task. In another scene, a blonde girl was depicted defeating a massive snake, casually remarking that she'd completed another task for the day. Jin-hyuk was pondering the guild quandary, mentioning his alignment with Hendrik's thoughts but noting a snag. He was currently tangled up in Baal's quest, where before hitting the 100th floor, he needed the entire tower to recognize his name and nickname. Jin-hyuk expressed to Hendrik the need for everyone to know his name before he reached the 100th floor, fretting over tarnishing Hendrik's or the guild's reputation. With a pensive gesture, Hendrik acknowledged Baal's quest and proposed a simple solution. Jin-hyuk should be the guild master. This caught Jin-hyuk off guard. Hendrik clarified that he never aspired to that role, admitting his lack of confidence in holding such a position. He believed Jin-hyuk, a skilled necromancer, would excel in leading the army. Jin-hyuk fell silent, admitting his frustration at being weaker than Hendrik and foreseeing situations where he'd have to give orders to someone stronger. Then, unexpectedly, Hendrik dropped to one knee before Jin-hyuk, stunning him. When Jin-hyuk questioned the gesture, Hendrik, with a resolute face, exclaimed, "Will you marry me?" He definitely said that. Hendrik quietly contemplated Jin-hyuk's response, noting to himself that Jin-hyuk wasn't aware of the profound humiliation from his past life. He vividly remembered the anger and powerlessness he felt when he met his demise. Jin-hyuk then probed Hendrik about whether this pursuit served his goal, to which Hendrik firmly replied, yes. Jin-hyuk, with a grin, relented, "Fine," expressing his commitment to become the guildmaster for their shared quest for vengeance. Hendrik commended Jin-hyuk's choice. Vulcan then inquired about the guild's name. Recollecting Uriel's words about the one who wears the mask, condenses grotesqueness and defies the heavens. Jin-hyuk confidently proclaimed their guild's name, the Powerpuff Boys. Haha, just kidding. Jin-hyuk settles on Heaven's Defiance, because what other phrase is more befitting? Vulcan points out the option to pay the company fee for guild creation, but Jin-hyuk reveals he can do it for free by informing Puppet. Heading to the Gold-rich branch, Jin-hyuk is welcomed by Halcyon, who regrettably informs him of Puppet's absence. Jin-hyuk, curious, inquires about Halcyon's identity, prompting Halcyon to reintroduce himself as the branch manager of the 10th floor. Bro is such a side character that our boy already forgot about him. That's tragic. After that, Jin-hyuk encountered Ken nearby and inquired about his presence. Ken chuckled and mentioned he stopped by for the tower's maintenance. Halcyon then expressed how close he'd become with Ken. Nervously, Halcyon asked Jin-hyuk's reason for visiting today. Jin-hyuk revealed his intent to start a guild. Halcyon beamed, stating that if it was Jin-hyuk's guild, everyone would want to join. However, he pointed out Jin-hyuk needed more than 2 members to establish it. Jin-hyuk listed Hendrik, Miho and Vulcan as prospective guild members and asked if that sufficed. Ken was astonished that the dragon joined the guild. Halcyon inquired if Jin-hyuk had won over Hendrik. Jin-hyuk glanced at Hendrik, stating that his guild member is a celebrity, which Hendrik amusingly responded, "Celebrity? What's that? I don't think that's a compliment." Jin-hyuk revealed there were more members and sought Halcyon's assistance once they all gathered. Halcyon affirmed, saying Gold Rich had instructed him to support Jin-hyuk's requests. Later, Jin-hyuk extended invitations to the old man Oni, Puppet, Haryu, and even Goldrich. Goldrich mused, "A guild, huh? He's up to something interesting." The scene shifted to Jin-hyuk using his potent attack, 10-finger edges soul bullet combined with fission magic on orcs, piercing their bodies entirely. Hendrik asked Jin-hyuk if he also received a quest from the 9-tailed fox, which Jin-hyuk confirmed, believing he could complete it that day. Miho devoured the orcs, enabling Jin-hyuk to finish the quest by collecting 999 livers. Upon completing the quest, a radiant pink light descended upon Miho, intriguing Hendrik, who asked what would transpire after Miho consumed all the livers. Jin-hyuk admitted he hadn't been informed of the outcome. Subsequently, Miho transformed into an egg, prompting Jin-hyuk to receive a notification stating the 9-tailed fox would revert to her original form. Amidst the astonishment, Vulcan, with an astonished expression, urged Jin-hyuk to look ahead. Turning around, Jin-hyuk witnessed a humanoid figure materialize within the pink light. "Wait, Miho's original form," he exclaimed, taken aback, as Miho transformed into a floating human girl. However, she suddenly fell, luckily caught by Jin-hyuk, prompting concern from Vulcan and Hendrik. Bale remarked on Miho's cuteness. "FBI, open up!" To which the 9-tailed fox asserted it was only logical, as Miho was her child. Jin-hyuk reassured everyone, gazing at Miho, who uttered "Da." Jin-hyuk echoed "Da" in response. Then, with an endearing expression, Miho called Jin-hyuk Daddy, stunning him and the others. Suddenly, a voice questioned, "Daddy?" It emanated from Haryu, who looked utterly devastated, demanding why Miho referred to Jin-hyuk as Daddy. Man, I wouldn't want to be in Bro's position. Miho gestured towards Haryu and inquired about her identity, slipping in the word Daddy again. Haryu felt a sting at Miho's use of that term for Jin-hyuk. An uneasy Jin-hyuk, sensing something amiss, nervously asked the 9-tailed fox what was going on. The fox presented a notification, congratulating Jin-hyuk on Miho becoming his pet. "Pet?" Jin-hyuk echoed, seeking clarification on whether this was the fox's idea of rewarding favorability. The fox then mentioned placing her daughter in Jin-hyuk's care before vanishing. Jin-hyuk hurriedly asked her to wait and resolve the situation. Vulcan, in a sarcastic tone, offered Jin-hyuk congratulations, while Hendrik wondered if humans now gave birth to foxes. Jin-hyuk, feeling perplexed, questioned if they were teasing him. Hallyu, overwhelmed, dropped to her knees, her eyes filled with jealousy and confusion. "Daughter? If his daughter is that old, when did Jin Hyuk have one?" she exclaimed. Despite acknowledging Jin Hyuk's strength and charm, she struggled with the idea of him having a lover. Nevertheless, she expressed a resolve to accept the situation and move forward. She expressed feeling like she mattered to Jin Hyuk, then chuckled and added, "That's it. It's okay. I'm okay." Noticing Hallyu was a female Oni, Hendrik assumed her identity and courteously greeted her. "Nice to meet you," he said, introducing himself as Hendrik and mentioning his membership in Jin Hyuk's party, entrusting himself to her care. Hallyu glanced at the man standing before her. In her eyes, Hendrik's image flickered to flames, triggering a flashback of her village engulfed in fire. Oni villagers fled, children cried, and in the distance, a dragon's silhouette loomed, its menacing laughter revealing it as the arsonist. Back in the present, Hallyu angrily denounced Hendrik as the village's enemy, lunging towards him with a cry of "Die!", swinging her sword only to be blocked by him. Hendrik urged Jin Hyuk to clarify the situation to Hallyu, emphasizing her misunderstanding. However, Jin Hyuk, with a smirk, dismissed the idea, claiming that Hallyu's anger was directed solely at him, leaving Hendrik to handle the situation on his own. Despite warning Jin Hyuk of the potential harm to Hallyu, Hendrik was assured she could handle it. Upon hearing Jin Hyuk's declaration, Hendrik responded with a smirk and announced that he would consider this confrontation as the entrance test for "Go Against God." He retaliated against Hallyu, sending her flying backward. She soared into the forest, crashing into numerous trees and creating a massive cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Hallyu charged at Hendrik with her sword, seemingly unharmed. Yet again, Hendrik intercepted her strike. He complimented her spirit, but pointed out that her current effort wouldn't cut it. His counterattack showcased his immense power, leaving Hallyu no choice but to acknowledge his strength. She fell to the ground, realizing the huge gap in their abilities. Feeling frustrated that despite her enemy being right in front of her, she lacked the power for revenge. Then, the sword spirit emerged, chuckling as he offered Hallyu his power just this once. Promising to grant her the strength to slay a dragon, he explained why he was known as a Dragon Slayer sword. Accepting the sword's power, Hallyu's appearance changed, and she lunged towards Hendrik. He, intrigued by the sword's apparent consciousness, invited her to give it her all. As she prepared to strike, uttering "Die," Hendrik effortlessly blocked her attack. Hallyu was shocked that he could neutralize the Dragon Slayer sword's might with just one hand. Subsequently, Hendrik kicked her, she coughed and knelt down. Asserting his dominance, he proclaimed that his sword's strength surpassed hers, evident in its composition. Hallyu, despite feeling defeated, refused to give up easily. She pleaded with the Dragon Slayer sword for more strength, a power potent enough to accomplish her revenge. The sword, with a wicked grin, encouraged her determination. Subsequently, Hallyu emanated a menacing, powerful aura, enveloping her entire body and sword in a pink glow. Hendrik, recognizing this power as sword silk, widened his eyes in astonishment. Vowing retribution for her burned village and the resentment of the deceased Onis, Hallyu attacked Hendrik with her newfound power. However, he easily evaded her strikes, cautioning her that the power she wielded surpassed her own capabilities. Hendrik warned that the sword forcibly bestowed this strength upon her, placing her in grave danger if she continued to use it. Leaping towards her, he implored Hallyu to release the sword, explaining that the power acted like a consuming parasite beyond her current stage of handling. Hallyu, recalling the flames that devoured her village, closed her eyes momentarily. Then, fueled by anger, a pink aura glowed fiercely in her eyes. She angrily declared her determination to release the sword only when Hendrik perished, blaming him for the village's destruction. Unleashing a barrage of silk slash attacks on the surrounding area, she vowed unforgiving retribution. Man, these cheap misunderstandings are killing me. I bet Jin Hyuk is enjoying this while munching on some popcorn. Hendrik skillfully evaded her strikes, but ended up with a small cut on his cheek. Internally he pondered, "I see. Do you hold a grudge against dragons too?" Continuing, he remarked, "Is it so intense that it's consuming you?" Hendrik, having wielded the sword longer than Haryu, felt compelled to intervene. He believed he needed to steer her away from the wrong path. Focusing his energy, he readied a potent attack, warning Haryu that it would be intense, but not fatal. Haryu was stunned by the sheer might he exhibited. Hendrik then unleashed the formidable strike, resulting in a colossal explosion upon impact. Bro got hit so hard that she started dreaming. She found herself surrounded by a serene meadow adorned with stunning blue flowers, realizing it was the forest of the Oni village. Spotting a soccer ball, she picked it up when a voice called her sister Haryu, revealing a little Oni girl who requested she hold onto the ball. Haryu explained they were the village children, happily handing the ball to the young one who gratefully thanked her. However, her dream took a haunting turn as the children questioned why she was the lone survivor. It shook her deeply, leaving her bewildered. A fiery hand touched her shoulder, belonging to a burning child pleading to be saved, expressing a desire to live like her. Tears streamed down Haryu's face, her breathing becoming erratic. The haunting scene escalated as burning corpses piled up, reaching out to her, questioning her survival. Amidst this turmoil, Haryu wondered inwardly why she alone survived, and her sword responded, stating it was her destiny. It urged her to wield the Dragon Slayer's sword and carry on because revenge could only be sought through her. It reminded her that despite the Oni's demise, she must stand tall, bearing the values of kindness and vengeance. Meanwhile, Hendrik swiftly turned around, astonished at how she managed to stand after enduring his charging Dragonspark attack. What a lame-ass name. Haryu dashed swiftly toward Hendrik, her gaze vacant. Closing in on him, she plunged the blade into his stomach. Both collapsed to the ground, revealing the sword had shattered upon impact with Hendrik. The shattered sword muttered that this was probably Haryu's limit, urging her to grow stronger, to cut through him and avenge all the Oni. Concerned, Jinhyuk called out Haryu and Hendrik's names, while Vulcan inquired about their well-being. Hendrik reassured them he was fine, noting that Haryu had exhausted herself before stabbing him. Believing it best to let her rest, they returned to the village. Inside an apartment, Haryu lay sleeping on the bed, appearing gaunt. Observing her condition, Hendrik speculated that she might be malnourished, having repeatedly pushed herself beyond her limits. He wondered if she'd attack him upon waking. Jinhyuk suggested she might, given her story resembled Hendrik's, possibly involving one of the dragons that ravaged her village. Hendrik reflected that the previous owner of his dragon body might have been one of the dragons that attacked her village. Accepting the burden of this body's past sins, he resolved to endure the resentment Haryu might harbor towards him. Jinhyuk fell silent after hearing that, then requested Hendrik to accompany him. He mentioned he'd booked the entire second floor and urged Hendrik to make himself at home until Haryu woke up. Hendrik expressed gratitude but declined. He felt he didn't deserve such kindness due to the past sins of his body. Yet before he could finish, Jinhyuk cut in sharply, exclaiming, "Do you think I give a damn about you?" Jinhyuk emphasized that Haryu could only rest if Hendrik wasn't in her sight. The breeze swept into Haryu's room, stirring her awake. Feeling the wind against her skin, she opened her eyes, initially thinking she saw Jinhyuk, but to her surprise it was Miho who informed Jinhyuk of Haryu's awakening. Jinhyuk entered the room and inquired, "Are you awake?" Bro, I hate people like this. Why do you have to ask such stupid questions? Like, bro, you see me awake and looking at your dumbass, so why are you asking me if I'm awake? Anyway, back to the story." Haryu responded with a yes, mentioning that her head felt stuffy. Suddenly Miho exclaimed, "Daddy's here!" These words triggered Haryu once more, overwhelming her with jealousy, causing her to faint again. Confused, Miho questioned if Haryu was sleeping once more. Jinhyuk lifted Miho and warned her that she might die if she didn't change the nickname she used for him. Miho replied, Die? Miho will? From who? Jin-hyuk then cautioned her that she would die from that sister. The following day, just outside their apartment, Jin-hyuk inquires if everyone has packed all their belongings. He announces they won't be returning to the 10th floor. Haryu enthusiastically confirms she's packed everything, expressing a sense of connection to the Dragon Slayer's sword, feeling it always comes back as a part of her. Hendrik assures that his possessions are magically organized, ensuring he won't leave anything behind. Miho hesitates, almost calling Jin-hyuk daddy, but then chooses Oppa, asserting she hasn't left anything either. This surprises Jin-hyuk. He didn't anticipate her addressing him as Oppa rather than daddy. Haryu steps in, explaining she's the one who taught Miho to use Oppa. With a warm smile, Haryu embraces Miho like a caring sister, explaining to Jin-hyuk that despite Miho being a mythical creature, she's still a young child who can't distinguish between daddy and Oppa. So Haryu made it simple for her to understand and taught her with kindness. Muttering softly, Miho admits she prefers saying daddy. Her statement prompts a menacing look from Haryu, resembling a furious demon, which frightens Miho. Jin-hyuk then distributes some scrolls, revealing them as teleportation scrolls, suggesting each of them should take one. He mentions that tearing it would transport them to the meeting room Goldrich arranged. Startled, Haryu remarks about the scrolls being expensive. Miho then inquired, "Really?" Just as Jin-hyuk was poised to shred the scroll, Vulcan urgently implored him to pause, loudly questioning his own scroll. Jin-hyuk, in turn, acknowledged his oversight, and with a snap of his fingers, commenced the process of drawing Vulcan into his spiritual portal. While being drawn in, Vulcan cursed Jin-hyuk, denouncing him as someone who disregarded his autonomy, treating him merely as an object to be taken from an inventory. With everyone prepared, Jin-hyuk declared it was time to proceed. They tore the scroll in half, instantly finding themselves teleported to their designated meeting spot. "Is this it?" inquired Hendrik. Surprisingly, Haryu expressed her astonishment at discovering such an impressive place on the 10th floor. Jin-hyuk enlightened them, explaining that this space was constructed through the power of magic, a venture only made feasible by Goldrich's substantial financial resources. A figure suddenly materialized beside Haryu, prompting her to turn and meet their gaze. The elderly man, newly arrived, was astounded to encounter Haryu, whose shock mirrored his own at seeing her grandpa Geno is really alive. Tears welled in their eyes as the only confirmed survivors of their kind embraced. Vulcan and Jin-hyuk looked on, relieved that this long-awaited reunion had finally taken place. Just then, Goldrich made a dramatic entrance, swinging the door open like a boss from the movies, and questioning why everyone was running behind schedule. He inquired about the etiquette of being 10 minutes early. Jin-hyuk glanced at him and urged for consideration due to the current situation with the Oni. Goldrich remarked that Jin-hyuk had become unusually soft, referring to him as Death Star. Nearby, Puppet questioned Goldrich's mention of Death Star, recalling the powerful climber who had perished a decade ago, lured by a thirst for power, betraying mankind. Jin-hyuk then unveiled himself, removing his mask, and asked, "You know me well?" With a broad grin, he confirmed Puppet's inquiry, identifying himself as Death Star Cha Jin-hyuk, the man who died 10 years ago. In the subsequent scene, Goldrich concluded briefing everyone on the information known thus far. Silence enveloped the group after his words, except for Puppet who, in astonishment, requested Goldrich to pause. He summarized Goldrich's revelations, highlighting the secret actions of the 4 royalties, eliminating those with potential, including the ambush on the Oni village at the 100th floor. So Ghostface, or rather Cha Jin-hyuk and Sir Hendrik, were both victims and returned to life, Puppet exclaimed. Exactly, confirmed Jin-hyuk, emphasizing their guild's objective of revenge. With a determined look, Jin-hyuk mentioned Heaven's Defiance as their guild's name, signifying their intent to wreak havoc in Heaven, the place where the 4 royalties reside. The elderly man and Puppet exchanged grins, acknowledging Jin-Yuk's perceived madness, but recognizing their potential to bring substantial change to the tower. Post their group meeting, Goldrich inquired about Jin-Hyuk's future plans. Jin-Hyuk, in response, asked, "What else does a climber do?" He then answered his own query, stating his intention to continue climbing the tower, of course. He stressed that this applied to all guild members. They needed to develop their abilities as much as possible, because fighting fire with fire was the only way. As Yeno was leaving, Haryu called his name, grasped his hand, and inquired if he would ascend the tower with them. Yeno expressed his happiness at her invitation, but mentioned his intention to proceed separately, shocking Haryu, who exclaimed, "Wait, why?" Geno, having seen her safe, found peace in his heart. His past anger and motives had dissipated. He speculated that the same might be true for her, due to her kind-hearted nature. Believing that being together would lead to stagnation, he revealed that the final sword of the Oni couldn't fall because of him. Deciding to change his name to Shadowless, he inscribed it on a scroll, renouncing his former identity as the Oni named Geno, and proclaiming himself an ordinary blacksmith. He urged Haryu not to forget her responsibility and anger as the last surviving Oni. Shortly after, Jin-Hyuk arrived and respectfully informed the old man that he will give him a separate mission. We were not informed about its details. In the next scene, Jin-Hyuk instructed Goldrich to establish their base on the 100th floor and investigate the Oni village. Goldrich assured him it wouldn't be an issue, and inquired about selecting a manager. Jin-Hyuk revealed his choice, the best Oni blacksmith who had resided on the 10th floor for an extended period, possessing knowledge of its geography and characteristics. Goldrich acknowledged the decision, then turned to Puppet, asking him to accompany the elder to the 100th floor. Puppet respectfully assured the old man of his escort with due reverence. With their destination set, Jin-Hyuk declared it was time to depart. Striking cool poses, they exuded magnificence as Jin-Hyuk rallied them, saying, "All right, Heaven's Defiance, let's go and live up to our name." In the safety zone of the 11th floor, at the floor entrance, a portal materialized on the street. Stepping out of it, Jin-Hyuk privately acknowledged that the 11th floor marked the true commencement of their journey. His thoughts turned to those responsible for his current state. The twins who had schemed against him, betrayed him, and caused his demise. Determined to seek vengeance, he vowed to tear them apart, regardless of how high up they are right now, or their position within the tower. Unbeknownst to them, someone trailed behind, a yellow-haired girl, previously seen in the chapters before, silently observing their movements.
On the 50th floor, the streets were bustling with activity. People were walking and talking. Amidst the conversations, a woman asked her friend if he had heard the rumor. The man, puzzled, inquired about the rumor, to which she replied it was about Ghostface. Meanwhile, inside a beautiful building, Jin-Hyuk found himself surrounded by a group ready to confront him. The rumor circulating about him was that he had already reached the 50th floor. The scene made it clear that Jin-Hyuk was seen as an intruder, evidenced by the crowd's hostile intent. However, Jin-Hyuk summoned a purple orb, awakening the dead soldiers of the Holy Kingdom as his undead shadow warriors. One by one they rose, ready for battle. The soldiers wasted no time, immediately attacking Jin-Hyuk's enemies, causing blood to spill everywhere. Suddenly, assassin-class climbers attempted to ambush Jin-Hyuk from behind, unaware that Jin-Hyuk, despite being a necromancer, was powerful, and his comrades were equally formidable. Miho and Haryu quickly went on the offensive, countering the ambush, leaving the attackers bewildered about the sudden appearance of these allies before they perished in a massive explosion. From a different angle, the entire battlefield was visible, showcasing the sheer size and strength of Jin-Hyuk's shadow army. An orange-haired man observed the chaos, his expression one of anger. Gritting his teeth, he questioned the situation and why this was happening, given that he was the branch manager. Preparing to join the fray, a green aura enveloped him as he declared his intention to fight back. Despite his appearance, he was the branch manager of a guild affiliated with the Holy Kingdom. He began casting a spell, summoning roots from the ground that combined with rocks to form a golem. As the golem fully formed and stood menacingly behind him, the man laughed confidently, commanding the golem to protect his proud nation. Vulcan was taken aback by the sight of the golem, and Haryu noted that it was a 120th floor monster. The orange-haired man, brimming with confidence, grimaced as he declared that the tables had turned now that he had successfully summoned the golem. As he was on the verge of commanding the golem to annihilate the fools disrupting the coalition of the Holy Kingdom, his hopes and dreams, along with the golem, were shattered by Jinhyuk's most powerful ally, Hendrik the Dragon Hunter, who had now been reincarnated into the body of a dragon. Orange Boy was stunned by what he witnessed. The golem, which he believed to be invincible, was effortlessly destroyed. He was also unaware that Jinhyuk was right behind him. Orange Boy only realized Jinhyuk's presence when Jinhyuk grabbed his neck. Lifting him like a doll, Jinhyuk revealed that Orange Boy belonged to the Shakari branch on the 50th floor. Gasping for breath, Orange Boy asked if Jinhyuk intended to make the Holy Kingdom, the 9-star, his enemy. Jinhyuk replied, "No, why would I?" before crushing Orange Boy with a clenched fist, stating that he had already become their enemy 10 years ago. Whenever Ghostface broke his climbing record, the affiliated guild on that floor was reduced to ashes. Could it be? Is Ghostface that strong? Jinhyuk then removed his mask and commented that their task was done, instructing his companions to continue destroying them and their plans. The next day, as Jinhyuk and his companions walked through the streets, people recognized him and his guild members, Heaven's Deviants. He had gained the reputation of attacking 9-star affiliated guilds. Jinhyuk turned to Baal and asked for his opinion on the quest. He noted that he didn't see the need for him to reach the 100th floor. Hendrik noted that Jinhyuk was revealing information about himself, and Vulcan added that even though Jinhyuk had erased all traces of magic up to the 40th floor, Haryu questioned if Jinhyuk was doing it intentionally, to which Jinhyuk responded affirmatively. He explained that he was tired of raiding their guilds and gathering information, and he intended to draw them to him instead. He then opened his status window, displaying his name Jinhyuk, his class as a spirit master, his subclass as an all-master, and his physical type as mana. His stats showed 78 in strength, 76 in HP, 77 in agility, 112 in intelligence, each with a plus 33 increase. His mana was 136 with a plus 48 increase, his demonic energy was 0 but with a plus 10 increase, and his divine power was 6. His traits included gluttony and all-rounder, and his skills were combined tolerance and enhanced endurance. With this knowledge, Jinhyuk realizes that even if they are ambushed, he will manage, thanks to his demonic energy and divine power. Despite his current weakness, these powers will serve as significant assets, even if a climber from a higher floor attacks. However, he acknowledges his shortcomings in terms of weaponry, prompting Hendrik to advise against being greedy. Hendrik reminds Jinhyuk that he possesses a weapon created by Geno, correction, Shadowless. He mentions that obtaining a superior weapon will be challenging unless they reach a higher floor. Haryu worries about her grandfather Shadowless and wonders about his well-being. Seeing her sadness, Miho points out to Hendrik that he made Haryu upset, leaving him surprised. Jinhyuk then suggests they visit a particular place to cheer Haryu up and to acquire a new weapon for himself, the Black Market on the 51st floor. This market is known for its rare and hard-to-find items that aren't available through regular auctions. Jinhyuk promises Haryu to get her something from the auction if she finds something she likes, which makes her happy. Miho also expresses interest in getting something. Inwardly, Jinhyuk reflects on Haryu's happiness and regrets not buying her something sooner. Just then, they hear someone say, "Oh, shopping? Great idea!" and a red round object is thrown near them, emitting a blue light. Jinhyuk quickly realizes it's a bomb, and a massive explosion ensues. Fortunately, Jinhyuk managed to avoid the blast, but suddenly a gun was aimed at him from close range. He quickly noticed it just as the owner fired without hesitation. Reacting swiftly, Jinhyuk dodged the powerful shot from the weapon, which was strong enough to demolish buildings. He was astonished by that small gun's immense power, realizing that if he didn't have the mask's power, he would have perished. The girl who shot him appeared slightly disappointed. though her expression remained indifferent to Jin-hyuk's successful dodge at point-blank range. Suddenly, an enraged Hendrik attacked her from the side, intending to kill. However, she saw him coming and, with a calm demeanor, said, "Visor." A system responded, "Yes, ma'am," and a blue barrier shielded her from his strike. Hendrik's eyes widened in shock as the woman equipped a robotic suit reminiscent of a Power Ranger. After donning her suit, she activated a defensive technique called Rebound Shock on her shield. As Hendrik's attack struck, it rebounded with such force that it sent him staggering backward in pain. At that moment, Haryu and Miho joined the conflict, both intent on punishing the woman for aiming a gun at Hendrik and Jin-hyuk. Haryu swung his sword, and Miho extended her claws, launching their attacks simultaneously. However, the woman surprised them by taking flight, causing both Haryu and Miho to miss their strikes. Haryu was astonished by her ability to fly, while Miho, still a child, joyfully exclaimed, "It's a plane! It's a plane!" I'm puzzled as to how she knows what a plane is, considering she's a mythical creature born in the tower and not exposed to the outside world. Suddenly, red spheres descended from the sky, landing on top of the two girls. The spheres opened, releasing a bright light, followed by a massive explosion, rendering the girls unconscious and causing Miho to revert to her fox form. While still airborne, the blonde woman remarked that she had high hopes for the super rookie Ghostface and his group, but was disappointed, questioning if this was all they could offer. "Of course not!" Jin-hyuk and Hendrik responded simultaneously as they slashed at the girl, forming an X-shaped attack at close range. The attack was both beautiful and powerful, and they walked past her, exuding confidence and certainty in their victory. However, to their shock, a gun was suddenly aimed at both of their heads. It was the blonde woman, completely unfazed by their previous assault. Jin-hyuk realized with dismay that the battle wasn't going to end as easily as he had thought. The two men quickly moved away from the gun, but the woman did not shoot. Instead, she told them not to be upset because she had something to discuss with them. Moments later, they found themselves on the roof of a building where the woman removed her mask and introduced herself as Shane, a skilled bounty hunter. Upon hearing the term bounty hunter, Jin-hyuk inferred that he and his team had bounties on their heads and wondered which of the climbers on the mere 50th floor had put a price on them. Shane then told them that they don't need to introduce themselves, as she already knew the super rookie Ghostface and his comrade, the Strange Dragon. With a confident smirk, she declared that they were her prey. Annoyed, Hendrik pointed his sword at her and asked if those were her final words. She simply laughed and stated that she had changed her mind, proposing a bet instead. This bet, she claimed, could benefit everyone. Hendrik, visibly irritated, inquired about the bet. She explained that if Jin-hyuk and Hendrik won, she would disclose who had placed the bounties on their heads. This revelation shocked Jin-hyuk, who hadn't expected her to share such information. Conversely, Hendrik leapt into the air, poised to strike her with his sword, declaring that he could no longer listen to her, but Jin-hyuk urgently shouted for him to stop, explaining that if she had the backing of the 9-star or the 4 royalties, their journey, which had only just begun, could become perilous. Therefore, they needed her information and had to listen to her. Reluctantly, Hendrik halted, and Shane asked if they were now negotiating. Jin-hyuk then inquired about the nature of the bet. She donned her mask again and suggested that battling a formidable opponent is always enjoyable. Her bet was for them to fight, right there and then, with everything they had. Hendrik, both shocked and frustrated, wondered why they had stopped if they were going to fight anyway. She clarified that the fight had conditions. No matter who won, all 3 of them must remain alive, as Jin-hyuk and Hendrik needed her alive for information, and she did not intend to kill them either. Hendrik was surprised by her insistence on not killing each other and pondered her true motives. She continued, stating that since it was 2 against 1, Ghostface was not permitted to summon his undead soldiers. He agreed, promising not to summon them, while internally vowing to uncover her plans after defeating her. With a confident, menacing grin, Hendrik asked if she meant that she just needed to stay alive, even if he severed all her limbs. With the conditions set, it was time to fight. As the battle began, a weapon-equipped drone appeared behind Jin-hyuk, targeting and firing at him, which he deftly dodged. Jin-hyuk, unimpressed, referred to the drone as a toy while retrieving something from his coat. However, Shane approached from behind, aimed his gun, and asked if he had forgotten about her. She then fired, but Jin-hyuk quickly used his soul shield to block the attacks. At that moment, Hendrik dashed menacingly toward her, ready to strike. Shane, however, seemed unfazed, as if she anticipated his move. Before Hendrik could land his slash, she began to vanish from her spot, causing them to look flabbergasted, their eyes wide open in shock. Hendrik's attack then collided with Jin-hyuk's shield instead. Both Jin-hyuk and Hendrik were stunned, their eyes wide as the forceful strike redirected and caused significant damage to the surroundings. Shane mocked them, commenting on their poor teamwork and wondering if their individual prowess had kept them from ever needing to cooperate. Suddenly, Hendrik and Jin-hyuk began arguing, grabbing each other's collars. Jin-hyuk yelled, calling Hendrik a bastard and questioning why he couldn't see that he had blocked her attack. Hendrik, equally angry, retorted, calling Jin-hyuk a bastard as well and insisting he should have predicted his attack. Jin-hyuk argued that Hendrik should match with his movements, stating it was a command from him, the guildmaster. Hendrik countered, asking him to be rational and that leaving it to him was their key to victory. Their fight was abruptly interrupted by Shane, who prepared a devastating attack and called out to them. She remarked that although they were both strong-willed, they were being rude by constantly ignoring her. With a confident look, she asked if they had ever heard of a railgun, and if not, she would show them by attacking with it. The powerful attack, conjuring a gigantic bright blue beam, illuminated the entire area as it was about to land on our heroes. Suddenly, a massive explosion occurred as the attack hit the ground, obliterating everything within its radius. Elsewhere, in a serene area far above the forest, a portal began to open. Once it fully materialized, Hendrik and Jin-hyuk emerged, their expressions revealing surprise. They plummeted from the sky into the forest, landing with a jolt that left them in pain. Jin-hyuk breathed a sigh of relief that the emergency teleportation had worked. They had narrowly escaped a dangerous situation. He had cast the teleportation spell as a precaution, and it had saved them. In contrast, Hendrik was furious about retreating in the midst of battle. He angrily questioned Jin-hyuk's actions, but Jin-hyuk quickly silenced him by covering his mouth. Looking up, Jin-hyuk noticed a drone overhead, recognizing it as part of Shane's equipment. He surmised that Shane was using advanced skills and weapons, prompting him to wonder about her true identity.
If you've made it this far, please step forward and press the button. Now, open your eyes, step forward, and push the button. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you!
Now, I want you to do something else for me. Please press the subscribe button.
Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe
Commenting "Let him cook" will
lend you an air of charisma as well?
Recalling Shane, Jin-hyuk realized she was not from Earth. He explained that since the tower connected multiple worlds and dimensions, Shane likely hailed from another dimension with more advanced technology. This explained her superior technological abilities. With this understanding, Jin-hyuk urged Hendrik to follow his lead if they wanted to win. Meanwhile, Shane was searching the area from above, confident they were nearby. Her search ended abruptly when Jin-hyuk appeared before her, also flying. She grinned, surprised at his sudden appearance, and mockingly asked if he had given up. Jin-hyuk replied that he had a long lifeline. He then used his binding skill, summoning numerous shadowy hands that surrounded Shane, trapping her within. Shane asked him what this was, thinking his skill would be significant, only to find it was a minor spell meant to stop her. She felt it hurt her pride, interpreting it as him looking down on her. However, Hendrik was right behind her, entering the shadows and slashing at where Shane stood. She noticed him in time to dodge his attack and then shot him point blank in the head. Although it seemed Hendrik's head was obliterated, Shane was skeptical of this cliched outcome, suspecting something more. She was correct. Hendrik emerged unscathed, grinning and expressing his enjoyment. Shane realized that Ghostface had used a barrier on Hendrik, keeping him alive. Shocked, Shane became vulnerable, allowing Hendrik to retaliate and slash her, drawing blood for the first time in their battle. "Not bad," she said with a grin. Jin-hyuk, preparing an attack, inwardly noted that Spirit Masters possess more than just summoning spells. With his All-Master trait, he intended to bestow all his buff skills on Hendrik, showcasing what true All-Master support entails. Clapping his hands together, he triggered a huge explosion, then instructed Hendrik to follow her, which he did. Meanwhile, Shane observed Hendrik's significantly increased speed and wondered if Ghostface had cast a spell on him. She stopped, turned around, and began firing at Hendrik, telling him to get lost. However, Hendrik easily dodged her attacks, maneuvering through them effortlessly while asking if she was retreating. As he got closer, he declared he wouldn't let her escape and swung his sword at her. Shane managed to block with her barrier, though she struggled. She then noticed Hendrik's attack intensified, with a golden dragon now visible. Hendrik's lightning dragon slash was potent enough to pierce her shield and wound her, causing her to bleed. Hendrik landed gracefully, thinking he had won the fight, but then stepped on a trap Shane had set earlier. She remarked that it was a gift for pushing her so far. The gift turned out to be a nuclear mine that detonated instantly upon impact. Jin-hyuk, concerned for his friend, hurried to rescue him, but arrived too late as the explosion erupted with the force of a nuclear blast, reaching up to the clouds. "Comment RIP for the people nearby who will suffer from cancer due to this nuclear explosion," Jin-hyuk cursed, questioning which world she came from to possess such apocalyptic weapons. Suddenly, he was shot in the chest, the bullet piercing through his body. It was checkmate for Shane, who laughed as she stood behind Jin-hyuk with her gun aimed at him. She declared that Hendrik could no longer fight and that Jin-hyuk, now injured, was the last one standing. However, Jin-hyuk remained unfazed, asking her if she truly believed it was over. He mentioned that Hendrik had a long lifeline too. As he spoke, a colossal dragon figure emerged from the fire, standing behind Jin-hyuk. It was Hendrik, transformed into his dragon state. Shane was stunned, realizing they had not been serious until now, while Hendrik, furious, demanded to know how she dared to force him into this repulsive form, his rage evident as he stood behind Jin-hyuk. He unleashed his dragon breath on her, obliterating the ground where she had stood. She narrowly escaped by taking to the air, remarking that the tower's strongest truly is on a different level, though she noted she wasn't at full strength. She narrowly escaped by taking to the air, remarking that the tower's strongest truly is on a different level, though she noted she wasn't at full strength. As she spoke, numerous weapons encircled Hendrik, and Shane fired at maximum power, resulting in a massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, Hendrik's silhouette remained untouched. He mockingly asked if she had brought those weapons to swat a fly, which terrified her. He then soared into the air with his enormous dragon body, reminding her of their promise not to kill each other and urging her not to make him break it. Flying at the same altitude as Shane, he prepared another dragon breath attack. She asked if he thought she couldn't block it and activated her shield at full strength. Hendrik unleashed his dragon breath, causing another huge explosion. Elsewhere, Jin-hyuk was trying to heal himself, lamenting that even with divine power, his recovery was slow and suspecting he had been hit by a special bullet. He noted that since Hendrik transformed, his buffs and defense skills vanished, as if Hendrik's presence was disrupting the mana in the area. Back to Hendrik and Shane, she was now perched on his head, and upon closer inspection, she had multiplied herself. Clones surrounded Hendrik, each armed. Surprised, Hendrik exclaimed that he should be the only one controlling the mana in this area and wondered how she was doing it. She told him it wasn't magic, but science, specifically holograms. She explained that even a dragon master of mana was powerless against it. She and her holograms aimed their guns at him and began firing, but Hendrik easily deflected the bullets. She mentioned that weapons are purely physical objects. Irritated and slightly angry, Hendrik informed her that no matter how many times she fired, it would be ineffective. As he spoke, he conjured a powerful roar that halted her actions. Suddenly, she summoned a massive sniper rifle the size of my Johnson, aiming to bring the dragon down. Curious about her new weapon, he asked if it was the real deal. She confirmed it was the strongest and dirtiest weapon she had, one she preferred not to use. Hendrik agreed and summoned his most powerful dragon breath, unleashing his full strength. Hendrik hovered in the air with his ultimate dragon breath, while Shane remained below with her fully powered weapon. As Hendrik's attack neared her, she fired her powerful bullet directly at his attack. Their assaults collided, resulting in a massive explosion depicted in a pencil sketch of Hendrik and Shane looking confident. From a different angle, their attack seemed minor momentarily, but then the entire 50th floor was illuminated by the powerful collision, followed by an explosion that obliterated everything in its path. As the smoke cleared, Shane, unharmed in her barrier, complained that this is why she avoided using the antimatter bomb. Her power began overheating during the shield's use, preventing normal operation. She smiled, praised her suit for its performance, and instructed it to rest. Suddenly, her expression turned to terror and shock as Hendrik still stood, towering over her, ready to continue the fight. She was terrified by the realization that he could still battle, but fortunately for her, Hendrik collapsed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. Shane laughed with joy and relief, thrilled at the unexpected victory over a dragon. However, her celebration was interrupted by Jin Hyuk's voice, questioning why she was lowering her guard. Shocked, Shane listened as Jin Hyuk reminded her that it was 2 against 1, asking if she had forgotten his presence. Pointing her gun at Jin Hyuk, she remarked that for someone with a hole in his chest, he sure talked confidently. She taunted him, questioning if he believed his handsome face under the Oni mask would change the situation. This was the first time she had seen Jin Hyuk's face, as he always wore the mask. She continued, stating that her current weapons were more than enough to kill him and urged him to admit defeat. However, Jin Hyuk, holding one of Hendrik's scales, menacingly declared that it wasn't over until it was over. Biting the scale, he revealed his plan to gain dragon powers by consuming it. The scene left Shane stunned. She couldn't believe he had eaten the scale. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk's aura shifted dramatically. He began to sprout wings and horns, resembling a dragon, and declared that he desperately needed the information she possessed. Fully transformed into a dragon hybrid, he insisted on knowing the truth, even if it meant going to extremes. Shane's eyes widened in shock, recognizing the dragon's power in Jin Hyuk's current aura. Jin Hyuk internally acknowledged why dragons are known as masters of mana, feeling invincible with his newfound abilities. Utilizing this vast mana, he opened multiple portals in the sky. Shane watched in horror as Jin Hyuk summoned his weapon, Gungnir. This time, numerous Gungnirs emerged from each portal, raining down upon Shane like a relentless storm of destruction. Fortunately, she managed to dodge the attacks. While flying, she cursed and realized that this spell rivaled the dragon's power. She wondered if Ghostface could also be a dragon, but dismissed the idea, noting that Jin Hyuk's energy only changed after consuming Hendrik's scale. This led her to suspect that Jin Hyuk might be able to harness the power of what he eats. Jin Hyuk, having overheard her thoughts, taunted her for realizing it too late. He approached her from behind, ready to strike. Shane barely managed to block his attack with her beam saber. Grinning, Jin Hyuk mocked her, asking what happened to her high spirits and where the great bounty hunter had gone, continuing to taunt her. Annoyed by his words and now furious, she pushed him away and declared that she would end this in the manner he desired. She then prepared her chimera railgun, charging it to shoot, while Jin-hyuk laughed and challenged her, preparing his dragon breath. She was startled to realize that he could also use dragon breath. After fully charging, Jin-hyuk launched his attack, destroying her weapon and hitting her simultaneously, sending her flying and rendering her unconscious. She fell to the ground as Jin-hyuk gracefully landed. He then coughed up blood and spit out a dragon scale. As his dragon form dissipated, he inwardly acknowledged that mastering this power was still beyond his current ability and resolved to try again later. He brushed it off and surveyed the area, contemplating the extensive damage their battle had caused. A few moments later, Shane slowly opened her eyes and got up, complaining that her entire body hurt. She then heard Hendrik asking if she was awake. Jin-hyuk stood nearby, and Hendrik mentioned that they had been wondering when she would regain consciousness. She felt a mix of shock and frustration that he had regained consciousness faster than her, but she expected that of dragons. Looking around, she asked where they were and what surrounded them. Jin-hyuk explained that it was a barrier, noting that both she and Hendrik had fainted and the entire area was destroyed, so he couldn't just leave it like that. She then laughed and inquired if they had enjoyed their fight too much. Shrugging it off, she admitted it was her complete defeat. Despite believing she had a chance of winning, she acknowledged that there was a monster capable of stealing the power of the four royalties, leaving her no opportunity to succeed. She was clearly referring to Jin-hyuk, who could wield the powers of dragons. Jin-hyuk chuckled, remarking that she had seriously underestimated them. Hendrik chimed in, asking why they had made this bet in the first place. With a smile, she explained that she wanted to fight a dragon and couldn't pass up such an opportunity. Jin-hyuk and Hendrik were taken aback by this revelation, with Hendrik feeling frustrated that they had gone through all this effort for that reason alone. She stood up and declared that, whether it was her or the dragon on the 50th floor, she wanted to know who was stronger. Hendrik, having been a dragon slayer in his past life, responded by saying he couldn't comment on that. However, Jin-hyuk urged him to say something and added that he had used all the mana stones he had collected from the monsters he had defeated to maintain the barrier. With his hand on his head, Jin-hyuk noted that now that she was awake, she needed to fulfill her promise and reveal who had sent a bounty hunter after them. After a brief silence, she said with a serious expression that it wasn't just one person who had targeted them. The bounty had been placed by a guild association. This information angered our protagonist, who inwardly questioned if it was the person he suspected. Hendrik was puzzled and inquired about the guild association. In response, she explained the concept of penalties, stating that a high-ranking climber faces restrictions on how much they can achieve on a lower-ranking floor. To bypass this, they support and defeat a low-ranking guild. These guilds then take control of guilds on lower floors, which in turn conquer guilds on even lower floors. This chain reaction effect helps them solidify their power, which is the essence of a guild association. Hendrik mentioned that there aren't many such powerful entities in the tower, so with some investigation, they could identify the culprits. However, Jin-hyuk interrupted, saying it was unnecessary because only one person could amass such power. He revealed that this person was Cain Pelon, a member of the 9-star guild association called the Holy Kingdom, and one of the individuals responsible for his death in his past life. Like and subscribe, and leave comments if you want more content like this.
Klain stood in a sinister-looking building, thanking everyone for attending. We are then introduced to those he thanked, the current 9 stars. The Sword Saint, Donath Taylor, spoke up, saying he knew why Klain had called them together. He mentioned hearing that the affiliated guild of the Precious Holy Kingdom had been raided. The Archmage, Merlin, chimed in, asking if the attacker was Ghostface, a powerful climber on the 50th floor. Then, the Poison King, Dang Jo-eun, asked about the situation on the 50th floor, questioning if such a lowly person could have carried out the attack. Suddenly, Carmen stomped her foot on the floor, releasing her aura in anger as she interrupted them. "Are you all done talking?" she asked sharply. "Quit acting tough," Taylor retorted, as he began to draw his sword, confidently asking if Carmen wanted to fight. At this moment, Klain intervened, asking Taylor if he could guarantee that his own affiliated guild wouldn't be the next one to be ambushed. Taylor had no response, and Klain continued, stating that they had confirmed Ghostface was a growing weed. With a disturbingly twisted expression, he suggested that they should pluck the weed, meaning they needed to kill Ghostface. He then asked for their thoughts. Taylor responded by asking how they would get rid of him, whether they would all go down there personally to take care of it. Klain answered no, explaining that the penalty for such an action would be too great. Instead, they would have to rely on a freelancer. Klain also revealed that he had already chosen who to send. Meanwhile, in a village engulfed in flames, Shane was seen badly injured, as though she had just been in a fight. With a smirk, she remarked on the difference in skill, saying it was unexpected for it to be so vast, even though she and her opponents were all climbers from the 300th floor. She acknowledged that king-ranked climbers were truly on a different level, referring to the two individuals standing before her. One of them, wearing a skull mask, told her that she had failed in her mission to kill Ghostface and had even leaked information. The other, who had a snake, added that because Ghostface's party had become hard to track after parting ways with her, it indicated that she had allied with him and his group. The man's snake suddenly grew larger and wrapped itself tightly around Shane, causing her intense pain as her bones began to crack. Then, the snake lunged at her as if it were about to devour her. It was unclear whether she was actually eaten. Elsewhere, Haryu seemed to be in a completely different realm, hearing a voice calling out, "Save me! Save me!" The cry grew louder, jolting her awake, revealing that she had been dreaming. Noticing her expression, Jin-Yuk asked Haryu if she was okay. She turned around and saw Jin-Yuk and the fox girl, then asked about Shane and Hendrik, wondering why they weren't there. Jin-Yuk explained that Hendrik had left earlier to gather information, as the people pursuing them were serious. It seemed like Hendrik was doing some reconnaissance based on the information Shane had provided. Jin-Yuk then noticed that Haryu appeared to be feeling better, so he suggested they get going. When she asked where they were headed, he smiled and asked if she had forgotten. Their next destination was the black market. On the 51st floor, in the business district, people were enjoying themselves, looking happy and carefree. Miho glanced around, spotted something she liked, and asked Jin-Yuk if she could eat it. He agreed, saying there was still time left before the black market opened. While Miho felt excited, Haryu seemed distracted, lost in thought about a strange dream she had earlier. Noticing her troubled expression, Jin-Yuk asked if something was wrong and whether she was going to eat anything. She apologized, explaining that she was just thinking about something. At that moment, Miho shouted, "Look at this!" as she carried a large amount of food, inviting Haryu to eat together. Haryu agreed and joined her, but Jin-Hyuk noticed that something still seemed off about Haryu. As night fell and the moon rose high in the sky, Jin-Hyuk said that before entering the black market, Haryu needed to hide her identity better because she was too noticeable. With a snap of his fingers, he changed her clothes, making it easier for her to blend in and, most importantly, concealing her horns. He also told Miho to transform into her fox form and hop onto his shoulder, which she did. When they reached the entrance of the black market, two guards were deciding who could enter based on their identities. When it was Jin-Yuk's turn, he showed his card. The guard was surprised to see that it was a black card, which granted access to all black market auctions. This meant that Jin-Hyuk had a powerful sponsor, as obtaining a black card without one was impossible. Seeing the guard's hesitation, Jin-Hyuk asked if there was a problem. The guard nervously shook his head and said he would escort them to the VIP seating area. As they made their way there, some bystanders recognized the mask Jin-Hyuk was wearing. They realized it was Ghostface. They also noticed that he had a woman with him, and some wondered how he had gotten VIP access. When they arrived at their private seating area, the guard explained that this was their reserved spot, and that they could press a button whenever they wanted to place a bid. Jin-Hyuk acknowledged this and instructed the guard not to enter the room unless called. The guard agreed, wished them an enjoyable time, and respectfully exited, closing the door behind him. Moments later, the auction began. The auctioneer presented various items, and the crowd eagerly placed their bids, competing intensely for each item. Today, Jin-Hyuk made a purchase, a summoning-type trinket for 350,000 gold. He remarked that there weren't many interesting items to buy, and Haryu agreed, noting the large crowd of people on the lower floor. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk felt uneasy. So many people being gathered here likely meant that something big was about to happen. The auctioneer then announced the next item, claiming it to be particularly valuable. The moment Haryu saw it, her eyes widened in shock and anger. Without hesitation, she sprang up and leaped off her seat. "Where are you going?" Jin-hyuk shouted after her, but she didn't respond. She dashed towards the item, an urgent voice echoing in her mind saying, "Save me again and again," just like in her dream. And that voice seems to be coming from the item. As she approached the item, 2 guards stepped in her path, blocking her and sending her sliding back. She drew her weapon and attacked again, but one guard, a skilled swordsman, deflected her strike, causing her to stumble. Suddenly, a pig-like man appeared and demanded to know how she dared to touch something he had set his eyes on. Just then, an angry Jin-hyuk arrived, glaring at the pig-like man. "You should be the one backing off. Do you even know who you just laid your hand on?" he said menacingly. The man and his bodyguard recognized Jin-hyuk as Ghostface, putting the bodyguard on high alert, though the pig-like man only grinned widely. Concerned, Jin-hyuk asked her if she was okay and why she had jumped down so suddenly. Haryu pointed to the item and said she had heard a voice coming from it. The auctioneer, unfazed by the commotion, chuckled and explained that things can get a bit chaotic when valuable items are up for bidding. To keep the excitement going, he revealed the item by lifting the blanket. Haryu's eyes widened in recognition. It was a flower accessory in the style of the fallen Oni tribe, reminding her of the Oni children from her village, especially a little girl who had a flower on her head. Her gaze turned sharp with anger. "How dare they sell an item from my tribe at a mere auction?" she muttered. Jin-hyuk placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Trust me," he said. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced the starting bid at 100,000 gold. The bids quickly rose to 150,000, then 200,000, and soon 250,000. But all those bids were dwarfed when the pig-like man offered 1 million gold, shocking the auctioneer. He asked if there were any other bids. Smirking at Haryu, the man taunted, "Looks like another rare species will be added to my collection. It's a pity I couldn't get my hands on an Oni corpse, but maybe this will do." He laughed again. Haryu, ready to attack, thought to herself that she couldn't let the item fall into his hands, but Jin-hyuk stopped her. Just as the auctioneer was about to declare the item sold, Jin-hyuk interrupted, raising the bid not to 2 million but 3 million gold. The entire room fell silent in shock. Even the pig-like man was taken aback. Jin-hyuk stood next to the item and said firmly, "If you're not willing to spend 3 million, then back off." After a tense moment, the auctioneer finally announced, "Sold for 3 million gold." As murmurs spread through the crowd, someone remarked that they never knew Ghostface was that wealthy, while the pig-like man muttered curses under his breath. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk was worried. Had he drawn too much attention by ending a bidding war that hadn't even started that high? It was best for them to leave quickly. Jin-hyuk glanced at the auctioneer and firmly stated, "I'll take it. Pack it up as quickly as possible." The auctioneer nodded in agreement, promptly setting about the task. Outside, Haryu held the item in her hands, a look of gratitude crossing her face. "Thank you, Jin-hyuk," she said. "This must have cost you a fortune." Jin-hyuk shrugged, a faint smile on his lips. "It's not my money, so don't worry about it. If you want to thank someone, thank Gold Rich." Just then, the flower began to emit a faint glow, and suddenly, an Oni soul emerged from it, embracing Haryu. "Thank you," it whispered, leaving Haryu momentarily bewildered. As the realization dawned upon her, tears welled up in her eyes. "For everyone's salvation," she murmured, "I will have my revenge." Inwardly, Jin-hyuk understood now why Haryu was so fixated on the item. It wasn't just an ornament. A deceased Oni's soul was bound to that hairpin. Without warning, the bodyguard from earlier leaped into the air, appearing behind Jin-hyuk, ready to strike. But Jin-hyuk's reflexes were sharp. He swiftly turned around, parrying the blow. "Haryu!" he shouted, sensing her concern. As he repelled the attacker, he demanded, "Who are you?" Yet recognition struck him almost immediately, for standing beside the man was Piggy. "Fatty," Jin-hyuk sneered, "your timing is as obnoxious as ever." Piggy scoffed, a sly grin spreading across his face. "How rude," he replied mockingly. "I was generous enough to let you have that item. If you truly wanted it, You should have bought it at the auction, Jin-hyuk retorted. But let me be clear, I won't let you lay a finger on this accessory. He took a step forward, his tone turning cold. Leave now, before you get hurt. Piggy's grin only widened as he pointed at Haryu. The hairpin doesn't matter anymore, he said. I've set my sights on the real Oni now. Fury flared in Haryu's eyes. Try it, she challenged, dashing toward him. Piggy hefted his giant hammer and brought it crashing down onto the ground, but Haryu nimbly evaded the blow. Don't be reckless, Jin-hyuk shouted, his voice filled with urgency. But before he could do anything, a sword thrust toward his face, forcing him to dodge at the last second. The attack came from the bodyguard, who grinned wickedly. I'll be your opponent, the man declared with a sinister glint in his eyes. Jin-hyuk's thoughts raced. This guy is on par with Hendrik, maybe even a more skilled swordsman. He activated his battle foresight, determined to gain the upper hand. Haryu, too, tapped into her battle foresight. She analyzed Piggy's movements, noting his strength, but also his sluggishness. I can win if I counter him just right, she thought. Seeing an opening, she lunged for the kill, but Piggy's smirk only grew wider as black smoke suddenly poured out from his hammer. Realizing the danger, Haryu quickly covered her nose to avoid inhaling the smoke. It's poison, she realized, her heart pounding. I need to hold my breath. Noticing an opening, Piggy swiftly grabbed her face and shoved her forcefully to the ground, sneering as he told her, remember this when you reach the 50th floor. You'll realize that all climbers have a trump card. He continued, this is the numbing poison from the goblin bastard's poisoned needles, but I've refined it and turned it into a gas. He grinned, adding, you won't be able to move a finger for a while. Struggling to speak, Haryu declared, I won't be finished by a mere poison. As the last Oni, I will have my revenge. But Piggy merely scoffed. I don't care about the Onis, he said, his tone cold and dismissive. But don't be too upset. Your life isn't ending. It's just starting anew. Of course, to make you obedient, I'll need to cut your ligaments. As he menacingly raised his knife, he sneered, consider it an honor to begin a new life as one of my prized collector's items. Just before he could follow through, Jin-hyuk arrived at the scene with an air of menace, moving with such swiftness that he blew Piggy's arm clean off. Curious how I'm able to move despite your poison? Jin-hyuk asked mockingly. Well, unfortunately for you, your poison doesn't work on me. He smirked. And you're far too ugly and worthless for taxidermy, so I'll just kill you. Piggy clutched his severed arm, screaming in agony, while Haryu breathed a sigh of relief at Jin-hyuk's sudden intervention. Jin-hyuk glanced at Piggy with disdain and said, stop being so dramatic. I only cut off an arm. If you keep whining, I'll have to cut off the other. In the blink of an eye, the bodyguard appeared out of nowhere, slashing at Jin-hyuk. Fortunately, Jin-hyuk reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with his magic. He knew well that if his reaction had been even a moment slower, the situation would have turned dire. The bodyguard, puzzled by what had just transpired, narrowed his eyes, trying to comprehend what Jin-hyuk had used to block the attack. Magic? He deduced. Though uncertainty lingered in his gaze, Jin-hyuk retaliated with a 5-finger soul bullet, sending a series of explosive blasts towards the bodyguard. The bodyguard managed to dodge the assault, but couldn't help but feel bewildered. He can wield both sword and magic, he thought, his expression tightening. If he's proficient in both, could he have a hidden class? The pressure emanating from Jin-hyuk made the bodyguard feel as if he were standing before a seasoned high-floor climber. Before Jin-hyuk could launch another attack, the bodyguard appeared at Piggy's side. The situation has changed, he said sternly. Retreat and tend to your injuries. Piggy, seething with rage, shouted back, are you joking? I'm not retreating when there's a living Oni right in front of me. The bodyguard's gaze darkened as he pointed his sword at Piggy's face. Have you forgotten the terms of our contract? He asked menacingly. In exchange for my protection, you agreed not to interfere when I'm in the middle of a fight. He told Piggy to disappear at once, or else. Without a moment's hesitation, Piggy began to flee, declaring that if he couldn't claim the Oni, he would settle for the item. As he rushed toward it, he viciously shoved Miho, who was standing nearby, to the side and snatched the item. With a smug grin, he shouted over his shoulder, I'll be adding this to my collection. But just as Piggy started to make his escape, Haryu got to her feet, determined. I won't let you get away, she yelled. The bodyguard spotted Haryu and was taken aback. How was she still moving? He wondered if the gas-type poison's effects had worn off more quickly than expected. Leaping toward her, he declared, "I won't let you chase after Piggy." But as he swung his weapon to cut her down, Jin-hyuk intercepted the attack, blocking it with ease. "Where do you think you're going?" Jin-hyuk asked, his voice steady. "If you start a fight, you should see it through to the end." For a brief moment, the city seemed peaceful. Then suddenly, hundreds of slashes filled the air, followed by the complete destruction of nearby buildings, all caused by the fierce clash between Jin-hyuk and the bodyguard. Observing the bodyguard's furious expression, Jin-hyuk commented, "No matter how I look at you, your skills are wasted in a filthy place like this." The bodyguard scoffed. "Being in a place like this lets me encounter strong people like you," he retorted. Jin-hyuk, however, was unimpressed. "You're just a rat who ran away because you were too scared to climb the tower," he shot back. Those words seemed to strike a nerve. The bodyguard's anger flared, and with a powerful blow, he sent Jin-hyuk sliding backward. As he dashed forward to continue his assault, he shouted, "You don't know anything!" Unleashing a flurry of air slashes, he caused massive explosions to erupt across the battlefield. Yet Jin-hyuk reappeared beside him, completely unscathed. "You're weak," he declared coldly, slashing the man and leaving him coughing up blood as it poured from his wounds. The bodyguard's mind flashed back to his past, to the tower's true nature. The time he reached the 431st floor, a realm steeped in fraud, deceit, and betrayal, where only the lowest forms of humanity thrived. It was there that he lost his sight, betrayed by a supposed ally who left him for dead. Returning to the present, he screamed, echoing Jin-hyuk's earlier words, "This place is disgusting?" He steadied himself, readying for his next attack, and snarled, "At least here, the people don't bother to hide their filth from one another." Once again, Jin-hyuk evaded the attack, which slammed into the ground instead, sending a rippling, explosive shockwave through the earth. Jin-hyuk then spoke, his voice cold and resolute. "I know that feeling all too well. I was betrayed and killed. I know exactly what that shit feels like." The bodyguard's eyes widened in shock and confusion as he stammered, "What?" Jin-hyuk continued, his gaze piercing. "You know, your mentality is weak as hell. If you were truly strong, you would have climbed higher and crushed the ones who betrayed you." As the last word left his lips, Jin-hyuk launched forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent the man flying. He crashed through several buildings before finally coming to a stop. Jin-hyuk stood firm, his tone unwavering as he declared, "I won't run away like you did. I'm going to destroy those betraying bastards." As he finished, he summoned his shadows, which surged forward to attack the fallen man. Meanwhile, Piggy was still running, cursing Ghostface and vowing to get his revenge on him and Haryu. He was just a few steps away from reaching the main street, and he thought that if he could blend into the crowd, Ghostface wouldn't be able to find him. His relief was palpable as he neared the street, but that moment of joy was cut short. In an instant, Haryu appeared, slashing him in half. Glancing back at his severed form, she said with a hint of disdain, "Goodbye. You won't be collecting anything anymore." But then, she froze, her eyes narrowing in surprise as a gold card fell from Piggy's clothes. Back at the battle between Jin-hyuk and the bodyguard, the injured man spoke, his voice strained. "Why didn't you finish me?" Jin-hyuk responded coolly, "You still have something you need to do, don't you? You need to crush the bastards who did that to your eyes." The bodyguard's expression shifted from shock to a faint smile as he replied, "When I'm done, I'll come find you. You'll regret not killing me." Jin-hyuk smirked, his voice filled with anticipation. "I look forward to it." Hours later, back at the auction house, Vulcan teased Jin-hyuk. "So, trying to act cool by sparing your enemy? What's the matter? Did you empathize with him as a fellow Avenger?" Jin-hyuk shot him a glare. "Shut up." Just then, Haryu arrived, and Jin-hyuk asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Vulcan interjected, "What about Piggy?" "What happened to him?" Haryu replied casually, "I killed him." She then reached into her pocket, revealing the gold card that had fallen from Piggy. She handed it to Jin-hyuk. Vulcan leaned in, his curiosity piqued. "Is that a card? It looks similar to the one you use." Jin-hyuk examined the card closely, frowning slightly. "It seems to be connected to the auction house, but I can't make any transactions with it. Cards like these are usually just a pass. It's a permit that grants access to high-ranked auctions." With a devious smile, Jin-hyuk couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He knew there was a chance to acquire a truly rare item. At that moment, Haryu approached him with a sorrowful expression, apologizing for her earlier outburst and acknowledging that her actions had nearly endangered everyone. Jin-hyuk gently tapped her head and reassured her, empathizing with how much that hairpin meant to her. "It's okay," he said softly. "I understand. I can handle this much. But remember, there are times when you must keep your emotions in check for the sake of your revenge." Haryu's spirits lifted slightly, and she nodded, responding with a quiet, "Yes." As they arrived at the entrance, Jin-hyuk presented a card to the guard, whose eyes widened in shock upon seeing the secret pass. Jin-hyuk remarked, "I hope the level of this auction matches the standards of this card." The guard, clearly nervous, nodded quickly and ushered them inside. Upon entering, Vulcan commented, "There aren't as many people here as before." Jin-hyuk explained, "That's to be expected. This is a secret pass event, so not many people are granted access." The auctioneer then took the stage, his voice ringing out as he announced, "This is the final item for today. Are you all prepared for the main event?" The anticipation in the hall was palpable, with various beings, including an actual pig and other races, eagerly awaiting what was to come. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk noted the strange excitement that permeated the room. Although everyone was reading the atmosphere, there was an undeniable sense of fervor. As the tension grew, Haryu noticed that the next item was contained within a cage, prompting Jin-hyuk to deduce that it must be a mythological creature, or a divine beast. The auctioneer then spoke again, raising the anticipation even further. "A special finale has been prepared for everyone, the last item of the auction." As he said this, a robe was slowly lifted to reveal the contents inside. Jin-hyuk's breath hitched as he saw what lay within. His eyes widened and he muttered under his breath, "These people are insane, selling a dark elf as a slave." The elf had been secretly captured, and Jin-hyuk immediately noticed the intense, murderous intent in her gaze. It was clear that she hadn't come here under pleasant circumstances. Yet, there was something peculiar about her. Beyond the palpable malice, he could sense pure mana flowing within her, a trait typically associated with a high elf. This was highly unusual. Dark elves were a variant species whose ancestors had been exposed to demonic energy, whereas pure mana was a hallmark of high elves, the complete opposite. These two traits shouldn't coexist. Vulcan spoke up, "It's not entirely impossible. If someone forcibly exposed a high elf to demonic energy..." Jin-hyuk cut him off. "No, a high elf cannot be corrupted that easily. But if what you're saying is true, then perhaps this is the work of one of the four royalties. Could this be the result of their experiments?" The bidding war began, quickly escalating from 1.5 million to 1.55 million, then to 1.6 million, and even 2 million. Just as the numbers continued to rise, someone abruptly placed an enormous bid of 5.5 million gold. Suddenly, feathers fluttered down into the hall, and reflected in the elf's eyes was the figure of a being with a halo over their head. The bidder was revealed to be Hamiel, an angel ranked Netzach. The moment their eyes met, the elf's expression twisted with rage. "How dare you!" she spat, her voice dripping with venom. "I will never be sold to you!" Hamiel's smirk grew more sinister as she watched the dark elf struggle. The elf screamed with unyielding defiance. "Never!" Her voice echoed through the hall. "If I get out of here, you will be the first person I tear to shreds, Hamiel." The angel told the elf princess to stop being so angry, addressing her as princess, and urged her to consider her situation. She suggested that instead of becoming a toy for those wicked old men, being her pet would be a much better choice. The elf princess, still furious, remained silent, refusing to speak. Meanwhile, the auctioneer announced that if there were no other bids, he would close the auction at 5.5 million. He called out, "5.5 million, going once, going twice." And just as he was about to finalize the sale, Jin-hyuk interrupted, declaring he would add 4.5 million to make the bid 10 million. The elf princess was stunned, and even the angel around her was jolted in shock, asking in disbelief who would pay such an insane amount. Her eyes darted up to where Jin-hyuk was seated, and their gazes met. Jin-hyuk then remarked with a smirk, "For a pigeon, you sure know how to cause a scene." The auctioneer was dumbfounded by the unexpected turn of events, and the entire audience was equally taken aback, as this was the highest bid ever placed on the 51st floor. Some found it absolutely incredible. The elf princess was bewildered, wondering who Jin-hyuk could be. However, the angel seemed to recognize him, her face twisting with anger as she muttered his name, Ghostface. Seething with rage, she thought, How dare he touch my things? She began to channel her powers, aiming them directly at Jin-hyuk. Seeing this, Jin-hyuk raised his hands mockingly and said, "Oh no, it looks like she's using her powers to make me give up the bid." He then asked aloud, "Is that even allowed?" The angel, glaring at him, shot back, "I should be the one asking that. Stop trying to divert attention and tell me, how exactly do you plan on paying that amount?" Their auras clashed, tension thick in the air, while the auctioneer stood frozen, unsure how to handle the escalating situation. The angel let out an irritated sigh and prepared to increase her bid, but before she could, Jin-hyuk raised his bid to 20 million gold. The room fell silent, mouths agape. Vulcan, standing nearby, exclaimed in disbelief, "Are you crazy bidding that much?" Even Haryu appeared stunned. Jin-hyuk scoffed, glancing at the angel. "If you're scared, you can go ahead and kill yourself," he taunted. Furious, the angel inwardly cursed him, calling him a bastard, infuriated that he wasn't backing down, but was instead determined to buy the elf. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk inwardly wondered why she kept staring at him with such hatred. It made him want to gouge her eyes out. He harbored a deep desire to kill the 4 royalties one day, but with his current strength, that goal was beyond his reach. However, when it came to money, he could still beat her, and for now, that satisfaction was enough. The angel, frustrated and fuming, spat out, "There's no way you have that kind of money in your personal account." The auctioneer intervened, announcing that if there were no further bids, the dark elf would be sold for 20 million gold. Since no one else placed a bid, Jin-hyuk emerged as the winner. Moments later, in the hallway outside the auction room, the auctioneer approached Jin-hyuk and asked him to wait for a moment, assuring him that they would bring the item right away. He handed Jin-hyuk a magic key, explaining that it would unlock the chains if used near the elf's cage. Then, trying to be business savvy, the auctioneer asked Jin-hyuk when he would be visiting next. However, Jin-hyuk cut him off and snapped, "Get lost and hurry up with the elf." Suddenly, Haryu grabbed Jin-hyuk's sleeve and asked, "Are you planning to use that elf as a slave?" Jin-hyuk, looking puzzled, replied, "Are you crazy? Why would I do that?" Vulcan chimed in, complaining, "I feel like a slave as your soldier, so what about me?" Jin-hyuk responded coolly, "You're a soul, not someone." Vulcan grumbled, "Bastard, always wanting to have the last word." Jin-hyuk then turned to Haryu, moving closer as he asked, "Do you see me as that kind of person?" Haryu shook her head and replied, "Of course not." However, inwardly, she thought to herself that even she had to admit the elf was beautiful. In other words, she's jealous. At that moment, the angel appeared and interjected, "Nice to meet you." She introduced herself as Hamiel. Jin-hyuk eyed her suspiciously and said, "If you're here to take what I bought, give up. Someone already tried, and now they're dead." Hamiel responded with a calm smile. "Of course not, I'm just curious." Then she added, "If it's not too rude, may I ask why you bought the elf?" Jin-hyuk scoffed, "You know it's rude, so why ask? Even if you are one of the 4 royalties, that doesn't mean everyone will treat you kindly." Hearing his words, she walked past him and said, "I guess it can't be helped. I wanted to take my time getting to know you, but a report about you has already reached the higher-ups." The moment she mentioned the report, Jin-hyuk's hand instinctively went to his sword, and in his mind, he swiftly cut her in half. But that violent act remained only in his thoughts. He restrained himself, knowing he couldn't afford to die yet. Even if he used everything he had, he could kill Hamiel, whom he mockingly referred to as a pigeon, especially since she had countless penalties applied due to being on a lower floor than she was supposed to be. However, it was the aftermath that worried him, as he was certain stronger angels would come hunting for him. For now, while he was still growing, a direct fight was out of the question. He had to wait and keep his anger in check. Hamiel then approached Haryu, complimenting her hairpin. "That's a very pretty hairpin. It's such a shame I won't be seeing it anymore." She leaned closer, her voice softening with a menacing undertone. "In fact, it's such a shame I burned all of them personally." Jin-hyuk realized with a start that Hamiel's real goal wasn't to question him about the elf. She was trying to provoke Haryu. Just as he called out to warn her, Haryu interrupted, "I'm fine, Jin-hyuk. I know now is the time to be cold-hearted." She clenched her fists, doing her best to contain her anger. After provoking Haryu, the angel Hamiel smirked, and while leaving, remarked that she had a feeling they'd meet again soon. She glanced back over her shoulder, her eyes gleaming mischievously, and told them she would be waiting for them on the 100th floor. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk shouted after her, demanding she wait and asking how much she knew about the destruction of Haryu's village. However, Hamiel didn't respond. She simply disappeared, leaving them standing there in silence. Inwardly, Jin-hyuk fumed, thinking, I don't know what these people are scheming, but I swear, I'll be coming for their necks soon enough. Later that night, on the outskirts of the 51st floor, Vulcan commanded the shadow soldiers to form a tight perimeter, making sure no one got close to Jin-hyuk. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk spoke quietly with the elf princess, cautioning her that no one else could hear this conversation. She nodded and asked what he intended to do with her. He assured her not to worry, explaining that if he had planned any harm, he wouldn't have brought Haryu and Miho along. She scoffed, replying that it made no difference whether they came or not. They were all in this together. Jin-hyuk shrugged and replied that it was up to her to trust him or not. Then he asked for her name, and she responded, Elianel von Yggdrasil. Hearing her surname, Jin-hyuk's eyes widened in shock. He recognized von Yggdrasil as the royal surname tied to the elves' divine tree. This meant she was elven royalty. It seems like he missed it when the angel addressed her as princess earlier, when they were in the auction house. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a group of individuals moved stealthily, searching for Jin-hyuk and his companions. Realizing their pace was too slow, they chose to split up and cover more ground. Back with Jin-hyuk, he was still reeling from the revelation that she was truly an elven royal. More than that, a high elf, which meant she still had room to grow stronger. He mused inwardly that the demonic energy she gained from becoming a dark elf would only grow stronger over time. And come to think of it, he pondered, she seemed to bear a grudge against the four royalties. This was clear from her reaction when Hamiel had tried to buy her. Considering her apparent alignment with his guild, Heaven's Defiance, he thought she might be a perfect addition to their ranks. While he was lost in thought, Elione was quietly plotting her escape. She knew her powers were currently suppressed by the chains, and even if freed, she wouldn't be able to wield them for a while. But suddenly, something entirely unexpected happened. Jin-hyuk opened the door of her cage without hesitation. Shocked, her eyes widened in confusion as she stared at him, unsure of his intentions. He then instructed her to get up, saying he had something to ask her. She saw this as a perfect opportunity to escape and bolted. But with remarkable swiftness, Jin-hyuk made her trip and fall, thwarting her attempt at freedom. Give it up, he told her firmly. Elves are skilled in mana and spirit magic, not in physical strength. Realizing her escape was futile, she looked up at him and asked, What do you want from me? You bought me for 20 million gold. Why? Standing up, she continued, If it's here, then it's fitting. No one will know what you do to a powerless dark elf, like those other bastards who tried to buy me. Are you planning to use me for your lust? As the words left her mouth, Haryu immediately blushed, quickly covering Miho's ears and pleading with the elf to stop talking that way in front of a child. She then defended Jin-hyuk, assuring her that he wasn't that type of person. Just then, the peak of all evil chimed in, lecturing him about how it was far too early to engage in such behavior. The nine-tailed fox followed suit, offering a detailed explanation of sexual education, and Makakre added that if Jin-hyuk was a hero, he would eventually need one wife and 4 mistresses. Jin-hyuk's patience snapped. He exploded in frustration, shouting at them, You crazy bastards! It's not what you think. Now get lost. Suddenly, an explosion nearby caught their attention. Telepathically, he reached out to Vulcan for a report on the situation. Meanwhile, at the site of the explosion, the climbers from earlier were locked in a fierce battle against shadow spirits, determined to eliminate them. Their objective was clear: locate the millionaire who had bought out the entire auction. Vulcan informed Jin-hyuk that it seemed their location had been compromised and that a large group of climbers was approaching. This revelation made Jin-hyuk wonder if Hamiel was behind it all. Jin-hyuk quickly instructed Haryu and Miho to go assist Vulcan and prevent anyone from advancing. Miho eagerly accepted, while Haryu, casting a suspicious look at Jin-hyuk as she left, asked, "It's really not that, right?" With an exasperated expression, he shouted back, "I said no!" Once they were gone, he turned to the elf and asked, "Do you want to talk?" To his surprise, she replied, "Do you have any alcohol?" Meanwhile, Haryu and Miho dominated the climbers who had invaded, holding them off long enough for Vulcan to ready his soul spike ability. which could eliminate all the intruders in a single strike. With gratitude, Vulcan acknowledged their efforts, and without hesitation, he unleashed his power, filling the entire area with shadowy spikes that eradicated the enemies in an instant. Back with Jin-Yuk and the elf, she had already finished 2 bottles and finally felt like talking. She looked at him with a steady gaze and said, "Your comrades are powerful, and you're even stronger for commanding them." She paused, then added, "You possess such immense power. So why did you let the angel go back at the auction house?" She continued, "If it were you, you could have killed the angel, especially since she was weakened by the tower's penalty." Jin-Yuk responded calmly, "There's nothing for me to gain by fighting now." The elf regarded him thoughtfully and remarked, "So you're suppressing your emotions for a greater purpose. That makes you different from someone like me." Then, with an unexpected intensity in her voice, she asked, "Have you ever had to slice open the stomach of someone dear to you?" Jin-Yuk was stunned, blurting out, "What?" In a brief flashback, she recalled a haunting memory. She was stabbing someone, her father. As the blade entered, he urged her to press harder, to cut through to his chest. She did as he asked, though her expression was one of deep sorrow, her heart heavy with grief. Her father, breathing heavily, looked at her and whispered, "Good job. This could only be taught through my death." With his last words, he entrusted her with Yggdrasil's seed, telling her that he would leave their legacy and the future in her hands. As she held the seed in her blood-soaked hands, tears streamed down her face, unstoppable, as she mourned the loss of the only family she had ever loved. The flashback continues as other elves, mounted on horseback, pursue the elf princess. This moment is their chance. Their father is gravely injured, meaning she and her father couldn't have gone far. Leading the chase is her elder brother, Ellard, a traitor who sold out their race to the 4 royalties in exchange for power. Hearing them approach, her father urgently tells her, "Hurry, eat the seed." But before she can act, a sudden slash strikes her father down, decapitating him. Stunned, she rushes toward him, only to realize the seed has been sliced in half as well. Looking up, she spots Hamiel hovering above, the architect of this attack. As the princess stares in shock, a dark energy snakes its way into her body, catching her off guard. Approaching with a sinister smile, Hamiel taunts her, saying that she has thought long and hard about a fitting punishment for the aloof elven princess who refused to join them. Hamiel reveals what she's holding, a vial containing a pure, potent demonic energy gifted to her by a friend. "Just a drop of this is enough to corrupt even a high elf," she explains, her expression devious. She continues, sneering, "I'll start by shattering your pride and plunging you, slowly, into despair." As the demonic energy invades her body, the princess writhes in agony, overwhelmed by the corruption. Eventually, she is sold into the slave market, where her fate leads her to cross paths with Jin-Yuk. Back in the present, Jin-Yuk reflects inwardly, finally understanding the situation. Even the elves, he realizes, are being eradicated by the 4 royalties, much like the onus. However, the elves on the 300th floor were far too powerful to be eradicated outright. Their mana and summoning magic were too formidable, too vast, even for the 4 royalties to handle. In cases like this, the most effective tactic is to exploit a traitor from within, just as they had used the 9 stars to attempt to kill him. The elf princess finishes her story, saying that this is the end, explaining that she has spent her entire life living to help others. "The end?" Jin-Yuk exclaims, shaking his head. "Those bastards turned you into a slave and took over your kingdom, and you're still alive. This story doesn't end until one side falls." He then extends an offer, asking her to join his guild, Heaven's Defiance, and promises to help her exact vengeance on her enemies. Meanwhile, Haryu, exhausted from prolonged battle, finds her mind drifting to Jin-Yuk and the Dark Elf. She wonders if things will truly be okay with just the 2 of them together, a troubling thought gnawing at her. What if the Dark Elf steals his heart? Lost in her musings, she fails to notice a red orc stealthily approaching from behind, ready to deliver a devastating blow, the ultimate backshot. Realizing it too late, she wonders if the orc was drawn by the noise of their fight, but at this moment, dodging is no longer an option. As the orc was about to strike Haryu, a shadowy figure appeared in the distance, moving at lightning speed. In an instant, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the orc flying. Relieved, Haryu recognized Jin-Yuk, who had come to her rescue. As he landed, he asked if she was okay. She nodded, then asked about the dark elf. He explained that the elf had left, which took her by surprise. The scene shifts, revealing Jinyuk freeing the elf princess from her chains. She looked at him, hesitant, and asked if he was truly suggesting that she take revenge by killing her own brothers and sisters. Jinyuk met her gaze, asking, "What did your brothers and sisters do to you?" He added with a dark smile, "Trust me, they could do far worse. Make sure your revenge is flawless. Make them pay several times over. No, 100 times more. That's what I intend to do." She was intrigued, then asked whom he sought revenge against. "The 9 stars and the 4 royalties," he replied without hesitation. Hearing this, she grinned and remarked that, compared to his reasons for revenge against such powerful enemies, her story might seem like mere complaining. She suddenly leaped away from where she was standing, prompting Jinyuk to ask if this meant she wouldn't be joining his guild. She shook her head and replied, "No, not yet. I'm leaving to gain the same level of power as you. When I'm strong enough, I'll return." Jinyuk gave a faint smile, and she then asked for his real name, not just Ghostface. Without hesitation, he revealed, "My name is Cha Jinyuk, or Death Star Cha Jinyuk." At that, recognition flashed in her eyes. "The Spirit Master Cha Jinyuk," she murmured, recalling tales of his supposed death and realizing why there had been doubts. Before leaving, she told him with a smirk, "If I die, you're free to use my soul or body however you wish." With that, she shot into the sky at tremendous speed, her destination unknown. Back in the present, Vulcan, holding Miho, approached Jinyuk and said, "If you're done here, we should move. More climbers will swarm this place once the rumors spread." Jinyuk nodded in agreement, stating, "It's dangerous to stay on one floor for too long. Let's prioritize reaching the metropolis on the 60th floor." He recalled that Goldrich had also mentioned he would be waiting on the 60th floor. The scene then shifts to Goldrich, who appears to be in the midst of battle. Gold glimmers in the air as he manipulates it, directing streams of molten gold toward his attackers, dispatching them with ease. A pile of corpses lay scattered across the ground. Inwardly, he cursed. He hadn't expected such an ambush, especially not one involving military forces. To think they would confidently bring soldiers into this area was beyond anything he anticipated. On the 60th floor, chaos reigns. Many buildings are ablaze, and guards are overwhelmed, unable to keep intruders out as wave after wave breaks through the defenses. The front line has already fallen. Goldrich's shop, operating under a borrowed name, is located in this district and is crucial for supporting Jinyuk's guild, Heaven's Defiance. As the enemies attack, Puppet Man mutters to himself that this shop is essential for their cause. If the 9 stars discover the connection between Goldrich's stores and Heaven's Defiance, their alliance will be in jeopardy. He grits his teeth, determined to prevent Goldrich from being implicated. Summoning his puppet, Puppet Man unleashes it upon the attackers, watching as it slices intruders in half. Suddenly, a massive figure leaps into the air, laughing loudly as he shouts, "You're mine!" With tremendous force, he lands on the ground, creating a shockwave of destruction. He lands precisely where Puppet had been standing, impressed that the puppet managed to dodge the blow. "Not bad for a weak puppeteer," he sneers. This man is Jose Yan, also known as Giant Hippo. Recognizing him as a guild master, Puppet Man's expression shifts to one of nervous apprehension, realizing now the full extent of his enemy's resolve. These bastards really intend to burn this place to the ground, he thinks, preparing himself for the battle to come. "You idiot!" someone suddenly shouted, destroying the last 2 puppets in a swift move. The one who intervened was none other than Beck Hollio, Guildmaster of the White Swallow. He turned to Jose, saying, "When you deal with a puppeteer, you need to strike while he's vulnerable, right after you get rid of his puppets. Don't get ahead of yourself if you don't even have the basics down. Know your place and get lost." Jose looked at him, indignant. "What? Do you think I don't know that every time we kill someone, the higher-ups give us a bonus?" He sneered. Beck's gaze grew cold. "The White Swallow cornered him, and you have the nerve to swoop in for the kill? Gluttonous pig." Jose snorted, correcting him. "It's Hippo, actually. And who created this mess in the first place? If your subordinate on the 10th floor hadn't leaked information like an idiot, we wouldn't be here." Meanwhile, the puppeteer, observing their argument, thought, "Perfect, they're distracted. Now's my chance to strike." With swift precision, he manipulated his strings, wrapping them around their necks and catching them off guard. But just as the strings tightened, someone appeared out of nowhere and delivered a powerful blow to the puppeteer, knocking him unconscious. The attacker was May, guildmaster of the Partisan Guild. She glanced down at the fallen enemy and said with feigned innocence, "Oh my, apologies. It seems I interrupted your little scuffle." She then looked up, calling to someone overhead. "I've got the puppeteer! Write it down, would you?" Hovering above them, Asher Hume, guildmaster of the Road of Divine, surveyed the scene, surrounded by hundreds of knights. Descending gracefully, he addressed the guildmasters. "Your constant bickering allowed Ghostface's attacks to bring shame to the Holy Kingdom. And now, you come here and conduct yourselves in this disgraceful manner?" Beck rolled his eyes. "Spare me the lecture, Asher." Jose added with a sneer. "Just because you're skilled doesn't mean you can act all high and mighty. You think you're Kane's spokesperson or something?" May chimed in with indifference. "Whatever. Just make sure I get my share, Asher." As they argued, the puppeteer, regaining consciousness, clenched his fists and thought to himself, "I can't let them take this place. Even if I die here, I won't allow them to win." With fierce determination, he activated his puppet technique, self-bind, powering himself up beyond his usual limits. May's eyes widened in alarm, and even Jose muttered in surprise, using a puppet skill on himself. The puppeteer unleashed an immense attack, declaring, "None of you will take another step forward." The power he released was overwhelming. Beck, observing the sheer force of the attack, realized he's turned himself into a puppet, wielding power far beyond his own limits. He shouted to the others, "Everyone, dodge!" Suddenly, a massive snake appeared, positioning itself in front of the blast. An enormous explosion followed, reverberating through the battlefield. Puppet inwardly wondered what was happening, questioning if something had blocked his attack. To his shock, he saw the massive snake standing before him without a scratch. The snake then swung its body with incredible force, sending him crashing into a building, followed by a massive explosion. The snake belonged to none other than the Snake King, Basil, who was accompanied by the undead king, Toon. If you recall, we last saw them dealing with Shane, the blonde girl with robotic powers. The guildmasters were taken aback by the sight of the 300th floor king-ranked climbers, wondering why they had appeared here. Asher explained, "They're mercenaries, recruited for this strategy. They will be leading the operation." Beck and Jose, however, were immediately displeased, pressing Asher and insisting that they couldn't accept it. "Why should we listen to the commands of a mere mercenary?" they demanded. Asher's response was calm, yet firm. "This is Kane's command. Are you willing to defy the will of the Nine Star?" he asked, a subtle warning in his tone. Ignoring him, Beck, Jose, and May walked past, dismissing the mercenaries. "Do as you please. We're done here. This was a waste of our time," they scoffed. But suddenly, the snake lunged forward, biting off Jose's head in a single snap, catching both Beck and May off guard. May fell immediately after, while Beck barely managed to dodge, though he lost a leg in the process. Asher looked down at Beck and coldly remarked, "Not only were you incompetent, but you dared to go against the Great Nine Stars' command. The Holy Kingdom has no use for people like you." Without hesitation, he summoned flames and burned Beck, saying, "This is Sir Kane's will." Meanwhile, the undead king began to invoke his powers, his voice echoing ominously. "Though they were disloyal soldiers in life, in death they shall serve forever." With that, he raised the fallen as undead soldiers. Asher turned to him, nodding approvingly. "Summon the undead of those who once held guildmaster ranks in the Holy Kingdom, as expected of the necromancer known as the Undead King." The Undead King looked to Asher and asked, "Where is Ghostface?" "He's not here," Asher replied. "He hasn't even reached the 60th floor." He was stunned by this revelation, as Asher continued, "This place is believed to be Ghostface's primary source of funds. Once we secure it, we'll be ready to deal with him as he makes his way up here." Displeased by Asher's words, the Undead King summoned an undead soldier to place a knife at Asher's throat. Asher, startled, demanded, "What is the meaning of this?" The Undead King replied coldly, "If Ghostface isn't here, then I'm leaving. I have no interest in staying." Asher, regaining his composure, questioned, "Are you planning to defy the Nine Stars' command as well?" Without hesitation, the Undead King turned to leave, replying, "Don't worry. I'll take full responsibility and bring you Ghostface's head myself. There's only one reason I accepted this mission, to kill Ghostface, the Spirit Master." Meanwhile, Jin-yuk had reached Hendrik's location. He was taken aback to find Hendrik in the midst of beating up several opponents. Hendrik, noticing his arrival, smirked and said, "You took your time. Did you manage to get anything worthwhile?" "It's a long story," Jin-yuk replied. Just then, a pigeon burst through a spatial portal and flew directly toward him. Jin-yuk recognized it immediately. A carrier pigeon that travels between floors, and this one belongs to Goldrich. A voice message began playing from the pigeon. Goldrich's urgent tone filled the air, directing Jin-yuk. "Make reaching the 60th floor your top priority. Heaven's Defiance base is under attack." "Is the store on the 60th floor really under attack?" Jin-yuk asked, confused. Goldrich nodded gravely, urging him to hurry. "We need reinforcements immediately, or it won't hold for long," he insisted. Before disappearing, he assured them that he would buy some time, but emphasized they must come as quickly as possible. Vulcan suddenly shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Haryu joined in, exclaiming, "The 60th floor is our financial lifeline." Inwardly, Jin-yuk noted that Goldrich was managing multiple stores under various aliases. It was dangerous for one person to hold such sway over the tower's economy. Clutching his head in frustration, he cursed, realizing that their enemies had caught on. At that moment, Hendrik interjected, "Isn't Goldrich known to be one of the strongest climbers among those who've reached the 300th floor? Even if they send a lot of people, can they actually fight him?" Jin-yuk shot him a look. If Goldrich were truly that powerful, he wouldn't need to create stores under borrowed names. And the moment he appears on the front lines, it's like declaring that Goldrich's stores and Heaven's Defiance are aligned. If that happens, it won't just end with a mere ambush. The four royalties would burn Goldrich's stores to the ground. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jin-yuk solidified their goal. "We're heading to the 60th floor to confront that Holy Kingdom group." Vulcan rallied the team, announcing for everyone to gather up. They would teleport to the next floor's entrance. But before he could act, a beam attack shot through his chest. Shocked, Jin-yuk spun around to find the Snake Man and the Undead King standing there, blocking their path. The Undead King sneered, "You're not going to the 60th floor. In fact, you're not going anywhere because you're all going to die here." As the Snake Man charged another beam attack, Jin-yuk shouted for everyone to dodge. The beam unleashed a wave of destruction, obliterating everything in its path. Fortunately, the group managed to evade in time. Had they not, they would have been wiped from existence. Hendrik cursed as he surveyed the devastation. "What the hell?" Jin-yuk's expression darkened. It was only a matter of time before they sent assassins into a situation like this. Recognizing their intent, he continued, "These people are other assassins sent by Cain." Confirming Jin-hyuk's words, the Snake Man grinned as a massive, undead creature emerged from behind them, its colossal arm poised to crush them. Jin-hyuk reacted swiftly, using his shadow hands to pull Haryu and Miho out of harm's way just in time. Realizing the creature's undead nature, Jin-hyuk muttered, "The man standing beside the Snake Man must be a Necromancer." Back with Hendrik, he charged toward the enemies, vowing to slice them in half. But suddenly, the giant snake appeared beside him, mouth wide open, ready to devour him. With swift reflexes, Hendrik dodged the attack, narrowly escaping. The Snake Man chuckled, saying, "Wow, you really are a dragon." He then taunted Hendrik, asking if he'd like to become his pet as well. Confused by the strange offer, Hendrik asked what he meant by pet. The Snake Man grinned and explained, "I'll grant you the highest rank if you agree," adding with a twisted expression, "I wonder what color your scales are." Hendrik, preparing to attack, replied coldly, "I decline, you disgusting bastard." Meanwhile, the Undead King turned to Jin-hyuk, taunting him. "The dragon won't come to save you." Jin-hyuk assessed the Undead King, noting his immense strength. Just from a glance, he estimated the man to be at least at the 300th floor, a level even stronger than Shane, the girl who had previously given both him and Hendrik a tough time. Yet, instead of feeling fear, Jin-hyuk felt a thrill. He was eager to measure his own strength against a necromancer of this period of time. Turning to Haryu and Miho, he instructed, "Go help Hendrik and then head straight to the 60th floor once you've dealt with the enemy." They nodded confidently and dashed away. As they departed, Jin-hyuk summoned his spirit soldiers, facing off against the Undead King. "I'll handle you," he declared. The Undead King responded in kind, summoning his undead soldiers. A sinister smile crossed his face. "This is what I wanted," he said, and so began the battle of necromancers. Their soldiers clashed fiercely while the two masters faced each other. silently gauging one another's strength. Inwardly, the undead king noted, if this were an average necromancer, they'd be overwhelmed just by my skeleton soldiers alone. But since Jin-hyuk isn't faltering, it confirms the rumors about Ghostface. He then addressed Jin-hyuk directly, saying, "Your title is Spirit Master, isn't it?" Jin-hyuk replied calmly, "And what of it?" The undead king sneered, "You don't deserve that title. Give me your power." Jin-hyuk smirked. "And what if I refuse, you arrogant bastard?" The undead king's eyes glinted as he replied, "Then I'll take it by force." Meanwhile, as Haryu and Miho approached Hendrik, the ground beneath them suddenly began to crack, and a giant mouth opened, swallowing them whole. Shocked and bewildered, they couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Jin-hyuk noticed and called out their names in alarm as the monstrous mouth closed tightly. The undead king grinned, taunting, "If you don't hand over your powers, your comrades will suffer a painful death." Anger flared in Jin-hyuk's eyes, his voice dripping with venom as he retorted, "Shut up and let them go, you son of a bitch." Back on the 60th floor, the buildings was ablaze, with knights falling left and right, struck down by climbers. Amidst the chaos, one climber suddenly took a hit straight to his face, collapsing as blood began to trickle down. His friend rushed to his side, asking if he was all right. The guy, wincing, replied that someone had struck him with a stone, but as he examined the object in his hand, he realized it wasn't a stone. It was a gold coin. Shocked, he muttered that he never thought he'd get his hands on a gold coin in the midst of this chaos. In a twisted sense, he felt lucky. Elsewhere on the battlefield, knights continued to perish or flee in desperation, while Asher stood amid the mayhem, observing the carnage with an unsettling calm. Inwardly, he noted that the vanguard kept blocking in the same predictable patterns, making it challenging to infiltrate the building swiftly. He wondered if they had a skilled mage among them. Little did he know, it was due to Goldrich's relentless efforts that they had been unable to break through. Goldrich was dashing around the building, securing every breach and eliminating the intruders with his gold-based abilities. Yet, despite his success, he knew this tactic wouldn't last forever. Sooner or later, they would identify him. Growing impatient, he hoped Jin-hyuk would arrive soon. Meanwhile, back in Jin-hyuk's area, the monster that had swallowed Haryu and Miho emerged from the ground. Jin-hyuk, moving with incredible speed, raced toward it, ready to strike as he shouted for it to spit them out. However, his attack was intercepted by Toon, who arrived just in time to block him, declaring he wouldn't let Jin-hyuk reach the creature. As their blades clashed, Toon introduced himself as the Undead King, claiming he would seize the Spirit Master's power and become the true successor to Death Star Cha Jin-hyuk. So this guy's a fan of Jin-hyuk and just wants to claim his legacy, thinking Jin-hyuk is dead. Meanwhile, Miho opened her eyes, and Haryu quickly asked if she was all right. Miho, still disoriented, asked where they were, but before she could gather her thoughts, a swarm of skeletons began advancing toward them. Back outside, the monster that had swallowed them started burrowing again, which made Hendrik wonder if it intended to retreat underground after devouring the children. Determined, he swore he wouldn't let it escape, but his resolve was quickly interrupted as a massive serpent attacked him once more. Forced to block the strike, he found himself struggling, as the snake's strength was formidable. Then, a smaller snake emerged from inside the mouth of the larger one, shocking Hendrik. He was caught off guard, unable to block or dodge, and the serpent sank its fangs into his neck, sending a strange sensation coursing through his body. Angered, he quickly slashed the snake away, shouting at it to "Get lost!" His attack sent the creature crashing through several buildings. As he clutched his neck, feeling a wave of dizziness, he wondered if it was due to poison. Just then, he looked up at the sky and saw a swarm of dragons soaring overhead. Rage ignited within him as he muttered, "I'm not mistaken. I'm seeing it again. The day they came. It was the day his hometown was terrorized by dragons, the day they rained fire upon everything he held dear." This was the source of his deep-seated fury. At that moment, Basil, the snake man, approached him, asking with a smirk, "Do you hate dragons? It's curious to see a dragon harbor such hatred for its own kind." Hendrik, stunned, asked, "You can see this too?" "How?" Then he remembered the bite from the snake earlier, and questioned whether it was the snake's power at work. Basil nodded. "Yes, the bite has a special ability. It amplifies the darkest memories of its target and allows me to experience them as well. A fascinating ability, wouldn't you say?" Hendrik, struggling to contain his anger, retorted, "What's so fascinating about this? There's nothing beautiful in these memories. Unbothered, Basil continued. And yet you've become a dragon yourself. Isn't that the ultimate irony? The greatest achievement? Shaking with rage, Hendrik demanded, "What the hell do you know to be saying that?" His fury erupted as he continued. "The enemy that destroyed my hometown, the hatred that burns within me, only to be reborn as one of them, unable to get my revenge. Don't you dare speak as if you understand." Basil scoffed. "Getting upset over something as trivial as that? Truly, I can't understand it. You gained power, you became a dragon. Isn't that a small price to pay?" Hendrik's anger surged as Basil's words stung even deeper, yet Basil continued, his tone dismissive. "Do you know how many lives I had to end to gather this many snakes in order to pursue this beauty? I consider my sacrifice to be small compared to the prize." With a gleam in his eyes, Basil gestured toward his monstrous serpent. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Basil, the Snake King. I love all things with scales in this world. If you join me, you'll finally come to love your true form." Grinding his teeth, Hendrik growled in response. "And I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. I exist to rid this world of all scaled creatures." Basil, stepping into a battle stance, replied, "Then it seems we have no choice but to fight." With unwavering determination, Hendrik spat back. "Let's see how long you can keep talking once I'm finished with you." As the massive snake lunged toward Hendrik, he changed his approach. This time, instead of merely blocking, he slashed the serpent into multiple pieces with precision and ferocity. However, there seemed to be no end to the swarm of snakes. Basil had an endless supply of serpents he could summon. Yet Hendrik, still consumed by rage, taunted him. "Come at me with everything you've got. Do you really think these snakes can keep up with me?" His confident expression faltered when Basil shifted tactics. Instead of attacking with another giant serpent, he unleashed a swarm of smaller snakes. Hendrik realized too late that they were a distraction, a clever bait. As he fought them off, a massive snake coiled around him, its body tightening like an unrelenting vice. Hendrik struggled against the crushing pressure, pain shooting through him as he cursed inwardly. "At this rate, my body will be crushed. I'll die if I don't act fast." He prepared to teleport away, but the Snake King struck first, grabbing Hendrik's face with his scaled hand. Basil sneered. "Got you now," he hissed. His tone dripped with arrogance as he mocked Hendrik's carelessness. "You were too reckless, far too weak to face me as an equal. Accept it. Your only option now is to obey. Become my pet." Basil began invoking his power, Ophiuchus, a sinister ability designed to turn Hendrik into his special slave. The magic slithered through the air like an unseen snake, tightening its grip on Hendrik's mind and body. Inwardly, Basil grinned, confident in his victory. He knew there was only one way for Hendrik to break free of Ophiuchus, by embracing his true nature and transforming into a dragon. But Basil was certain Hendrik would never do that. He hates dragons, Basil thought with satisfaction. That hatred burns so deeply, it even extends to himself. Hendrik refuses to accept his dragon heritage. To him, it's the form of his enemy. He'd rather die than become the very thing he despises. Meanwhile, Hendrik battled his own frustration. The thought of transforming into a dragon churned his stomach. He couldn't accept it. He wouldn't. But then, a memory surfaced. In a flashback, he recalled Jinhyuk scolding him. "What the hell are you talking about?" Jinhyuk had snapped, exasperated. "You're going to waste that power just because you don't want to take the form of your enemy? Are you serious?" Hendrik had responded, confused. "I'm Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. That's who I am." Jinhyuk, unimpressed, shook his head. "Wrong," he said firmly, pointing at Hendrik. "You're nothing more than a 50th floor climber struggling to stay alive." He continued, his tone sharp and cutting. Pointing at the girl they just fought, he says, "We faced a climber from the 300th floor, and she was fighting with penalties stacked against her, but we almost lost. You think we can survive without giving it everything we've got? We are still weak. If you want to live, stop holding back and use all of your strength." The memory snapped Hendrik back to the present. His resolve solidified. Jinhyuk is right. I can't die here. Not like this. With a roar that shook the battlefield, Hendrik embraced his dragon form. Scales burst forth, his body transforming as an immense surge of power radiated from him. The snake that had ensnared him loosened its grip as Hendrik's newfound strength tore through its coils. The sinister magic of Ophiuchus disintegrated, powerless against the might of a dragon unleashed. Standing tall in his full dragon form, Hendrik glared at Basil, his eyes burning with unyielding determination. The tables had turned. Camel was utterly flabbergasted as the memories he glimpsed in Hendrik's mind confirmed an impossible truth. Hendrik had indeed transformed. There was no way to deny it now. Hovering in the sky, Hendrik inwardly acknowledged his weakness. Every time he faced a stronger opponent, he had to give everything he had to claim victory. With a loud, powerful shout, Hendrik declared, "I will defeat you, no matter what it takes." Camel, meanwhile, gazed at Hendrik's transformed state, marveling at the brilliance of his scales. A sly, devious grin spread across Camel's face as he muttered, "Such beauty. You truly are the best. Because of that, no matter what, I will make you mine, as my pet." Back at Jinyuk's battle, his clash against the undead king raged on, with their respective soldiers locked in a fierce, chaotic struggle. The combat spread across the battlefield, leaving destruction in its wake. However, Jinyuk couldn't shake an unsettling realization. Both he and his summoned allies were being pushed back, albeit slightly. Moreover, the undead king's combat style felt eerily familiar. It dawned on Jinyuk. The undead king was mimicking his own techniques from his past life as Death Star. The revelation sent a chill down his spine, but he steeled himself. He knew he needed to rescue Haru and Miho and make it to Goldrich. Yet, amidst the chaos, he chastised himself for letting his mind wander. Focus, he thought. If he defeated the undead king, everything else would fall into place. That had to be his priority. As they momentarily distanced themselves, Jinyuk decided to confront his adversary. "Did you model your combat style after Death Star Cha Jinyuk?" he asked. The undead king smirked, answering with a simple, "Yes, and I suppose the same could be said for you." Jinyuk grinned confidently. "Then you can't beat me. I'm going to surpass the Death Star." Those words visibly angered the undead king. His voice boomed, dripping with disbelief. "How dare you? Surpass him? Ridiculous." But before he could react, Jinyuk vanished, leaving the undead king confused. Moments later, he spotted Jinyuk on the ground, obliterating one of the skeletal soldiers. The undead king erupted into laughter, mocking him. Jumping into a deadly situation? How foolish. Jinyuk, however, didn't dignify the taunt with a response. Instead, he combined his all-master ability with divine power and demonic energy, unleashing a devastating divine demonic explosion. The eruption of energy was massive and overwhelming, vaporizing everything within its radius. The sheer intensity of the attack left the undead king's jaw agape. "It's impossible," the undead king stammered. You wield both divine power and demonic energy?" At that moment, a system notification appeared before Jinyuk, confirming what he already suspected. His simultaneous use of divine power and demonic energy was an unprecedented feat. The message informed him that his name would be recorded in the Tower of Achievements for accomplishing something no one else ever had. Jinyuk's appearance became truly menacing as one half of him radiated divine brilliance, while the other exuded a dark, demonic aura. The undead king stared in awe and terror, realizing he was witnessing something utterly extraordinary. A single person possessing the powers of both light and darkness. Another notification appeared, informing Jinyuk that his physical body, now composed of half saint and half demon, had been fully created. Inwardly, he pondered what he needed to do to defeat Death Star. His opponent commanded a far stronger army than he did, but Jinyuk was determined to destroy them no matter what, just like those guys back then. Resolving his strategy, he decided to eliminate the summons with a special method before targeting the main body directly. They may have changed, he thought with a grin, but their composition remains the same. Though the method disgusted him, he knew it was effective since that's how he was defeated in his past life. Summoning the undead king, he addressed him with a mocking tone. "Didn't you claim to be Death Star's descendant? If you're this weak, I can only imagine how strong Death Star must have been. Or did he die simply because he dared to stand before divine power? Bro's roasting his past life. That's wild." The undead king's fury erupted. Summoning more soldiers, he spat back, "I won't let you tarnish the honor of Death Star, Cha Jinyuk." With a vengeful gesture, he resurrected the guildmasters who had fallen earlier. Jinyuk smirked. "Now that's more like it. If this had ended so easily, I'd have been disappointed." With that, he launched himself forward, a blur of movement straight at the undead king. As he dashed, he thought to himself, With divine power and demonic energy combined, his summons can't reach their maximum potential. I'll cut him down where he stands. But just as his attack closed in, it was intercepted by one of the undead guildmasters. Jinyuk's eyes widened in shock. His blade, imbued with divine power, should have obliterated the enemy on contact. Yet the strike failed to land a fatal blow. The undead king sneered. As you said, that's how Jinhyuk once perished. Did you really think I wouldn't prepare for that? I've ensured I won't meet the same fate as he did. His menacing glare locked onto Jinhyuk. For defaming Cha Jinhyuk, I will kill you. One of the undead soldiers swung its weapon, forcing Jinhyuk to block. The impact sent him skidding backward. He frowned, inwardly analyzing the situation. That shield. It's enchanted. It blocked divine power, which means it can probably nullify demonic energy too, and these other undead are a serious problem. Suddenly, pain shot through his arm as cuts appeared in multiple places. One of the undead had landed a surprise attack. This one's strong, Jinhyuk noted grimly. Before he could recover, another undead launched a powerful kick. Dodging narrowly, he assessed his options. I can't defeat the undead king with ordinary attacks. I'll have to combine both divine and demonic energy. Channeling both energies into one hand, he prepared his move. However, a warning notification blared in his mind. Divine power and demonic energy are polar opposites. Fusion is impossible. Shut up, Jinhyuk snapped. Just do what I tell you. This is the only way. As the energy surged and clashed, he realized the notification was right. They refused to mix. But instead of despairing, he grinned. Fine, then let's do it my way. Summoning a massive shadowy mouth, he commanded, Take this. I don't care if you reject it. It's all mine anyway. With a twisted demonic smile, he ordered the energies to merge. Become one! The shadow devoured the two opposing forces, and to Jinhyuk's surprise, they began to mix. What emerged was a brand new type of energy, crackling with destructive potential. In a single, decisive slash, Jinhyuk cleaved through the enchanted shield and annihilated the undead guildmaster woman in one stroke. Her body crumbled, leaving only silence in the wake of Jinhyuk's overwhelming power. The other two guildmasters immediately noticed the change, while the undead king stood frozen, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. How was this possible? He had meticulously crafted his shield magic specifically to withstand the combined power of the four royalties. Could this mean that Ghostface's strength had surpassed even theirs? Meanwhile, Jinhyuk was equally puzzled, though his curiosity remained internal. What was that just now? He wondered. It was neither divine power nor demonic energy. Of that he was certain. Before he could ponder further, the system interface appeared, congratulating him for acquiring a new trait. Unification. The system explained that combining divine power and demonic energy created an explosive force, far greater than either on its own. The word unification caught Jinhyuk's attention. It intrigued him, and a sly grin spread across his face. I like that name, he thought. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the undead king, his sword gleaming with newfound power. Sensing danger, the undead king barked out a command. Jose, Beck Holio, protect me. In an instant, two undead warriors stepped forward, placing themselves between their master and Jinhyuk. However, they were no match for him. Jinhyuk's blade cut through them, as if slicing through butter. Within moments, he stood face to face with the undead king, whose terror was unmistakable. Still, the undead king managed to raise his defenses just in time, narrowly blocking Jinhyuk's strike. The clash triggered a massive explosion, the force of which shook the surroundings. As the dust settled, the undead king emerged from the cloud, his mask shattered, revealing his battered form. A cold blade pressed against his neck. Turning his eyes, he saw Jinhyuk standing before him, his expression sharp and unyielding. So your name is Toon, right? Jinhyuk asked, his voice calm yet laced with authority. Tell me, Toon, why are you so obsessed with Death Star Cha Jinhyuk? Knowing he was defeated, Toon let out a weary sigh and began to speak. His voice carried the weight of memory. You wouldn't understand, he muttered before launching into a flashback. He recalled a time when he was just a child, weak and insignificant in a world of towering figures. He spoke of how Jinhyuk, Death Star, had once been a figure of unparalleled strength and wisdom, a man destined to be the master of the tower. When Toon's story returned to the present, Jin-hyuk's expression darkened. Death Star betrayed humanity, he said coldly. He died because of it. Do you still respect someone like that? That's not it, Toon shouted, his voice shaking with emotion. He fell into a trap. It was all orchestrated by those 9-star bastards. The revelation hit Jin-hyuk like a bolt of lightning. His eyes widened as he took a step back, his grip on the sword tightening. How does he know the truth, he thought, his mind racing. The hidden truth behind my death. I never thought there was anyone who could have figured it out. For the first time in years, Jin-hyuk found himself grappling with uncertainty.
If you've made it this far,
Please step forward and press the button. Now, open your eyes, step forward, and push the button. Yes! You see! What a thrill! What a rush! That was you!
now I want you to do something else for me. Please press the subscribe button.
Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe
Commenting, let him cook will...
lend you an air of charisma as well?
Toon fell to his knees, slamming the ground in frustration, his voice trembling with anger. Do you feel nothing even after claiming Death Star's title? Spirit Master? He demanded, his tone a mix of fury and disbelief. He was essentially questioning if he ever doubted Jin-hyuk's death. Toon continued, his voice growing louder with conviction as he explained the injustice. Jin-hyuk, the most powerful necromancer to ever exist, fell in a head-on battle against the 9 stars, those treacherous Pelin siblings. He was lured into their trap. I know Jin-hyuk was innocent. His words were heavy with emotion, his faith in Jin-hyuk unshaken. Jin-hyuk, seemingly indifferent, responded with a cryptic, "Who knows?" before adding dismissively, maybe he lost his edge, drunk on his own power. Yet inwardly, his thoughts betrayed a hint of vulnerability. In this tower, there are still people who believe in me, who remember me. This only enraged Toon further. His fists clenched, and his voice quivered with fury. How dare you insult Jin-hyuk? Yes, you're skilled, but you're no descendant of Death Star. To Toon, Jin-hyuk wasn't just a savior. His power shone brighter than the 9 stars themselves. He was my pride, my milestone. Toon's voice cracked as he declared, I swore to defeat Ghostface and inherit Jin-hyuk's name as Death Star. Hearing this, Jin-hyuk smirked, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Inwardly, he mused, so this is what it feels like to have someone call you their idol. A small chuckle escaped him before he finally spoke, his voice laced with mock authority. Fine. Prove your worth to me, Toon. Toon's resolve hardened. As he prepared to attack, he whispered to himself, It's not complete yet, but this is the culmination of everything I've researched while trying to access Jin-hyuk's power. His gaze then shifted to Ghostface. To you who hold Death Star's title yet dare insult his name, I will not let you keep it. With that, Toon activated his technique. The 100 Nocturnal Ghosts. A swarm of spectral entities materialized, their eerie presence filling the battlefield. Jin-hyuk's eyes narrowed as he observed them, his expression tinged with confusion. These are spirit soldiers. But how? How does he know this technique? Summoning Vulcan, his trusted spirit, Jin-hyuk ordered an attack. Vulcan charged forward with immense speed, unleashing a devastating soul laser at the spectral soldiers. But as the light pierced through, Jin-hyuk froze, his eyes widening in shock. Inwardly, he muttered, These aren't true spirit soldiers. They're inferior, yet they resemble the first ones I created. Realization dawned on him. Toon. He's trying to reach Spirit Master on his own. Meanwhile, Toon shouted, his voice echoing with unwavering determination. I won't stop, not until I've taken revenge and restored Jin-hyuk's honor. Jin-hyuk, impressed but unwilling to back down, thought to himself, This guy, he's got talent and a dangerous fixation. If I hadn't reincarnated, I'm certain he would have become the next Death Star. A smirk tugged at his lips. But I'm here now, and I refuse to lose either. Raising his hand, Jin-Yuk summoned an even larger army of spirit soldiers to the battlefield, commanding Vulcan to lead them. Without hesitation, he dashed toward Toon, his sword ready, as the undead soldiers surged forward. The clash was explosive. Spectral spirits were obliterated on both sides, their destruction lighting up the darkened battlefield. The two necromancers met in mid-air, their swords colliding in a violent dance of sparks and energy. Each strike shook the ground beneath them, each explosion a testament to their immense power. Breaking apart momentarily, Jin-Yuk landed with a thud, his hand slamming onto the ground. An ominous glow spread as he awakened the nearby dead, transforming them into spirit soldiers. With a guttural roar, the newly risen soldiers launched an assault on Toon. Though he managed to evade most of the attack, a few strikes landed, leaving him bleeding from shallow cuts. That brief moment of distraction was all it took. Jin-Yuk seized the opportunity and swung his blade, aiming for Toon. However, the attack never reached its target. One of Toon's spirit soldiers leapt in, intercepting the blow with its teeth. Before Jin-Yuk could react, the summoned spirit began to convulse violently, a sinister energy radiating from it. Then, without warning, it exploded. The resulting blast was massive, sending Jin-Yuk flying backward, his feet skidding against the ground as he struggled to steady himself. Inwardly, Jin-Yuk cursed. That was an incomplete spirit soldier, he realized. Toon is deliberately weaponizing their instability, turning them into self-destructing bombs. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. I need to find a counter before he turns the battlefield into a minefield. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when he sensed an overwhelming surge of power. His eyes widened in shock as Toon, his aura now menacing and oppressive, spoke with a tone dripping in defiance. "This is the final step to reach Cha Jin-Yuk," he declared. "This attack is called 10,000 Spirits Dive." As the skill activated, Toon's body began to convulse, and countless spirit soldiers emerged from him in a terrifying procession. Their malevolent forms surrounded Jin-Yuk, inching closer with a palpable sense of dread. Jin-Yuk's eyes narrowed as recognition struck. This technique, this is my skill, the one I created in my past life. The spirit soldiers advanced relentlessly, merging and forming a massive wave of spiritual power that threatened to swallow everything in its path. It surged forward, an unstoppable force intent on consuming Jin-Yuk entirely. But Jin-Yuk stood firm, a wicked grin spreading across his face. His voice was steady as he muttered to himself, "You can't devour my soul, because my soul is the soul of the strongest necromancer." With an air of complete confidence, Jin-Yuk raised his hand. In a single, effortless wave, he unleashed a counter so devastating it obliterated the attack entirely, scattering the spirit wave into nothingness. The battlefield fell silent. Toon's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Inwardly he screamed, "This is impossible!" I knew my attack wasn't perfect, but how could anyone nullify the Death Star's ultimate spirit power skill? His mind reeled as he considered the implications. Does that mean my spirit power can't even touch his soul? Jin-Yuk, now unmasked, laughed deeply, his voice reverberating with amusement. "Not bad," he admitted. "It's like looking at a version of myself from the past." His grin widened as he continued. "But since you've shown me your version of 10,000 Spirits Dive, it's only fair that I return the favor with the real one." Raising his hand once more, Jin-Yuk summoned an army of spirit soldiers so vast they blanketed the battlefield, their sheer presence suffocating. The spirits encircled Toon, trapping him in an impenetrable formation. As they charged forward, Toon's defiance crumbled. The truth hit him like a hammer. He had been fighting the man he idolized, the one he had strived to emulate all along. With despair etched on his face, Toon dropped his weapon. He spoke softly, his voice laced with resignation. "You've been here all this time. I was fighting the very man I've been trying to become." Jin-Yuk wasted no time. He dashed forward with blinding speed, driving his blade into Toon's chest. As the blade sank in, Jin-Yuk leaned closer, his voice calm but cold. "It was nice to meet you, Toon." Toon gasped, blood trickling from his lips. He managed a faint smile, his voice barely above a whisper. It was nice to meet you too, Death Star." Gathering the last of his strength, he murmured, "Soon, I will—" Jin-Hyuk interrupted, his tone final. "Yes," he said, smirking. "We'll see each other again. Soon." As Toon lay dying, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Ah, he was alive. Jinyuk surpassed all my expectations. As this realization dawned upon him, his soul began to be drawn toward the spirit soldiers. Just as his consciousness began to fade, a commanding voice rang out. Rise! Toon's eyes shot open. His once lifeless body now stood upright, reanimated as Jinyuk's newest spirit soldier. As Toon processed what had happened, Jinyuk welcomed him warmly to the team. Overwhelmed with emotion, Toon approached Jinyuk, falling to his knees. Forgive me, Toon said, his voice trembling. I failed to recognize your greatness and was disloyal to the one I spent my entire life striving to find. Please accept my apology. Before Jinyuk could respond, the ground began to tremble violently. A deafening rumble followed as a massive undead creature erupted from beneath the surface. Its grotesque form loomed over them, its enormous belly splitting open to reveal a horrifying maw. Toon quickly rose, his expression grave. This is one of my summoned creations, he explained. It has lost its master and gone berserk. Allow me to handle it. But before he could act, Jinhyuk raised a hand to stop him. His sharp gaze locked onto the creature's open mouth. Wait, Jinhyuk said, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. Emerging from the depths of the creature's maw were two familiar figures, Haryu and Miho. Relief flooded Jinhyuk's face as he saw they were unharmed. You're safe! Jinyuk exclaimed, moving toward them, ready to embrace them both. Haryu smiled, explaining, It was Miho who charmed this summoned creature so we could escape. Miho chimed in proudly. Yes, I did that while Haryu dealt with the skeletons inside. Inwardly, Toon was astonished. He marveled at their ability to charm one of his undead creations and destroy the skeletal soldiers that had guarded it. Before anyone could catch their breath, a thunderous impact shook the ground nearby. The shockwave sent a ripple through the air. All eyes turned toward the source, Hendrik's dragon breath. Jinyuk immediately understood. That means the battle over there is settled, he muttered. His assumption was confirmed as Basil, bloodied and barely standing, staggered into view and collapsed near them. Toon's eyes widened in disbelief. This was Basil, a warrior he had once admired and regarded as invincible, now reduced to such a pitiful state. He never imagined Basil could be defeated so easily. Hovering in the sky, Hendrik, still in his dragon form, declared triumphantly, This is my victory. With a shimmer of light, he reverted to his human-like form and descended gracefully. Drawing his blade, he pointed it at Basil's face. This is the end, Hendrik said coldly. You have no cards left to play, no more allies except that pathetic snake that fawned over you. Basil's gaze drifted to his companion, a serpent named Scylla, coiled nearby. His voice was low and resigned as he said, It seems this is the end for us. He paused, then whispered, I'm sorry. Before anyone could react, Basil opened his mouth wide and bit down on Scylla, consuming the snake in one swift motion. Miho and Haryu stood frozen in shock. Jinyuk's voice broke the silence. You're insane! Eating your own snake? Hendrik raised his sword, ready to end it. Enough of this madness, he declared, swinging his blade. But to his astonishment, the attack was stopped mid-swing. Basil rose, his presence transformed, an unsettling grin spreading across his bloodied face. Delicious, he murmured, his voice thick with newfound power. Scylla truly was exquisite. His body began to radiate an ominous energy as he laughed maniacally. With a twisted smile, Basil locked eyes with Hendrik. Now, he said, his voice brimming with malevolence, we can be together forever. His laughter grew louder, echoing ominously as he prepared to launch an assault, his new transformation ready to turn the tide of battle. As Hendrik deftly dodged Basil's attack, he let out a mocking laugh. You're hilarious, he sneered. You boast about loving that snake, yet you treat it like a disposable snack by eating it. How poetic. Basil's eyes burned with defiance. What would you know about love? He retorted, his voice sharp and unwavering. There's no love more profound than becoming one with the person you cherish. You could never understand such beauty. Disgusting bastard, Hendrik snarled, launching another furious assault. Haryu, Miho, and Jinhyuk rushed forward, intent on aiding Hendrik. However, Hendrik raised a hand to stop them, his gaze fixed on Basil. Stay back, he commanded firmly. Don't touch him. Basil is my prey and I'll kill him with my own hands. Without hesitation, Hendrik attacked again, his sword cutting through the air with deadly precision. Basil attempted to block, but Hendrik's blade pierced the snake directly through its head. Yet to Hendrik's surprise, the creature did not die. Instead, it writhed, grabbing the blade with its tongue. In one swift motion, the snake lunged forward and sank its fangs into Hendrik's hand. Basil wasted no time, charging at Hendrik with renewed ferocity. "You can't use that sword anymore," he taunted. Energy began to gather in his maw as he prepared a devastating beam attack. "It's over for you," Basil roared. But then, something unexpected happened. A dark red aura erupted around Hendrik, crackling with overwhelming intensity. One of his arms began to shift and twist, transforming grotesquely into a draconic limb. The transformation spread across one side of his body, melding human and dragon features into a fearsome hybrid form. Basil froze, momentarily stunned by the transformation. What is this?" he stammered, unable to hide his shock. Hendrik's dragon hybrid form radiated an overwhelming aura of dominance. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, his razor-sharp claws glowing with lethal energy. With a single slash, he cleaved Basil in half. As Basil's body fell, torn asunder, his voice was faint but filled with bitter irony. "Neither dragon nor human," he muttered. "Don't you think you look just as monstrous as I do?" Hendrik stood over Basil's crumbling form, his expression unyielding. "Perhaps," he said, his voice cold and resolute. "But I've realized something through this fight." He paused, his gaze piercing Basil's fading eyes. "I appreciate the lesson." With a final swing of his clawed hand, Hendrik declared, "I am Hendrik, the Dragon Slayer. Nothing will ever change that." Hendrik dragged Basil's body toward Jinyuk and tossed it at his feet. Toon glanced at the lifeless form, inwardly impressed and shocked that Basil, in his most powerful state, had been defeated. Turning to Jinyuk, he remarked with admiration, "Your companions are truly impressive." Jinyuk nodded in agreement, a confident grin spreading across his face. "This time, I'll climb the tower with trusted allies," he declared, turning his gaze to Toon, now his undead shadow soldier. "And you'll be with us too." Toon was momentarily taken aback but quickly composed himself, bowing slightly. "Thank you," he said sincerely. Hendrik, observing the exchange, interjected, "I'd like to hear more about what happened between you and Toon, but there's no time to waste." Haryu agreed, her voice firm. "That's right. We need to head to the 60th floor." Miho joined in, her tone urgent. "Goldrich must be in danger right now." Jinyuk, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded. "This fight isn't over yet. Let's move out immediately." But before they could leave, Toon knelt in front of Jinyuk, his expression grave. "No," he said firmly. "You mustn't go." Jinyuk frowned. "Why not?" Toon looked up, his voice steady yet heavy with concern. "The one leading the forces on the 60th floor is none other than Asher Home, the guild master of the Lord of the Divine Guild. His influence spans the lower levels of the Holy Kingdom." Intrigued, Jinhyuk leaned forward. "How strong is this Asher?" Toon's expression darkened as he answered. "Asher is on my level. You can think of him as comparable to a 300th floor royal class paladin." Hendrik crossed his arms, his tone resolute. "It'll be tough, no doubt. But both you and Basil were defeated, Toon. If Asher's at the same level, we might have a chance." Toon shook his head. "That's not the issue. The real problem is his unwavering, fanatical loyalty to the Pelon siblings, who saved his life." Meanwhile, on the 60th floor, Goldrich crouched behind a crumbling wall, peering cautiously through a crack. He muttered to himself, "I've dealt with the frontline soldiers. We can buy some time like this." His thoughts were interrupted as the entire area lit up, bathed in a radiant golden glow. A massive beam of light descended onto the battlefield, but instead of destruction, it brought something far more terrifying. The dead soldiers began to stir, rising to their feet as if resurrected. Back with the group, Toon continued his explanation. "Asherholm is the only guild master directly granted divine power by the Celestials." Goldrich, witnessing the phenomenon, stared in disbelief, his mouth agape. Asher resurrected the dead soldiers, he thought, horrified. In that moment, he realized the truth. In other words, Asherholm is as powerful as a celestial from the 300th floor. Haryu, struggling to comprehend the revelation, muttered, "This is impossible." Jinhyuk, maintaining his composure, turned to Toon. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Are you saying we should sit here and watch while the entire trading company burns because we can't defeat Asher? Toon shook his head. There's a way. A way for you to match Asher's power. Raising a hand, Toon used his abilities to levitate his own corpse toward Jinhyuk. His voice was steady, but his words carried a heavy weight. Absorb it. Jinhyuk's eyes widened in shock. What? Toon pressed on, his tone firm yet solemn. I have a rough idea of how your abilities work. The power to absorb things and make them your own. A corpse is just a thing, isn't it? If you absorb my body, all the power I've cultivated will become yours. The room fell silent for a moment as Jinhyuk tried to process what he'd just heard. Before he could respond, Hendrik stepped forward, his voice cutting through the tension. There's one more thing you need to know. As everyone turned their attention to him, he explained that Basil and his serpent were quite strong as well. He told Jinhyuk that devouring their power could become a significant asset. Turning to Toon, Jinhyuk asked him if he was absolutely sure about this, even questioning if he didn't have someone waiting for his body, at least. Toon answered firmly, saying there was no one waiting for him. Even if there were, it wouldn't matter, because he admired Jinhyuk. If he could offer his meager strength to him, there would be no greater honor. With a determined expression, he pleaded with Jinhyuk to accept his power, and even referred to him as, my lord. Dayum, my boy Toon, is Jinhyuk's biggest glazer. Jinhyuk sighed deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted Toon's offer. Using his powers, he levitated the two bodies and vowed to carry on their strength. With a single word, devour, he opened his mouth wide, and the two bodies began to be absorbed into him. Back on the 60th floor, chaos reigned. Flames engulfed the area as knights charged and destroyed everything in sight. Meanwhile, Goldrich remained in hiding, inwardly cursing the situation. The fallen ones were reviving all at once. At this rate, they'd take over the building he was in. Casualties on his side were steadily increasing, yet somehow they needed to buy more time. His plan was to cause confusion among the knights, disperse their forces, and then shift to guerrilla tactics. However, his strategy was interrupted as his eyes widened in shock. A beam of light surged toward him, followed by a deafening boom and massive destruction. The light beam was so powerful that it not only obliterated the wall, but pierced the entire building, leaving a massive hole in both the front and back. Goldrich barely managed to block the attack with his golden power, though it left him shaken. They had found his hiding spot, but what truly unsettled him was the nature of the attack. It wasn't just that it was divine power, it was the sheer level of divine power being used. Sweat began to form on his brow as Asher finally appeared. With a cold expression and an even colder tone, Asher addressed him as the mysterious merchant aiding Ghostface. He declared that he had come to eliminate both him and Ghostface. Trying to maintain his composure, Goldrich retorted, "For a holy star, your methods are rather crude." He attempted to reason, saying that the forces below could benefit the Holy Kingdom, but Asher dismissed his words. "The orders given to me by Lord Cain are absolute," Asher replied. "There are only two. First, to deal with the incompetent guild leaders. Second, to completely eradicate Ghostface and his companions." With a rage-filled tone and blazing intensity in his eyes, Asher shouted, "Lord Cain's orders are equivalent to the words of God. There is no need to consider any other conditions." Goldrich, his face set with determination, called Asher a fanatic. "Things won't go as you think," he declared defiantly. Flames roared fiercely across the 60th floor, engulfing the area in an inferno, followed by deafening explosions that shook the structure. Amid the chaos, a man relentlessly pursued Goldrich, his voice echoing with taunts. "How long do you plan to keep running away?" he bellowed. Goldrich continued to evade, his movements sharp but restrained. "Cursed fate," he thought to himself. "If they discover who I really am, the situation will spiral out of control." He clenched his fists as he ran, knowing full well he couldn't afford to reveal his identity. But doubt gnawed at him. Could he really take on this monster while keeping his true power concealed? The man chasing him furrowed his brow, sensing something off. "Why isn't he fighting back?" he muttered under his breath. Compared to the dazzling, destructive moves Goldrich had displayed earlier, his current behavior seemed almost cowardly. Is he holding back? The man wondered, his instincts flaring. If that were true, he needed to force Goldrich to go all out. Without hesitation, he thrust his arms forward, summoning an immense ball of flames that radiated blistering heat. The fireball grew larger and larger, its deadly intent clear. "What are you hiding?" the man demanded, his voice filled with frustration. "How do you expect to protect your comrades if you keep suppressing your power?" Just as Goldrich prepared to unleash his abilities, risking his identity being exposed, a deafening roar echoed through the air. In an instant, Hendrik, in his colossal dragon form, crashed into the fray. His massive body split the battlefield, forcing the two combatants apart. The knights below were stunned by the destruction Hendrik caused upon his arrival. "A dragon! A dragon has crashed into the building!" they cried out in alarm. Chaos erupted as the knights scrambled to understand the situation. "Where did it come from?" one of them shouted in panic. Their attention quickly shifted. "Asher! Asher! Are you all right?" they called out, concerned for their leader. Meanwhile, Asher's mind raced. He recalled intelligence he had received earlier. A dragon was rumored to be among Ghostface's companions. So it's true, he thought grimly. Did they really climb to the 60th floor in a single night? And did they defeat Toon and Basil along the way? His musings were interrupted as another figure entered the scene. Jin Hyuk approached with a smirk, his eyes locked on Asher. "Hey," he called out nonchalantly. "You're Asher whom, right?" Without waiting for a response, he continued. "Where's Kane?" "I've been meaning to take that bastard's head." Above them, Hendrik soared through the air, his massive wings stirring up gusts of wind. On his back were Goldrich holding puppet, Miho, and Haryu. Haryu looked down nervously. "Is it really okay to leave Jinhyuk alone down there?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Hendrik's rumbling voice reassured her. "Don't concern yourself. He can handle it." A sudden burst of light shot past them, narrowly missing Hendrik's wing. The group turned their gaze downward, realizing the knights below had begun attacking relentlessly. "They're not letting us escape," Miho muttered, her frustration growing. Goldrich surveyed the situation grimly. "We need to deal with those soldiers first," he said firmly. "And keep in mind, Asher has the ability to revive the dead." Miho's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? That's cheating," she exclaimed. Hendrik growled in frustration. "If they can come back to life, then I'll ensure there's nothing left of them to revive." His voice carried a dark promise as flames began to swirl around his massive frame. Back on the battlefield, Jinhyuk and Asher's battle reached its peak. Their powers collided in a dazzling explosion of energy, forcing them to separate momentarily. Jinhyuk's fingers crackled with energy as he prepared his next move. His voice rang out confidently as he launched his attack. Two-fingered soul bullet! The searing projectile tore through the air, striking Asher with devastating precision. Asher barely had time to react, as the attack severed his arm in a clean way. The dismembered limb fell to the ground, smoldering. To Jinhyuk's shock, Asher's severed hand began to regenerate. Within moments, his arm was completely healed, leaving Jinhyuk stunned by the speed of his regenerative abilities. Inwardly, Jinhyuk acknowledged the impressive nature of Asher's healing, but concluded that to defeat him, he'd have to land an attack Asher couldn't recover from. Determined, he resolved to end this with a decisive blow, by using the unification attack. At the right moment. But first, he needs to find an opening. Breaking the tense silence, Jinhyuk asked Asher if he had gained his power from the Pellin siblings. Mockingly, he added that Asher must have kissed their psychotic asses to achieve such strength. The insult hit its mark, enraging Asher. Trembling with fury, Asher demanded, "How dare you insult them?" His voice brimming with anger, he began charging another attack and sneered, "Aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" With that, he hurled a powerful strike toward Jinhyuk. However, Jinhyuk remained unfazed. Nonchalantly, he summoned Vulcan, whose massive form materialized just in time to block the divine attack. Asher's eyes widened in disbelief. A summoned creature, a mere undead, had withstood divine punishment. To him, it was unfathomable. Undead were supposed to be inherently weak to holy power. With a sly grin, Vulcan taunted, "Curious about what's happening, are you?" Just then, Toon appeared, casually complimenting his own barrier skill, which had earlier blocked Jinhyuk's attack. Asher's expression darkened, a sense of betrayal overtaking him. "How dare you betray me and side with Ghostface?" he bellowed. Toon's response was calm, but cutting. "I've never followed anyone," he said. "I was simply searching for a place where I belonged." "Traitor!" Asher roared, his voice echoing with fury. I will obliterate your filthy soul. At Jinhyuk's command, his soldiers moved to subdue Asher and bring him forward. Vulcan and Toon charged at Asher with relentless precision, their combined onslaught forcing Asher to evade their attacks. As he dodged, Asher realized something alarming. Toon had grown significantly stronger after becoming Jinhyuk's soldier. The realization made him wonder if Toon had also gained Ghostface's powers. Amid his distraction, Jinhyuk seized the opportunity. Darting forward with blistering speed, he unleashed the power of his nine-tailed fox mask, his claws gleaming with lethal intent. Asher barely had time to react before Jinhyuk's slashes tore through him. Blood erupted from Asher's mouth as he was sent hurtling to the ground, the impact causing a massive explosion that shook the battlefield. As the dust settled, Asher's figure emerged, his wounds already healed once more. Wiping the blood from his lips, he smirked and said, "Impressive, Ghostface. You've pushed me this far, but you can't defeat me. The infinite grace of healing bestowed upon me by the Great One ensures I cannot be overcome. Your loss is inevitable." Before Asher could continue, a sudden shift in the air caught him off guard. A massive serpent slithered around him, its coils tightening with unnerving precision. Startled, Asher struggled against the creature's grip. A chilling voice broke the silence. "Rise!" With that command, Basil, the Snake King, appeared, his menacing aura filling the battlefield. His enormous body coiled tighter around Asher, radiating overwhelming power. Asher's expression twisted in disbelief. "Basil, have you fallen to Ghostface as well?" With a terrifying grin, Basil swung his snake-like hand forcefully toward Asher, and in that instant, Asher's head was completely gone. However, Asher's healing ability quickly regrew his head and he shouted, "This isn't enough to stop me." Vulcan started to get frustrated because even removing Asher's head didn't stop his healing power. Toon observed, "As long as he has holy power, it seems he can heal endlessly. We need to end this with one final blow." Inside, Asher thought to himself that he was facing two of the four kings. His body wouldn't move, and even though a faint release of holy power was trying to escape, it didn't seem to work. He wondered if Toon was doing something to prevent him from using his power. Then Asher spoke aloud saying, "This is as far as you can go, because you won't be able to kill me." He mocked them, telling them they had hoped to defeat him by attacking the souls of the four kings, but that plan had failed. But Toon calmly replied, "We never intended to kill you in the first place." Vulcan added, "Our orders were to capture you, not to kill you. We are to offer you to our master." Asher looked up and saw a large amount of energy gathering. The energy was coming from Jinhyuk, who was preparing to combine his demonic and divine energy to create the most powerful spirit shot, infused with the power of the unified element. Asher began to sweat, realizing that Jinhyuk was using holy power, but it felt different. A system notification appeared, informing Jinhyuk that he had successfully combined the traits of holy power and demonic energy into the unified element. Once the energy was fully formed, Jinhyuk used a one-circle-style, 10-finger spirit shot. The black and white beam shot toward Asher at incredible speed. When it hit, a massive explosion destroyed everything in its path, leaving the area where Asher had been completely wiped out. As the dust settled, a huge crater was left, and Asher's body was destroyed. It seemed that Asher was truly dead since his regenerative power didn't activate this time. Up in the air, Jinhyuk, Vulcan, and Toon floated above the wreckage. Toon knelt before Jinhyuk, saying, "I am honored to be part of our first victory against the Pilon siblings." Vulcan chuckled and said, "Toon, you would have made a great heir to my powers." But Jinhyuk quickly responded, "Toon is my heir, not yours." Suddenly Jinhyuk's attention shifted as Hendrik called out to him saying, "We're done with things down here too." Haryu, curious, asked, "Did we win?" Jinhyuk answered, "Yes, we won." "Finally, our first victory." He explained, "Until now, our enemies always claimed we ambushed them. But today, we destroyed them with our own preemptive attack. If word of this spreads far, people will start to believe. The tables can be turned." Goldrich joined the conversation and asked Jinhyuk if he wanted him to spread the news. Jinhyuk replied, "Of course. Why else would I keep you around?" Holding Puppet, Goldrich prepared to teleport away but paused before leaving. He remarked, "I have a mountain of things to take care of, including cleaning up today's mess." Jinhyuk agreed, saying, "I'll leave it in your hands." With that, Goldrich vanished. Suddenly, the peak of all evil felt something approaching their group. Miho seemed to notice as well. Her attention abruptly shifted to the sky, which began to crack. Moments later, everyone felt the ground tremble. However, Jinhyuk corrected them, saying, "This isn't an earthquake. It's the space itself trembling." Miho's eyes remained fixed on the sky as it shattered open. A beam of light burst forth from the rift, crashing to the ground with immense force. The others braced themselves, uncertain about what was happening. Inwardly, Jinhyuk realized, it's not the sky splitting. This is the 60th floor itself being torn apart. Meanwhile, Hendrik used his wings to shield Haryu and Miho as they tried to understand the chaos. Toon turned toward the light and urged Jinhyuk, "Look, Asher's body is in there." Asher's form floated within the light, his body glowing and cracking. Fractures formed along his skin, illuminating the borders with a divine brilliance. Internally, Jinhyuk thought, This is divine power. This feeling reminds him of when the Palon siblings defeated him. His suspicion was correct. This was Carmen's divine power. Asher began to walk forward, his voice ringing out. "I knew it. The gods. They haven't abandoned me. They've granted me salvation." His tone grew menacing as he added, "Now it's time to deal with the traitors who dare not believe in them." A few moments earlier, somewhere on the upper floors, a pot containing a mysterious liquid suddenly cracked. Kane noticed it immediately, and looking concerned, turned to Carmen. "What's going on?" he asked. Carmen's expression remained calm as she replied, "Asher, who went to the 60th floor, has been defeated." Kane was taken aback. Frustration flickered across his face as he processed the news. "Defeated?" he muttered, unable to hide his disbelief. Carmen, however, maintained her composure and reassured him with a faint smile. "Don't worry too much," she said. "Asher is a special toy." Confused, Kane pressed her. "Special? What do you mean by that?" Carmen's grin widened, a glint of mischief in her eyes. "It's my insurance, just in case something like this happened," she explained, her tone laced with amusement. She revealed that during the process of sharing her divine power with Asher, she had secretly planted a contingency. "If he dies, he'll be resurrected as my proxy, capable of wielding my power directly." Her voice grew more confident as she concluded, "Now, it's certain, Ghostface will have no choice but to prepare himself to face me." Meanwhile, back on the 60th floor, Asher confidently advanced toward the heroes. Jinhyuk could feel the overwhelming energy emanating from him, his expression tightening as he muttered, "This divine power, it's Carmen's." Hendrik's sharp instincts confirmed it. "This is power drawn from the 9-star, he noted grimly. Haryu's gaze darkened as realization dawned. "It's one of the people who killed Jinhyuk in the past," she whispered. Asher laughed mockingly as he approached. "Do you recognize the warmth of Lady Carmen's divine power?" he sneered. Jinhyuk's eyes narrowed, his tone turning venomous. "Warm! There's no way I could forget." He spat. Then, with a voice dripping with malice, he continued, "The sickening, twisted feeling of that deceitful divine power." Asher studied Jinhyuk's furious expression, inwardly puzzled. Why does Ghostface harbor such intense hostility toward the 9-stars, he wondered. For someone who's only been climbing the tower for a year, he shouldn't even know Carmen. But before he could dwell on the thought further, Vulcan and Toon attacked from both sides, their movements swift and synchronized. Asher barely flinched. "Who the hell are you, Ghostface?" he growled, as an explosion erupted where he stood. As the dust settled, Asher remained unscathed, standing amidst the chaos with a grin on his face. Effortlessly, he gripped Vulcan and Toon by their necks. "I couldn't kill you earlier with divine power," he remarked coldly. "But if the gap between us is this vast now..." He smirked, his grip tightening. "I just might be able to kill you now." Suddenly, a shadow loomed over him. A massive dragon's silhouette soared above, its presence shaking the ground beneath them. It was Hendrik, transformed into his dragon form. With ferocious strength, he dived down, unleashing a devastating attack. Hendrik's eyes widened for a brief moment, caught off guard by Asher's strength. With terrifying ease, he stopped Hendrik's attack with one hand. "You're quite strong," Asher admitted, his tone patronizing. But right now, I wield the power of a 9-star. Then, with a simple flick of his wrist, he sent Hendrik crashing into the ground. Asher mocked him further, his voice dripping with disdain. For a young dragon of the 4 royalties, your power is no more than a speck of dust compared to them. His gaze hardened as he added, "To atone for your sins against us, I'll kill all of you." Suddenly, glowing heart-shaped marks appeared across Asher's body. He froze, his movements restricted. "What's this?" he growled, his gaze darting around in confusion. As he searched for the source of the strange phenomenon, his eyes locked onto Miho. She stood calmly, her focus unyielding as she controlled the restriction spell. Asher's expression shifted, intrigued. "Who are you?" he muttered, examining her closely. Noticing the distinct aura of her power and her striking appearance, realization flickered across his face. Could she be a child of a mythical creature? He wondered. With the distraction in place, Jinyuk seized the opportunity to unleash one of his most powerful attacks. Silently, he maneuvered behind Asher, his blade ready. Before striking, he spat venomously, "Get lost, Carmen's puppet." With precision and ease, Jinyuk sliced Asher cleanly in half. For a moment, it seemed his attack had worked. But then Asher let out a chilling laugh, his body beginning to regenerate before Jinyuk's eyes. Inwardly, Jinyuk was shocked. This was the same attack that had killed Asher in their previous encounter. Now, however, it was as though it had done nothing at all.
If you've made it this far,
Please step forward and press the button. Now, open your eyes, step forward, and push the button. Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush! That was you!
now I want you to do something else for me. Please press the subscribe button.
Come on, give it a try. Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe
Commenting, "Let him cook" will
lend you an air of charisma as well?
Asher sneered at him, his tone dripping with condescension. "No attack can kill me," he declared, locking eyes with Jinyuk. "Now, it's my turn." Extending a single finger, he began conjuring a fireball. It started as a mere flicker, but rapidly grew, expanding from a minuscule spark into a massive blazing sphere of destruction. "I call this 1,000 punishments," Asher announced with a wicked grin. At that moment, dread settled into Jinhyuk's heart. Asher's current strength was beyond comparison to what he once knew. Realizing the dire situation, he made a swift decision. "We can't fight him. Run now," he commanded his companions. Haryu and Miho hesitated as they fled, their hearts heavy with worry for Jinhyuk, who was now the closest to Asher's devastating attack. Moments later, a massive beam of destructive light erupted from the fireball, hurtling toward the ground. The resulting explosion shook the earth, its brilliance blinding and its force deafening. When the dust finally began to settle, Jinyuk was revealed, battered and barely able to move. His body screamed in pain, his muscles refusing to obey him. But his gaze found Asher, who now loomed over Miho. Asher gripped her cruelly, taunting Jinyuk as he said, "You woke up just in time to witness your companions die, one by one." Jinyuk's heart pounded with a mixture of fear and fury. His eyes darted around the battlefield, taking in the grim scene. Hendrik and Haryu were both unconscious, and Miho was struggling, tears streaming down her face as she gasped for air. "You failed to defy the heavens," Asher declared coldly, his voice ringing with finality. "The moment you revolted against the 9-star was the moment you sealed your fate." Deep down, Jinhyuk couldn't deny the weight of Asher's words. At his current distance, he had no way of reaching the monster, no chance to stop him. Was this how it would end? Dying at the hands of Carmen's puppet? A wave of despair washed over him, but he refused to give in. "No," he roared inwardly. "I won't lose to these bastards again. Never." Meanwhile, Asher tightened his grip on Miho. She was to be the first to die. Miho struggled desperately, her cries echoing in the desolate air, her breath shallow and uneven. Seeing her suffering, Jinyuk's anger boiled over. "Stop," he bellowed, his voice hoarse with desperation. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Startling Asher, The message came from the nine-tailed fox. Intrigued, Asher read it, but what followed left him frozen. "How dare you?" The voice wasn't human. It resonated with an ancient, otherworldly power. Before Asher could react, Miho's trembling body stilled, her eyes glowing ominously. The voice spoke again, more menacing this time. "How dare you?" Then, with a surge of unimaginable power, the nine-tailed fox possessed Miho's body, her form transformed, her once delicate features now radiating with an aura of pure, unrestrained fury. Her gaze locked onto Asher, her voice a deadly growl. "How dare you touch someone else's child?" Power erupted from her, waves of energy crackling through the air. Startled for a moment, Asher instinctively released Miho and swiftly retreated, a chill running down his spine as he realized the truth. Standing before him was no ordinary being, but one of the tower's fabled transcendent beings. His unease was palpable. We get a closer look at Miho, who now appears entirely transformed. Her once familiar form radiates an otherworldly aura as she prepares to unleash a skill. A dazzling pink light floods the area, illuminating everything in its brilliance. Meanwhile, on the 70th floor, within the shadowy expanse of the dark forest, a serene stillness reigned, until the same blinding pink light pierced through the darkness. As the glow subsided, the figure of the nine-tailed fox emerged in all her majestic glory, accompanied by our heroes. Haryu's eyes widened as she took in her presence. In that moment, she realized the being standing before them was no longer Miho, but the legendary nine-tailed fox herself. The fox greeted them with a casual, "Hi," her tone incongruous with the gravity of the situation. However, Jin Hyuk, still reeling from the sudden events, struggled to gather his thoughts and asked her where they were. With a serene yet knowing smile, the fox replied, "This is the dark forest, on the 70th floor." Haryu, startled by this revelation, was visibly taken aback. They hadn't yet climbed to this floor. How could they possibly have reached it? She voiced her confusion, wondering aloud how they had arrived in such an advanced area. The fox explained with a hint of mischief. "Climbing isn't the only way to ascend the tower. There are many shortcuts, what some might call cheats, that allow people to reach higher floors. However, these methods come with a catch. You won't gain the same experience points as you would from climbing conventionally. That's why most who use these shortcuts eventually return to the floor that matches their abilities." Turning to Haryu, she added, "You never climbed to the 100th floor. But you were born there and lived there." Before Haryu could respond, Hendrik interjected, his tone stern. "Wait a minute," he said. "The dark forest is an uncharted space, an unknown region within the tower. It's desolate, shrouded in pitch-black fog, and nearly impossible to navigate. Why, of all places, would you bring us here? We could lose our sense of direction and end up stranded." But before the fox could answer, Jinyuk spoke up, his voice steady with realization. "That's exactly why it's safe here." The nine-tailed fox turned to him, a proud smile curling her lips. "As expected of my honey, you're quick to catch on." Suddenly, her body began to tremble. A shadow of exhaustion crossed her face as she confessed, "I'm reaching my limit. I'm not supposed to interfere directly in the world of climbers. Through Miho, I could only help you escape. But this is just a temporary solution. Asher will find you again, and he'll stop at nothing to kill you." Her tone grew grave as she continued, "With your current strength, you can't hope to stand against him or your other enemies. You need to grow stronger, faster. There's no other way." Jinyuk, ever pragmatic, asked, "What do you want us to do? Is there a method to achieve that kind of growth here? If so, where is it?" The fox's expression softened, but there was a trace of urgency in her voice as she replied, "My time is up. You'll find out the rest from them. They'll explain what to do next." With a bittersweet smile, she added, "See you again soon, honey." Her presence began to fade, her control over Miho's body slipping away. Jinyuk, desperate for answers, reached out to her, his questions lingering in the air. But it was too late. The nine-tailed fox vanished, leaving only Miho behind, her expression a mix of confusion and exhaustion. In her fox form, Miho was unconscious, plummeting through the air, but Haryu caught her just in time. Inwardly, Jinyuk wondered what she meant by them. Who in the world was she referring to? The mystery gnawed at him as he pondered. His sharp reflexes kicked in when he noticed an arrow whizzing toward him. With a swift motion, he dodged it effortlessly. Moments later, a group of people emerged, demanding to know who they were and why they had come to this place. One of them, clearly agitated, labeled them as outsiders and commanded them to leave immediately if they valued their lives. But just as the tension thickened, one of the attackers froze, a flicker of recognition flashing across her face. Jin-yuk, unshaken, responded firmly, "I don't think so." He added, "There's something we need to find here." He prepared to summon Vulcan and Toon when, unexpectedly, the woman removed her mask. "Who would have thought we'd meet again like this?" she said, her voice carrying a mix of disbelief and relief. At that moment, Jin-yuk recognized her, the dark elf, Elione. Elione sighed and apologized, explaining that she had no choice but to be wary of outsiders. Jin-yuk waved it off, assuring her it was fine. Instead, he inquired if she had managed to gather her forces. Elione hesitated before responding. "You can't really call it forces, but I did manage to find about a dozen dark elves. For now, all they can do is guard this forest. But," she added with a glimmer of hope in her eyes, "we'll grow stronger." She then asked where they were staying. Jin-hyuk's eyes widened when she described their dwelling. It was on the dark Yggdrasil. Elione elaborated, "This is the New World Tree. It will give us strength." Hendrik marveled at the revelation, finding it incredible, while Haryu stood in awe. But Elione dismissed their amazement with a smirk. "This is nothing compared to the real Yggdrasil. It's far, far bigger." Then her expression turned serious. "Now it's your turn to talk. What happened to you, and how did you end up here?" Jin-hyuk fell silent for a moment, reflecting on everything that had transpired. Finally, in a safe room, he recounted the events. Elione recapped his explanation, her voice tinged with disbelief. "So, out of all the 9 stars, the divine star got involved, and there's a person who can actually receive and wield that power?" Hendrik nodded, adding, "We came here with the help of the 9-tailed fox. She told us to find a way here to fight those bastards." Elione mulled over his words. "So, judging by the situation, is the 9-tailed fox suggesting that the Dark Elves are that power?" Haryu, hesitant but earnest, stepped forward. "I know this might be out of line, but please, fight with us." Later that evening, Jin-yuk stood on a balcony, lost in thought. He felt powerless against the strength Carmen had bestowed upon Asher. If it weren't for the 9-tailed fox, they would have gotten their asses clapped. Frustration simmered within him. He needed more power. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "I knew I sensed a familiar energy." The voice continued. "Are you the one Baal and the 9-tailed fox sent? If so, you're not bad." Confused, Jin-yuk replied aloud, "I don't know who you are, but aren't you speaking a bit too casually for someone you've just met?" "Just met?" the voice repeated, almost amused. "How sad. It's been a while since we last crossed paths, and yet you don't remember me." Then, with a commanding tone, the voice introduced itself. "I am the Dark Yggdrasil, the new power you've been seeking." Hearing this, Jin-yuk's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Inside the dark elven sanctuary, Elione's face lit up with a joyful expression as she answered Haryu's question. "If it's a war against the 9-star, of course, I'll join you. Not just me. The dark elves here will also side with you," she declared, with unwavering determination. Haryu's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" she asked, almost in disbelief. Hendrik, standing nearby, hesitated for a moment before voicing his concern. "Elione, are you sure about this? Won't it be dangerous?" Elione met his gaze with unwavering resolve. "Dangerous? I know exactly how dangerous it will be," she admitted. "But the reason I can stand and fight is because of Ghostface, the man named Cha Jin-yuk. He freed me from slavery. We share the same grudge against the same enemies, so there's no reason for me to refuse." Her words left Haryu momentarily speechless, but she soon smiled warmly. "Thank you, Elione. Jin-hyuk will be glad to hear this," she said sincerely. However, Elione furrowed her brows and asked, "But where is Cha Jin-hyuk now?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jin-hyuk continued his conversation with Yggdrasil. The ancient tree spoke with a commanding yet enigmatic tone. Come to me quickly, it urged. Jin-Yuk tilted his head slightly and smirked. After hearing what you've said, there's no way I wouldn't come right away, he replied, his voice laced with curiosity. As he approached, Jin-Yuk glanced up at the immense tree. So, why did you call me? He asked directly. Yggdrasil's booming voice resonated through the air. Because I have taken an interest in you, it replied. Jin-Yuk grinned faintly, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Interest, huh? In my experience, the people in this tower who take an interest in me are usually not in their right minds, he quipped. The tree chuckled, a sound like rustling leaves. Are you speaking of the peak of all evil? It asked, its tone cryptic. Do not be wary of them, Jin-Yuk. They are on your side. On my side? Jin-Yuk asked, his confusion evident. Suddenly, a brilliant light illuminated the tree, and one of its massive branches descended toward Jin-Hyuk, holding a peculiar fruit. The moment he laid eyes on it, Jin-Hyuk recognized it immediately. The fruit of the dark Yggdrasil, he muttered under his breath. The tree's voice filled the air once more. I am giving this to you, it declared. Jin-Hyuk stood silently, processing what he had just heard. Inwardly, he analyzed the implications. The fruit of the world tree is usually an item bestowed upon the royalty of the high elves. But this is the dark Yggdrasil. If I consider the dark elves to be a variant species due to their demonic energy, then this fruit must be the essence of that energy. If I consume it, I could acquire an enormous amount of demonic power. With it, I might even surpass Asher. Despite his inner calculations, Jin-Hyuk asked cautiously, Why are you giving this to me? You're like a god to the elves. Shouldn't this go to Elion instead? The tree paused briefly before answering. Do you know of the time before the tower? It asked cryptically. Jin-Hyuk frowned, perplexed. The time before the tower? What are you talking about? The tree began its narration, its voice heavy with ancient knowledge. Long ago, before the tower's existence as you know it, my true form was created by a god. This god, who existed since the beginning of all things, crafted me as a gift to their creation. The elves. Jin-Hyuk's thoughts raced. The god of the elves. Could it be the parent of the world tree? Yggdrasil continued, its tone imbued with melancholy. This god poured all their love and sincerity into the elves. They blessed them with unparalleled beauty, a high affinity with spirits, and a long lifespan. The elves were a race so perfect that they stood comparable to the four royalties. The tree paused briefly, then asked, Do you know the greatest weakness of a perfect being? Jin-Hyuk's eyes narrowed as he gave his answer. Arrogance. Precisely, the tree replied with a sigh. Drunk on their own perfection, the elves grew arrogant. They took no interest in the world beyond their own beauty. Instead, they lived in isolation, cut off from all else. In their perfect lives, it was impossible for elves to climb the tower in haste like other species. As a result, no elf had successfully climbed the tower in the past several thousand years. Upon hearing this, Jin-Hyuk's mouth fell open in shock once again. The tree then asked him, Why do you think God created them and make them climb the tower? Jin-Hyuk, gazing at the peak of all evil, responded, So that people could become like gods to empower them, like this one. The tree pressed further, and with that outcome, what would you do if your creation didn't live up to your expectations? Jin-Hyuk grinned, his eyes narrowing with mischief. Of course I'd kick them out, he said, and after that, I'd replace them with someone more obedient. The moment those words left his lips, Jin-Hyuk felt a sudden realization. The tree, as if reading his thoughts, replied, Yes, our Creator has placed their expectations on me, the Dark Elves, on Elion. But look at them now. The elves have grown corrupt. They've allied with the four royalties, threatening the balance of order. And at the center of it all is Nine Star, the strongest faction, and the ones you seek revenge against. The tree's voice grew heavy. Elione, however, could not grow strong enough despite the power bestowed upon her. Now, I wish to pass that power on to you, Jin-Hyuk, the one who dreams of defying the heavens. A system notification appeared before Jin-Hyuk. The parent of the world tree is offering a contract. Conditions: gather the dark elves. Reward: the fruit of the dark Yggdrasil. Jin Yuk's grin widened. Without hesitation, he reached out, grabbed the fruit, and declared, "There's no reason for me to decline." Another notification appeared. Contract approved. However, a warning followed. Caution. The fruit of the dark Yggdrasil contains potent demonic energy. Proceed with care. Jin Yuk nodded. If I eat this without preparation, my body will collapse under the demonic energy. The World Tree's parent responded with another notification. Assistance will be provided. Suddenly, countless branches encircled Jin Hyuk, forming a protective barrier around him. He immediately understood what was happening. Since the tree itself possessed demonic energy, it was shielding him from the harmful effects of the fruit. Placing a hand over his chest, Jin Hyuk summoned Vulcan and Toon. Looking at them with resolve, he explained, "To absorb the fruit's power, I need to use every ounce of my strength. From this moment forward, protect me. Either I succeed in acquiring this power, or I die trying." Vulcan gave a nod of understanding. "Okay," he said firmly. Toon bowed slightly and answered, "As you command." Jin Hyuk took a deep breath, standing still for a moment. Then, with steely determination, he activated his gluttony skill. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Elione was pursuing Hendrik and Haryu. Frustration clear in her voice, she exclaimed, "Do you even know where we're going?" Hendrik suddenly pointed ahead. "Look there," he shouted. The group turned to see an overwhelming surge of demonic energy running rampant in the distance. It hadn't been there before. Haryu's eyes widened in shock. That much demonic energy? How is this possible? Before they could react, a beam of light came crashing down behind her, triggering a violent explosion. From the chaos emerged Asher. His presence was suffocating, and the aura he exuded was laced with divine power. Without hesitation, he began spouting rhetoric about holy punishment, but this time, his tone carried deadly seriousness. "I will kill you all," he declared. Upon his arrival, Asher had swiftly taken down several dark elves. To further stoke the flames of terror, he grabbed one of them by the neck, a wide, menacing grin spreading across his face. "You only survive because of the demonic energy coursing through your bodies," he sneered. The elf struggled to speak, but managed to choke out a question. How had Asher known to come directly here? Asher's grin widened as he explained. "The eyes of the Nine Star are scattered across various locations within the tower. It's far quicker to investigate places where information is hardest to come by." His tone turned sharp as he tightened his grip. "If you value your life, you'd better call for Ghostface. Now." The elf remained silent, her gaze defiant. But the tense moment was shattered when Hendrik appeared in his massive dragon form, his colossal presence looming over Asher. Without hesitation, Hendrik unleashed a devastating attack. Asher, however, didn't flinch. He stood unfazed, his grin unwavering. His eyes scanned Hendrik and Haryu, a hint of confusion creeping into his expression. "What's this? How absurd! At the very least, you should have brought Ghostface, or that mystical creature who helped you escape last time." Inwardly, Haryu reflected grimly on Asher's words. Miho hasn't woken up since that incident, probably a consequence of using the Ninetails' power. It'll be impossible for her to help us in that form again. Meanwhile, Hendrik's gaze shifted upward. "I'm not sure what's happening," he muttered, his voice deep and resonant. "But the demonic energy above the World Tree, it feels like Jin Hyuk's. It's as if he's consumed something extraordinary again." Clenching his sword tightly, Hendrik resolved himself. "There's only one thing I can do. Hold the line until Jin Hyuk acquires that power and returns." Turning to Haryu, he commanded, "Take the injured dark elf and retreat." "But we can't just run," Haryu protested, her voice edged with concern. "We need to hold our ground until Jin Hyuk gets back." Hendrik's tone was firm. "You're no help to the strategy in your current state. Do you understand?" His words struck a chord within her, sparking something deep inside. Asher, observing their exchange, began approaching with an ominous smirk. "It seems Ghostface is scheming something, but no matter. I'll kill all of you here, so Jin Hyuk won't have the luxury of showing up." With that, Asher unleashed a massive and devastating attack. Hendrik intercepted it, his sword shielding them. "Go now!" he bellowed. Haryu hesitated, but finally obeyed, taking the injured elf and retreating. Though her body moved away, Her mind raced with strategies, determination flickering in her eyes. Asher, unwilling to let her escape, prepared to strike, but a flurry of arrows pierced his arm, forcing him to pause. The attack came from Elione, who stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury. "How dare you attack my people!" she shouted, her arrows flying with relentless precision. "You have declared war on the Dark Elves!" Asher's grin faltered as he assessed the situation. The demonic energy on these arrows. It's not the same as ghost faces. It's interfering with my regeneration. He gritted his teeth. Demonic energy and divine power are opposites. If I keep getting hit by this, it'll become a nuisance. Deciding to eliminate Elione first, Asher dashed toward her with blinding speed. But before he could close the distance, a blade interposed itself between them. Hendrik had stepped in, his sword glowing with raw power as it clashed against Asher's strike. "I won't let you harm her," Hendrik growled, his dragon's aura surging as he began charging a powerful dragon breath attack. Asher realized that his attack embodied the very essence of a dragon's power, the fabled dragon breath. The attack was colossal, so overwhelmingly powerful that it completely evaporated Asher. Yet, even in death, Asher's body began to regenerate, just as Hendrik had anticipated. Recognizing the danger, Hendrik shouted to Elione, urging her to run. But she wasn't fast enough. Asher's hand, now fully reformed, lunged toward her, seizing her face with an unrelenting grip. With brutal force, he slammed her face into the ground, creating a deep crater before tossing her like a rag doll. Her body crashed against the ground with such intensity that cracks and explosions erupted along her path until she slammed into a wall. As she struggled to recover, Asher, still healing, spoke with a cold, menacing tone. "I warned you. I will kill you first." His voice dripped with finality as he continued. "Your fate is sealed, you arrogant creature who dares defy the will of God." Suddenly he felt a surge of energy above him. His senses honed in on the source, Jinyuk. Asher noticed and quickly turned his attention to the presence above. However, Hendrik, realizing the imminent danger, intercepted. With a ferocious burst of speed, he dashed toward Asher, his face twisted with rage. "Your opponent is me!" Hendrik bellowed. "If you dare lay a finger on our guildmaster, I swear I'll kill you!" Asher laughed mockingly, his voice resonating with sinister amusement. "Such loyalty," he sneered. "Try stopping me if you can." Without hesitation, Hendrik unleashed a devastating dragon slash, his blade glowing with raw energy. Asher raised his hand to block, channeling his immense power to shield himself. The resulting explosion tore through the battlefield, leaving a massive crater in its wake. When the dust settled, Asher was on his knees, one of his arms severed. Blood dripped from his wounds as he smirked, his confidence unshaken. "You're strong," Asher admitted, his voice carrying a mix of amusement and respect. "Had you been a little more developed, that attack might have been lethal." Through the hole he dealt on Hendrik's body, Asher's wide grin was visible, a chilling sight that only fueled Hendrik's determination. Hendrik, despite bleeding profusely and barely standing, refused to back down. His voice rang out defiantly. "If you're done talking, come at me. I'm still standing. I can still fight." Asher chuckled darkly. "Ah, dragons. Such proud creatures. No, since you're a dragon, your body can endure that amount of damage." His gaze was locked on Hendrik as he began forming another deadly attack. Pointing at him, Asher sneered. "Such a blessed body, wasted on trash like Ghostface. That was your downfall." Hendrik laughed, despite the pain, his voice filled with grim satisfaction. "You'd better worry about yourself," he taunted, "because that's going to hurt. A lot." Asher's smirk faltered for a moment as he realized what Hendrik meant. Before he could react, Haryu, now fully consumed by her berserk mode, descended upon him with relentless fury. She unleashed a flurry of devastating slashes, each strike creating massive explosions and widespread destruction. The battlefield trembled under her wrath as she poured all her strength into annihilating Asher. Impossible, Asher thought inwardly. She's attacking so fast that even my regeneration can't keep up. Is this the legacy of the Oni left behind? In her inner world, the sword in its Oni form spoke to her, its tone calm yet foreboding. "It's pointless," it said. "You're merely buying time. You can overpower him briefly when you're berserk, but it won't last. His regeneration is divine, sustained from above. Unless the one supplying it appears, victory is impossible." The sword hesitated before continuing. Even if Jin-hyuk returns, the result will be the same. Haryu let out a deep sigh before replying. Maybe, she murmured. But the Oni spirit shouted back. Run! You're the last Oni! Are you really going to die in vain without avenging your species? Her response was resolute. Ever since Jin-hyuk rescued me from the Cobalt Lord's castle, he and the others have always protected me. They've given me so much, and I've yet to repay them. Her voice trembled with conviction. Jin-hyuk will find a way to defeat Asher. I trust him. Until then, I'll buy him the time he needs. Back in the present, Haryu continued slashing relentlessly, her blade weaving through the sky like a tempest. Even Hendrik, who watched from afar, couldn't hide his amazement. Incredible, he muttered, but his awe was tinged with concern. He noticed her bloodshot eyes and the steady trickle of blood streaming from them. She was nearing her limit. The strain of maintaining such overwhelming power was taking its toll. Inwardly, Haryu repeated the same desperate mantra. Just a little more. Just a little more. She was determined to hold the line until Jin-hyuk returned, no matter the cost. Suddenly, a firm grip stopped her blade mid-swing. For a fleeting moment, you might have thought it was Jin-hyuk. But no, it was Asher. You're slower now, he taunted before delivering a crushing punch to her abdomen. The force sent her crashing into the ground, her body limp and unconscious. Standing over her fallen form, Asher sneered. Sir Kane and Miss Carmen were right. If we leave Jin-hyuk and his crew unchecked, they'll only interfere with the Nine Stars' plan. A massive sphere of searing fire and light began forming in Asher's hand, its heat radiating like the sun itself. He glared down at his opponents. I'll end it here. All of you will perish. I've lost count of how many times Bro said is going to kill him. The attack continued to grow, swelling to unimaginable proportions. Haryu, barely conscious, could only think to herself, I don't even have the strength to move. Hendrik shouted in frustration. Dodge it, Haryu! I can't help you. I'm sorry, Jin-hyuk, she whispered inwardly, closing her eyes as she braced for the end. But then, something unexpected happened. A massive, shadowy mouth appeared out of nowhere, consuming the attack whole. The radiant light of the divine punishment vanished in an instant, plunging the battlefield into an eerie darkness. Asher stood frozen, his expression twisted in confusion and shock. What just happened? He stammered. His gaze darted around wildly. He was certain he had unleashed the full fury of divine punishment, certain that his enemies were burning in its light. But now, nothing remained. The colossal attack he had so painstakingly created was gone, devoured by an overwhelming, shadowy force. As he was lost in thought, Jin-hyuk abruptly gave him a massive punch to the face. His head exploded instantly, sending his body flying and crashing far into the distance. The source of the devastating punch stood revealed, Jin-hyuk, now surrounded by an ominous aura of demonic energy. Behind him loomed the giant mouth that had previously intercepted Asher's attack. Haryu's eyes welled with tears of happiness at the sight of Jin-hyuk. Overcome with emotion, she watched as Jin-hyuk acknowledged both him and Hendrik with a curt but sincere, good job. However, Jin-hyuk's attention quickly shifted to a glowing light streaking toward him in the distance. He knew exactly who it was, the ever-persistent Asher, closing in once again. Turning to Toon and Vulcan, Jin-hyuk ordered them to move the injured to safety. Toon hesitated, asking if their assistance was needed in the battle. Jin-hyuk shook his head, a confident grin spreading across his face. Don't worry, he said. I've got my newly improved soldier, Tam. He gestured toward the monster with the massive mouth. Confused and curious, Asher furrowed his brow. What have you done to acquire such an immense amount of demonic energy? And what is that thing? Jin-hyuk smirked and replied, See for yourself. Without warning, he launched the monstrous creature toward Asher. The sheer speed of the beast caught Asher off guard. He couldn't react in time. The creature's gaping mouth clamped down on his shoulder, tearing away his left arm with ease. The force sent him crashing to the ground, blood spraying in his wake. Meanwhile, Carmen, observing from afar, felt a sudden and overwhelming depletion of divine power. Confusion overtook her as she tried to understand what was happening. At the same time, Asher, writhing in pain, began to realize something was amiss. He glanced at Jin-hyuk, now relentlessly attacking him without mercy. Blow after blow rained down, each one more devastating than the last, yet Asher's body continued to regenerate. "It's pointless," Asher shouted between strikes. "No matter how many times you tear me apart, I will always come back." But then, the monstrous entity struck again. This time it lunged forward and consumed Asher's entire upper body. Jin-hyuk loomed over what was left of his foe, a sinister grin playing on his lips. "You're right," he said, his tone dripping with malice. "You'll keep resurrecting, but that also means Carmen will keep burning through an enormous amount of divine power to bring you back." Asher's eyes widened in horror as Jin-hyuk continued. "Tam was created from a fragment of my soul infused with demonic energy. Its gluttony knows no bounds. Every time Tam tears you apart and consumes you, it drags Carmen, who's tethered to you, closer to her downfall." "No! No! No!" Asher stammered, panic seizing him. He began shouting desperately, "Carmen, stop! Stop wasting your power on me!" Jin-hyuk chuckled darkly, his grip tightening around Asher's neck. "Too late." With a commanding voice, he turned to Tam. "Devour him." Tam obeyed without hesitation, tearing into Asher with an insatiable hunger. Meanwhile, Carmen's frustration boiled over. Her voice echoed with curses as she felt her divine essence slipping away, piece by piece. Her presence began to waver, her form disintegrating little by little. Suddenly, the 70th floor of the tower began to crack. A brilliant beam of light shot down from above, crashing into the ground with an earth-shattering force. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring everything in sight. When the dust finally settled, Carmen lay sprawled on the ground, dazed and utterly bewildered. She scrambled to her feet, her voice trembling with fury. "What the hell is happening?" Jin-hyuk stepped forward, his grin widening with wicked satisfaction. "Finally," he said, his voice low and menacing. "We meet again." Tam loomed behind him like a shadow of impending doom. With a cruel glint in his eye, Jin-hyuk added, "It seems your face has gotten even uglier over the past 10 years. Carmen glared at him, seething with rage and confusion. But before she could retort, Jin-hyuk's tone shifted, his voice now brimming with a deadly mixture of excitement and hatred. "It's time to pay," he declared, his words carrying the weight of his resolve. "Don't forget to like the video and subscribe with the notification bell turned on. If you love the story and want more, drop a comment saying, 'Let him cook,'